Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
Oh, can't get it.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been delivered to. Please visit us again. Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit us again. Goodbye. Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your insurance claim has been sent. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit us again.
aboard your Drake interplanetary craft. Your systems are online. Engines offline. Your systems are offline.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been delivered to the... Please visit us again.
Hello and welcome aboard your Drake interplanetary craft. Your systems are online. Engines offline. Engines online. Engines offline. Engines online.
non-explosive industries. Enjoy the ride. System check. quantum drive is now off. Welcome to Roberts Space Industries. Enjoy the ride. System check. Shields are on. Shields are off. Radar contact. Shields are on.
No torpedoes. Alright.
Radar contact. Check fire. Shields damaged. Welcome to Robert Space Industries. Enjoy the ride. System check. Radar contact. Shields damaged. Shields damaged.
Intergalactic. Systems active. Docking. Launch sequence. Successful. Shields disengaged. Shields active. Contact confirmed. Shields under attack. Shield depleted. Request to dock.
I feel like what you should be able to do is get a crew together, get some dragonflies, come over and pepper the hell out of that bottom bay door, and then break in with your dragonflies on the bottom.
shields damaged.
Where the fuck is my crosshair? Oh, alright.
Enemy down. Radar contact. Radar contact. Radar contact. Radar contact.
Increase sensitivity.
Radar contact. Shields damaged. Weapons system is off. Weapons system is on.
What the fuck is that?
Radar contact. Shields damaged.
What is going on with the turrets, man? The sensitivity drops, and you can't move.
Shields damaged. Radar contact. Enemy down. Radar contact. Shields damaged. Radar contact. Shields damaged. Shields damaged. Radar contact. Radar contact. Shields damaged. Radar contact. Radar contact. Radar contact. Check fire. Shields damaged. Radar contact. Enemy down. Radar contact. Radar contact. Shields damaged.
Gladiator's pretty damn tanky.
Docking unavailable. System off. Weapons system. Shields are on. Shields are off. Landing gear deployed. Radar contact. Shields damaged. Radar contact. Enemy down. Radar contact. Shields damaged. Shields damaged. Shields damaged. Radar contact. Docking unavailable. Enemy down. Shields damaged. Landing gear raised. Radar contact. Radar contact. Enemy down. Shields damaged. Radar contact. damage. to Robert Space Industries. Enjoy the ride. System check. Radar contact.
damn drive.
Quantum drive is now off. Docking request approved. Shields are off.
was still issued with the old M1903 rifle. This was because her rifle grenade solution for the Garrett, what would become the M7, was not ready for issue yet. In July 1943, 3 would be issued to the squad, 1 to the assistant squad leader and 2 to riflemen who became dedicated rifle grenadiers. Additionally, one of the riflemen became an ammo bearer for the BAR. In February 1944, a few months before D-Day, the squad leader and assistant squad leader were promoted from sergeant and corporal to staff
Request approved. Landing gear raised.
less than glamorous. He was employed as a guard at the large Wehrmacht munitions dump. Wittmann was soon bored with his routine. He wanted to be near the center of this new force in Germany, so he applied to join the SS Leibstandarte, Adolf Hitler's personal bodyguard. Already, this was the best known and most elite unit in the Third Reich.
The Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler might reasonably be described as Hitler's Praetorian Guard. Formed in 1933 as a bodyguard for the Führer personally, it later expanded as the military vanguard of National Socialism, if you like, and in 1943 eventually became a fully-fledged Panzer Division of the Waffen-SS with a strength of about 20,000 men. Both as a division and early as a regiment, it participated on the most important fronts of the Second World War, acting as a spearhead for German offensive actions, and as a fire brigade that was sent to collapsing sectors of the front in order to prop them up. So an absolutely elite formation.
Thanks to his rigorous military background, Wittmann met the very strict selection criteria and was accepted. He began training with his new unit on the 5th of April, 1937, at the main cadet school in Berlin-Weichefeld. Wittmann was assigned to the 17th Company, which was an armored scout car platoon. As part of an elite formation, the men of the armored scout company received an intensive training course, which transformed them into experts. These skills were later to stand him in good stead, but for the time being, the newfound expertise was not needed. Hitler was still achieving his aims by a mixture of bluff and inspired gambles. In October 1938, Wittmann took part in the entry into the Sudetenland. The reception he witnessed as waves of excitement swept through the people made a lasting impression. The storm of jubilation eclipsed even the fervent National Socialist rallies which he had attended. He was awarded his first of many medals, commemorating the reunification of Austria and the Sudetenland with the German Reich. From now on, medals and decorations would occupy a special place in Wittmann's affections. The first moves in Hitler's master plan had been achieved without bloodshed. But as tensions rose, Adolf Hitler's crooked path led only downwards into chaos. The conquest of Poland heralded the coming of the Second World War. The Leibstandarte motorized regiment fought hard in Poland from the first day of the campaign, the 1st of September, 1939. On that day, the armored scout platoon was soon in action, and Wittmann had received his baptism of fire. The campaign in Poland was brief, only 30 days in duration, but nonetheless, his experiences had whetted his appetite for combat. In the following year, Wittmann and his armored car again saw action in the rapid campaign which saw the fall of France. Wittmann, together with several other NCOs and men, was transferred to Jüterbog, where the self-propelled assault battery was being formed. There, he and his colleagues traded in their black Panzer uniforms for grey assault gun tunics. It was to be 2 years before he would see Panzer black again. This was the start of Wittmann's association with armored fighting vehicles, which was to lead him to fame and infamy throughout the civilized world. There was much to learn. The assault guns were armed with the short-barreled 75mm gun, which had little in common with the feeble 20mm cannon carried by the armored cars. But Wittmann soon showed exceptional promise with the new weapon. After training, the fledgling assault gun battery was sent to garrison duty in France. After the short burst of activity which had characterized the lightning campaign through France, the long peace ended on the 30th of April 1941. After pausing to rest in Thessalia in May, the Liebstandarte was sent through Yugoslavia.
Hello.
Oh, what's up, man?
Not a lot. I just realized that you were sitting in a voice channel.
Oh yeah, I was trying to figure it out a second ago, but yeah, something messed up with here. There's a guy named Mustang. He's a European, uh, but he changed all the permissions and settings in the Discord, and I don't know how to work it very well, so it's all crazy.
Yeah, I run a single Discord for the Pathfinder campaign I run, and it is the most basic thing there is. It's got one text channel and one voice channel. No permissions, because don't know, don't care how to set them.
Yeah, I didn't really care about it either, but we were trying to set up. I don't know exactly how to explain it. We're trying to set up like a thing for different groups, like cargo and mining and all that
Hmm.
for the future, and just don't know exactly how to pull it off yet. So it's more complicated than a lot of discords that I've had to deal with. Like
Yeah.
because like when pyro hits, like say technically if they came out with some big ships, like I'm hoping they come out with some bigger ships like the Kraken and the Liberator and the Ironclad. Um, there could be money like shipping stuff between Stanton and Pyro, but you have to
Hmm.
deal with pirates and all that. And then when the worm and stuff hits, basically I'm thinking like we could make money, get a bunch of stuff loaded up, go to Pyro, sell it, and then go to the worm and try to farm that and bring it back to Stanton. But just like this game has logistics that it's just like if you got into combat, you have to like move and load missiles and repair ships and fuel. Like it's probably the most complicated game I've played. I don't know exactly how it's going to pan out.
Yeah, it's definitely in depth, to say the least. Part of the reason why I like it.
Yeah, that's part of the reason I'm here too, because every other game I get bored of. There's nothing to do after a while. But some of these guys, there's a few different groups though. Like we don't have a ton of people that you can see in the Discord necessarily, but like Fathead, he's always on, and he has a group of guys that like basically Fathead's like a salvager. He goes around and he likes stripping parts off of ships and stuff, but he has a group of people that they have their own group that's just they're Polaris guys. They have like one Polaris and they crew it all the time. And then Alan just likes doing cargo and stuff. So like when we try to do like salvage, which Mustang and some guy that he knows that's a streamer who has a group, they want to do a big salvage team when 4.0 hits to like make money.
Hmm.
So like last time we did something like that, we had Alan with a big cargo ship and we were like salvaging everything and just dumping boxes into space because apparently the reclaimer has there's a little elevator thing in the back that you can put down that we didn't know about, and it ejects boxes out of the back of the ship. So you can just sit there and dump loads and loads of salvage and just make a ton of money off of it. But yeah, but we talk in the general chat on here quite a lot and try to see what's going on there. But a few of them are doing like coding and stuff, so I don't know what times that you play though. Like I get on throughout the week, but I work over the weekends.
Yeah, I have a 410 schedule, so during the week I'm not on for a terrible amount of time. And unless I got to go to my parents' place, I'm pretty much on Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Gotcha. They're usually on the weekend, and I'll hop on like in the mornings. But I do a 16 on Friday from 1 p.m. to 5 a.m. and then I do two 12s Saturday and Sunday from 5 p.m. to 5 a.m. So then I get on through the week and I kind of do stuff, and they'll be on um, doing things as well. So It's not too bad, but they said there's a wipe coming. I don't know how much time we have, but
Everything I've seen on the internet doesn't give a specific date. It just says December 2024.
yeah,
Whether that's true or not, I don't know.
yeah, they're really pushing for the pyro thing. Even though they kind of cut some of the stuff out, but it's the same. I figured it was coming like Christmas to like next summer. It's kind of hitting that ballpark. I hope it's good. I really do. Like,
I mean, everybody that I've been talking to that's or not talking to, but watching at says that it works. I've had hundreds of people on the servers, 20 plus people on sitting on 890s, and it just sits there at a constant 30 to 40 frames.
hmm.
Whether that's true or just somebody blowing smoke up my ass, I don't know.
Yeah, I heard they were going up to like 500 players on a shard now, or something like that on their tests. But like that alone will be kind of cool. Um, just having more people. I really wonder how many people are going to be going to Pyro. You know, like I would think a lot, but if the PvP gets out of hand, then like it would suck to like go over there and then not be able to see it because PvP players take it over. But
Yeah, I can definitely see that being something of a problem. I mean, they said that there is going to be some safe areas, but they're not going to be very many.
yeah,
Most of it's just going to be a lawless state. So I can see it not being for a casual player, which would definitely suck.
yeah. I'm hoping it's big enough that they can't really keep track of everybody. There are like people are telling me that ammo and stuff over there is really expensive too. So like the missiles and all that. So eventually the
Hmm.
PvP players would run out of missiles. I would think they're not just going to be able to go restock unless they just have a shit ton of money somehow.
Yeah,
But
I can see the beginning of it not being terrible, but once it gets later in it, people have loads of money just sitting around.
yeah, I'm hoping. I don't know. They haven't been on for a while, but there's like an org thing that I basically they recruited me like a long time ago, but they're called like a Rourke or something, and they're just like a big group of military guys. And
Hmm.
I'm hoping they come back for 4.0 because they have a shit ton of people, but the thing that's weird with them is they're all military guys, so they they like get on and then they disappear for like 6 months. It's so like they have like everyone's there is like super organized and disciplined, but then they'll just disappear. So like I went and played with them and we had like one big org fight and then they've been gone ever since, and it's been like I don't know, like 5 or 6 months, but they still talk to me on there. So it's like maybe we'd be able to get them to help us if there was like a really big PvP thing going on. But have to see, I guess. I mean, they mainly just they fly hammerheads and shit, but
Yeah,
I just
I kind of stick to the smaller ships. I think this Connie is probably the biggest thing I'm really gonna have, mainly because it's got enough firepower and enough hull for me to do. I do ERTs solo with it,
yeah. I like the Connie
so
too, and the Cutlass Black and the what's the well, I like the Redeemer. I still like the Redeemer, but I'm more for the FPS. Like all the ships to me, they're just like they're tools. I don't necessarily care which one that I'm on. Like I'll use it while I'm there. It's just transportation. Um,
right.
but like I feel like everybody, cause like everyone has like mining ships and stuff, but no one there's not that many like rock miners or hand miners and all that. So I feel like people are underestimating, how much value could be on the ground later. And I'm hoping like the picture in my head is that people with javelins and stuff aren't going to be able to like go down into atmosphere and strafe run you with their big ass ship. I'm hoping that there's like
Right.
a barrier there, so like people that don't have that fancy shit can like hide. You can go into the planet's surface, and then if they come down, it's going to be a risk because like if they take enough damage, they get pulled in by the gravity and crash. That's a dream situation. So then we really
Yeah.
only have to worry about an Idris, and that's the biggest thing that I have in the back of my head is like dealing with an Idris. But
Well, I mean, that's only going to be available for people who have pledged enough for a while, isn't it?
yeah, I mean,
So the rich folk going to have that one.
there's a lot of people like in the game though that have bought big ships. That's the big deal. Like,
I can't remember. I can't remember who it was, but there was a dude that I was chatting with in the game chat, but he'd spent $21,500 to date in game for the on the game. And I was like, God, that must be nice. Be able to drop 20 grand on a video game.
I don't know about nice, but it gets you after a while because because like you'll have like a Connie, and then you'll be like, I want to try this cool thing out, and then like you'll buy it, and then you'll go back and you'll be like, I really miss my ship, and then like you'll buy that ship back, and then it's just a process like over a period of time. But like some people I don't understand um like those people in Auroric, they have over $80,000 worth of ships, and I'm just like, how do you get to that? Like I don't understand that at all compared to like some people
Yeah,
that
it was just buying this game after the free fly. That's how new I am to it.
uh
It was something that I had to sit there and debate for a little bit whether or not I was even going to get the game because I didn't want one of the Mustang packages because I hated that ship. It was so squishy. It was quick. You could avoid a lot, but if you get hit by anything much bigger than you, you're just dead.
yeah. Those are like shuttle ships to me, like because I didn't ever fly the Aurora for a long time, and then I finally did, and I was like, holy shit, this thing's kind of fast. Just like traveling to one planet to the other is really
Hmm.
nice. And then a lot of people like
But
the
I ended up
Avenger.
getting the what is it? The it's got cargo and a single size four laser, size three laser, size four laser. Uh, anvil.
Anvil.
I think it's an anvil.
Uh, Anvil doesn't really have a starter ship, really. I mean, the Terrapin kind of.
No,
You talking about the
no.
Intrepid?
Yes,
Yeah, it's
I'm
a
not great
Crusader.
with the ships yet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I haven't even seen the inside of it yet. I've heard some people like it, some people don't.
I mean,
Um,
it's all right. It's kind of a good all-around ship. It doesn't do any one thing great, but it does just about everything okay enough. It's only got 8 cargo slots in two 1x4 rows, so it's I mean, you're definitely not going to be hauling a lot with it, but for a starter, it's all right.
yeah, I just wonder how fast and stuff it is, because like some of these missions, I think they're gonna change the missions at some point because I've did the like I'm not like most people in games. I don't really care about the end game so much. It's all early to mid game is like what my bread and butter is in every game, and I've always did good in games, and I like helping people. So like I've been
Hmm.
doing those starting missions, and like some of them, like the NPCs will just roll up and destroy your starter ship in like 3 seconds. You can't really fight them, or you'll have like a cargo delivery mission, and you can't get the boxes out. Like if you have a bigger ship, you don't have enough time. Like the Zeta Propital missions, if you have like a big
Hmm.
ship, you have to try and load it onto the big ship, get in the big ship, fly off, and then by the time you get there, like you just barely run out of time before you can deliver it. It's like
Hmm.
so some of them you need those smaller ships, but it's almost like you need two people sometimes because you don't necessarily want your ship to be setting on the ground because the NPCs will show up and kill it. So it's
Right.
yeah, and a lot of the stuff in the game too. I think because like people they keep wanting the bigger ship, but I feel like you can also use the smaller ships in numbers with like more people. Because like I've had this talk with some guys in the
Yeah.
past where it's like you could have, you know, 4 people on a Connie, or you could have 2 Cutlass Blacks, or you could have like 4 Avenger Titans, or you know, same thing with like the Carrack. You'd have like 6 people on a Carrack or 8 people on a Carrack, or you could have, you know, 4 Connies, which have basically the same cargo space and more guns, and it's it kind of hurts my head a little bit thinking about it. But you're supposed to be able to like find and capture ships in the future too, so
That would be cool if you could like re well, uh I did notice that there was one ship in the display gallery because I'd go down there every day of the free fly just to look at what was in concept
mm,
that said it was a mobile repair, mobile heavy repair. And I was like, "Oh, that'd be fucking cool."
oh, the Crucible.
Not having to go yeah, not having to go all the way back to a station to fix your shit.
hmm I don't know if it's gonna be
I
able to
could
make components yet or not, or if it just repairs it though. But I'm really interested
I
in
could
that
all
ship. Like repairs my kind of my thing, I think.
I could see it being one of them things that you go out and you soft kill something and you just fix it up and keep it for yourself.
Yeah, I it it could definitely be like one of the best ships in the game. Like I think, but um, and it's like potentially a money maker too. But it's that like that concept is so old, like it's gonna change before it comes out, so you don't know what they're gonna do to it.
Yeah.
It's that concept's been around like since the very beginning. The same thing with like the Endeavor. Um, like the Endeavor's like $315, and it's been that way for like 10, 12 years. And as soon as they start working on it, that thing's probably gonna be one of the most expensive ships in the game. So it's like it's very weird how the stuff works. Like they can change it at any point too if it's like too strong or something, and it's but everything should be earnable in game or capturable, like because like technically even if like if you have a Connie and you're playing and you go to Pyro, technically the pirates could attack you and take your Connie and then use it. So it's like,
Yeah.
and even the Idris mission in game, like if you have enough people and small ships, y'all could team up and then capture the Idris and use that. So it's like that's what I think with the game. You ever play like Pokemon or whatever,
Yeah.
where like you go through the tall grass and then it's like an onyx or something pops up. That's what I feel like the missions are going to be like in the future, where like you and your buddies are going to be doing missions and they're all kind of random. And then like a reclaimer or something will pop up and you're going to be like, "Hey guys, I just found a fucking reclaimer." And they're going to be like, "Oh shit." And then they all go out there and try to capture it. It would be kind of cool. But I don't know.
I just think yeah, I could see capture missions being something that's super cool. It's like, hey, we've seen this ship here for like the non-verified missions. There's one of these ships over here. Go steal it. And it's up to you whether or not you deliver it to them or you keep it.
Yeah. And like the
If
NPCs
you,
on there.
if and I could see that if you don't deliver it to whoever sent you to get it, then they send some hit squads after you to try to take it back from you, and then it just
Hi,
adds another
welcome.
level of the game.
Well, it's like even right now, some of those like pirate ships that you can find, like they have like Valkyries and stuff that spawn, and I was like one of the only people that I knew that was like trying to catch them with distortion guns.
Welcome back.
But
Mhm.
that ship is like a $400 ship on the store, and you can farm them like crazy on one of the planets. But the NPCs that are in there, they stay in the turrets. So like you can still use those ships and have free NPCs using them for you. Like you can find um Misk
We've got a lot of variety.
freelancer
Take
Misks
your
and
time and have a
stuff
look.
and
Mhm.
Cutlass Blacks and things with NPC turrets. And then like, if you have 5 guys and you'll
Hey,
each
back
go
again, I
catch
see.
one Valkyrie
Welcome.
and then they come with NPC turrets on all of them, then you have a bunch more guns to do missions with than you otherwise would, and they just stay in there. So it's kind of nifty. Like you don't see a lot of people do that because they buy the ships in the store instead of catching them in the universe. But it's pretty interesting, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I I tend to buy. I'm going to be buying everything in game. I the one pledge I got, I only got that one because it was on sale. If it wasn't on sale, I probably wouldn't have the game right now because I'd be waiting to save up a little bit more money to get a starter ship I wanted. But yeah, the only reason I got it is I had a little bit of money, but not a lot. And then come to find out one of my buddies pledged like $300 and he can like switch around which ships he wants and everything. And I was like, oh, it must be nice.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of like in a way, like
We've
it's
got some
just
new
if you have to
inventory in.
play through a bunch
Definitely
of
worth taking a look.
wipes, then it like has a little bit more value to it over a long period of time. But like right now, they're pushing for 4.0, and then they're going to be pushing for 1.0. And when 1.0 gets here, everyone's going to be able to keep their ships, and they say they're not going to wipe again. So at that point,
Hmm.
you're just going to be able to earn your ships in game anyway. So it shouldn't be that big of a deal. But like players have like I've been around for a long time, so like um and I didn't spend a ton of money on the game for a long time. I backed games when I was in college, but over 10 years, like if you spend 20 bucks a week or whatever like on a pizza or something, over a
Hmm.
10-year period, that's $10,000, you know?
Yeah.
Like it adds up really fucking quick when you start looking at it. And I don't know. But this is probably my last like big game that
Hi,
I'm going to
good to
play.
have you back.
Um That's kind of a big thing, but I don't really like anything that I have. I don't really care about having like it's not. I'm perfectly fine being in a Cutlass Black, so I don't really care about having the big ships. So anything that I have when the game comes out, like I'm just gonna let people use it or whatever, and that's basically what it is. I'll crew it. I like repairing shit, honestly. Like my favorite ship in the game is probably the SRV. I don't know if you know what that is, but it's a little tow truck. I don't know. It's technically not a starter ship. It's like 160 bucks on the store though. It's a little Argo SRV. It's uh it's it's basically just a tow truck though. So it's you go out and used to it broke so they don't let you do it anymore, but used to you could go out and you could hook up and tow ships and you could quantum with it in tow and like so I would go out and find broken ships and I would tow them back to the station and repair them at the station and use them. And there's a lot of cool stuff that you could do with the SRV, um, but it doesn't have any guns.
I mean, it definitely sounds like an interesting thing.
Yeah, well, like the thing they said originally with it was, like in the future you're supposed to be able to like tow asteroids and stuff. So I was like, salvage ships, you can tow the ships, because this is something that we used to do is that you go out and you would tow the ship and you put it in a pile, and all the salvage missions you could basically complete them by just moving the ship. So then you put them into a big pile, and then you take your salvage ships, and they just sit in one area, and they salvage, and they don't have to move, and the tow truck can just drag them to them. And so, like, you can use it in salvage, you can use it in mining, you can use it in repair because you can like tow ships back to the stations and stuff to repair it. You can use it for yourself. It doesn't have guns on it, but like if you have a partner, they can get into the ship that you like tow behind it and then activate
Hmm.
the self-destruct, and then you slingshot the ship at somebody, and they jump out, and it'll self-destruct. Basically, you just carry around a big bomb, and then like if you have we carried like a ballista or whatever behind it in the past as well, so you can basically like carry another ship behind it and use its weapons as like combat ship. Um, and then like cargo, it has like 12 SCU of cargo on it, but if you tow like a Connie or something behind it, then you basically have like 100 SCU of cargo. You just like slowly transfer it to the ship, and then since people aren't really looking around for like SRVs, like there's people that are like PvP players that don't think about an SRV. You just fly right by them. And then if
Hmm.
you're doing missions and you're loading cargo up on like a towed like wreck and you leave it in space, even if you get shot down, the wreck's still in space, so you can just fly back to it and grab it. So it's like it's a really good ship. I really like it. And the Crucible they said was supposed to have a tow function when it originally came out, but we don't. I don't know if they're gonna let you keep it or not like that. I hope they do, because like the towing is so flexible, man. I like it. But yeah, that's probably my favorite ship. But I really liked messing. You can't do it anymore, but in the past, uh, like when I was towing stuff, you had to go
Hmm.
onto the ship and then get into the pilot seat to make it to where it wasn't an enemy ship, and then you could tow it. That way you didn't get a crime stat. And some of the ships, if you knew how to flip the levers manually and stuff, you could still turn them on. And then you used to be able to have a menu and you would click on it and it would have like all of the thrusters and everything on the ship that was powered, and you could sit there and flip them like on and off to like balance out the thrusters on the ship and fly it and like go fix it up and stuff. So like I would do that for like 40 minutes to an hour. I would just sit there fucker with the thrusters to get it to fly straight, and like it made me feel cool. Like and like the big thing on this game is like it's the only game that when I lose I feel like I win, because like if you get into like a combat situation like above a planet and say like your
Hmm.
your Connie gets disabled and it just drifts down into the planet and then it crashes on the surface. I like that a lot. Like every time it
Or you,
crashes and I survive, you're like, oh shit, I gotta survive on this alien planet now.
my favorite thing is you're in the middle of a firefight. I know it's probably just a glitch in the game, but you get hit and then you lose your altimeter. So you have no idea how close the ground is, and you're sitting there decoupled, spinning around the ship, and you slam right into the fucking planet because you didn't realize you were going backwards and you didn't know how close it was.
Hmm.
That to I mean, I know it's probably a glitch in the game, but that's kind of realistic. I mean, you can get hit and lose instrumentation in a ship,
I think
even in aircraft today.
things are even gonna get crazier in the future too. Like if they do everything that they say they want to do, like with the maelstrom and all that, and even like the lightning and stuff, like the lightning hitting ships and like disabling them in atmosphere and stuff. Like, God, there's so much stuff. Like, just imagine like so like right now they have the copians and the birds and they're putting in a worm on a planet. But in the future, you could crash on a planet, have no fucking idea where you are or what alien like what animals are there. And then it's like the middle of night, you're crashed, you're like, how the fuck do I get this ship running? And then you just hear like growls and shit outside of your ship. You want to do like you could have face huggers and shit out there, you know?
Hmm.
Like that's crazy, and that's what I want. Like on some of these salvage missions and stuff that you go on now, like they'll have like search missions and stuff where you'll go out and find wreckages, and then just randomize it where there's like different creatures and stuff on it would be fucking cool. Because then you'd be like, oh, what happened on this fucking ship, and like what should you bring? That's what I want to see every planet. That's like my big thing right now is like I want to be able to deal with PvP guys and stuff. That way we can go around and see every planet in the game because I want to see like every animal. I want to see every planet. I want to see like what unique things are at, like each place and the aliens and stuff. So it's just it's gonna be a process. That's why I like the Carrack though, because um I don't know if you know what the Carrack is, but
Yeah,
it's
I had one when I was during the free fly. I flew it around thinking that I could use it for cargo, and then I realized that the cargo don't work.
yeah.
So I flew it around like Pac-Man. I'd have a buddy that would throw a bunch of cargo out of it, and I just kind of slowly drift right into it and just om nom nom all the cargo right into the front little hangar. Didn't lock into anything, but it stayed there.
See, if they like took that wall out and then had that whole like the area with the walkway completely flat, then it could be like a
Mm-hmm.
awesome vehicle and cargo ship. But they have the apparently they're partially fixing the cargo for Pyro. Like it's gonna open, but it's not gonna like I guess go to the ground because it'd be too strong, I guess. But I think of
I
that
mean,
ship as like the
fuck,
magic school bus.
even if the cargo doors opened up, just so you could get access to them, that'd be great.
Hmm.
Because then you can actually do something with it for cargo.
I still think because like I want to put vehicles in it, so I'm hoping it still opens big enough to put like a rover or like a rock miner in there. But
Right.
since it since it doesn't go to the ground, I think all you'd have to do is like not put your landing gear down and just hover above the ground and drop the things off. But
Well, with the larger tractor beam, you can pick up most of those ground vehicles.
yeah, I just don't want to do the hassle of like trying to flip them over and stuff, or like if there's players shooting at you and you want to like unload a medical
Hey,
or
back
so.
again, I
But
see.
the
Welcome.
the
Well, I mean, if you're unloading it, just drive out.
yeah,
Hammer down. Just
We got some new inventory
I'm
in.
still not sure
Definitely
what
worth
all can
taking a
fit
look.
in there though, because like we glitched in a Fury like a while back, and it looked like only like one Fury could fit on the side of that, whereas like an Ursa Rover, like two Furies can fit in like the similar spas in Ursa. So I'm hoping it can kind of like hold quite a few
Smart
vehicles
buy.
back there, but we'll have to see. The I don't know if they're ever gonna add like transient jump points anytime soon though, but I think that the
We've got a
Carrack.
lot of
You ever seen the
variety.
Magic School Bus?
yeah.
That's what I think the Carrack kind of is. Like you go and you like find a
Nice to see
transient
you
jump
again.
pole, like, and then you jump through it and you randomly pop up at a planet and you're like, "Oh, what is this?" And then if you get attacked or whatever, you just like go and fly back through the transient jump hole to safety, So like
Hmm.
instead of having to fly through the main gate in Pyro and the pirates camping you or whatever, you just like pop through the back door and you're like, "Oh, yeah." But yeah, it's
Fire off some massive torpedoes at him, and it's like, oh, hey guys, bye guys.
yeah. Well, if you have the turret gunners on there, those turrets actually do have really good coverage, but they took away the size 5s, which I'm kind of. It used to have, I think, one size 5 on the upper turret, and I wish it still had it. But um, that's probably gonna be like my main ship starting out, because um, like I really like the small ships, and I'd probably stick with that. But the Carrack, it's pretty flexible, and I had it like back when it first came out, it was like $200 or something for one of
Hmm.
those. So like at the time, it was like the Connie was like the big deal, and then the Carrack had came out, and I was like, for a similar price, I could get that. Now it's like $600, and it's probably gonna go up more when it gets fixed. But it's got like a crew of like 6 or 8 or something, and I think that you need probably 12 on there to be honest. If because like if you drop people off out of the ship and you only have like a crew of 6, then you can't defend it anymore. And I don't think it's a ship that you want to like land on the ground with like 2 guys because it's.
Yeah.
But it's I'm hoping everything's pretty good. But for the most part, like I want to try and help people like earn their ships in game when the game comes out. So
I didn't realize that the hard points on the Connies were size 5s, because stock it comes with size 4 guns equipped on it.
well, it's size 4 now, but like in the past, at some point it had size 5s on it, but they kept stripping them off and then they took them away. They're all size 4 now.
Oh, that's
But
lame.
yeah, it has really good angles though. Like if you land on the ground at like a 45-degree angle, you can get like the bottom turret, the top turret, and the side turret all shooting like in the same area, like on the ground, and like kill everything. But
Hmm.
the only issue I've had so far, like when, because I flew it around solo for a long time, um, was like the Corsairs and the Connies and stuff. They have size 5 turrets, and so like when you're landed on the ground, um, they could have a longer range than you, and you couldn't defend yourself. So you just have to run because they could set right outside of your range of the size 4 and hit you with their size 5s. But in the future, we're gonna have atmospheric flight and all that good stuff. So they're gonna have to use their VTOLs and things, and that makes it a little bit more difficult probably for them in the future. So especially like the
Yeah.
Corsair, because like you clip one of those wings because it's wings or it's VTOL, so it's not going to be
Hmm.
flying forward very easily. And then if you shoot one of its wings and break it off or something, it's crashing. Like it's going to be pretty nasty. But I hope Pyro, like I don't know what's going to happen with Pyro. They're adjusting the quantum drives and stuff. They're adjusting fuel tanks on ships. They're increasing ammo and like missile prices and stuff. And then we're going to get crafting. So like we don't know what crafting is going to be like. And then the blueprint system is already kind of like, because like as soon as the game comes out, like we need to find a missile launcher blueprint like as quickly as possible, because I'm going to mass produce those things, because you need something to defend yourself against spaceships when you're on the ground, and like tanks and anything else that could possibly pop up. And then like a size 2 missile blueprint or something like that would be
Hmm.
good. But we might all have to go through the storyline. Like, I don't know if you watched Citizen Con, but they showed like all those pathways that you're gonna have to like go through in the storyline to earn certain things. Like, you want a Hornet, you have to go into the military, serve in the military, you know, like storyline and stuff, and then get the blueprint for the Hornet, and then go through a mining route to get your mining vehicles and stuff, and then get the blueprint for a manufacturing plant, and then go and gather all the resources and build your Hornet, which is like, that's crazy. So I don't know.
So you know how I said I was a drug hoarder?
Uh
Smart buy.
I got 60 SCU of Weevil eggs,
damn.
150 of Slam, and 440 of
Hi,
Ultratoxin.
good to have you back.
That's I don't know how much that is. It's a lot of money though.
Yeah, I just too lazy to go drop
Is there
any of it
anything I
off.
can help you with?
See,
Smart buy.
I mean, I dropped some of it off, but when Alan was on, I was having him like pick stuff up for me and sell it for me because I didn't want to drop stuff off. But the salvage yards, I don't know. I don't know if you can sell the SU boxes somewhere else, but like I had to go to the salvage yards to sell those smaller ones.
I should
Yeah,
see you again.
I think there's only like 4 or 5 places that you can take all drugs to and sell them. Each drug individually, I think, has like 6 places you can sell it. But I think it's only 4 you can take all of them to and sell them at the one spot.
Hmm. I feel like
The only one I've been to is the hell is it?
damn.
Something scrap and recycling or something like that.
Yeah.
Reclamation,
Yeah, reclamation
recycling.
disposal.
That one.
Yeah.
That's the only one I've been to. So.
Yeah, there's that in Brio's Breaker Yards. Brio's Breaker Yards usually like where people camp a lot. But
And that's the main reason I don't want to go drop it off. I mean, yeah, it's worth more if I can sell it than sitting in my storage, but it's mine. I worked hard for it.
yeah, can't really complain with it there. I wonder what's gonna happen when Pyro's out though. Like, is it gonna be um
I could see uh Stanton being a whole lot less dangerous to go around and do stuff like this on, because I can see a lot of the guys that want the PvP and all that just straight up living over there.
see, but I don't know if they're gonna have the drug missions like they do now, when it comes, because like if Pyro produces drugs and Stanton, I guess, produces guns and ammo, then or like meds and stuff, then you'd have trade going between the two systems. And so like people would be trying to smuggle drugs in, and people would be trying to get medical supplies and ammo and shit to Pyro. So that's already like I don't like. Are they gonna keep the missions here? Like I could easily see them take like Jump Town and stuff and move it to Pyro. I don't know. Or they keep it here and then they just have you can buy drugs cheaper in Pyro maybe. But
I don't know. I think I've gotten all but like 7 SCU total of all that stuff from doing bounty missions. Just soft killing the target and then stealing their cargo.
hmm, I'm
So
tempted to just
that's where I
start.
get all my drugs.
Yeah, well
I mean,
like
you gotta grind it out till you can get up to like the HRTs before you start getting anything good.
yeah.
I got a buddy that's got the ERTs, so every time he's on, if he doesn't feel like doing them, he just shares it to me, and I'll go off and do it myself.
Yeah, that's
I
probably
mean,
the
for the
best way.
most part, you get uh, like last night, there was uh 3 Hercules, two of one orientation, and one of the bomber, and a Connie. So the only thing that was really shooting at you was the Connie. So you take the Connie out, you can take out all the Hercules at your leisure. And just in that section alone, we got, I think it was like 57 SCU of drugs from just those few, plus various SCU of legal goods that were good enough to grab.
Yeah. And I mean if you did salvage too, then you could that'd basically
Yeah,
be a
and
mill.
it was me and my Connie, and then the other two were in a reclaimer. One guy was in the turret and the other guy was flying until the ship started going down, and then if it was just like a couple ships that weren't really going to do a lot, he started sitting there and cracking things.
Yeah, makes good money. There's I don't know.
But he
I've been
didn't know that you could do the auto unload, so we tried to do the self-destruct thing to dump all the cargo out of it.
oh yeah.
Well, they were too close. Both died in the hangar, and then all the boxes in the ship disappeared.
Well, there's that thing
So,
that dumps them out the back too, because like it works in the hangar too.
well,
It's like a
the
weird
the
thing though.
with that they complain about it all the time, but sometimes they get stuck and then they stop glitching through it,
Yeah.
and then you're spending a up to an hour sometimes just trying to get everything unstuck.
No, you close the door and then you reopen it. It'll pop them out when you close it.
Yeah.
It is
Yeah.
like yeah, we had to like mess with it and figure it out too, and the last time we were messing with it, but it works pretty good. The
But yeah, now apparently, even if it's not, I tested it with my Connie. I don't know if it works with the bigger ships, but I tested it and I put a bunch of stuff around the cargo that's not like locked on anything,
uh
just to see if when I stored it, if I could go sell the stuff that was in it, even though it wasn't locked in, and I could, and it let me sell it,
hmm.
even if it wasn't locked on a cargo grid. So that might be a way to do it. Just do the auto unload. It does say it gives you it gave me like a minute and 30 seconds to sell the like 14 SCU I had out of it.
See,
So I
yeah,
mean, you can't call your ship for that amount of time, but once it gives you a countdown timer in your ship thing. So
yeah,
I
they
mean, I
have
guess if you have a jam-packed reclaimer, you could just store it, have them auto unload it, and go grab
Welcome
another
to the
reclaimer
ASOP
and go
vehicle
do the
retrieval
same thing and
system.
just cycle that shit.
yeah. I mean, that's pretty like if you do that, it's pretty good, but you have to have a chain. It's well, I mean, you can do it solo, but like if you want to unload the boxes, then you have to do a chain. But I really wonder if they're gonna keep the salvage missions and stuff the way they are, because like I feel like they're gonna spread them out eventually, where the reclaimer can't salvage as much in Stanton. or something, because it's a lot of money that you can get from like
Well, that's why you just make your own salvage missions. You sit there and you do the bounties and you just soft kill everything, take what cargo you want, and then crack the rest.
Yeah,
That's
I mean
pretty much what we were doing.
that's what
We did 3 ERTs before I was full, and by the time they were done cracking everything, they the looking inside of it, I'd say you'd probably be able to fit 5, maybe 6 more boxes before it just wouldn't put out any more boxes because you have nowhere else to put them.
it's just hard to find the people to do it with the reclaimers, because all the people that I know that like do bounties and stuff, they don't want to do salvage. They just want the drugs. And then all
Mm-hmm.
the people that want to do salvage, they don't want to fight, so they just want to do salvage. And so like it's hard to get enough people on there. But you get like 1 or 2 reclaimers, you can crunch stuff real quick. Like it's
I mean, you just got to kind of join up with the people that like I was doing last night. I don't want to necessarily do the salvage part of it, but my buddies liked doing the salvage part of it. I liked shooting things and stealing their cargo, so I'm sitting there as the heavy hitter, and they're sitting there as the cleanup crew.
yeah.
So you just kind of form alliances between the combat pilots and the salvage pilots.
Well,
Combat pilots kill them. You got the salvage guys that go in there and take the cargo and crack the ship,
I don't know how this
or
would
the
work.
combat guys takes the cargo or whatever.
I don't know how exactly this would work, but I haven't seen anyone do it. But I've heard that the Polaris can technically hold like 1,000 SU of cargo if you fill up their hangar. So like they have like
Uh,
250 or
the
500 underneath it.
the grid
Yes, visitors again.
alone underneath
Goodbye.
of it holds 520.
Yeah,
But the downside is unloading it. You'd have to find a place that has the extra large hangar you can dock it in, and there's only like 3 or 4 places that have that.
yeah,
So whatever you load in there would have to be able to be sold at those places.
I don't know how to dock that ship. It seems so. If you could land it, I mean, you could go to Lorville or something. But a Grimhex
Yeah, I
with
mean
an extra large,
you go to one of the
can it
you
physically
go to one
land
of
in an
the
extra large hangar?
yeah.
Okay.
During the free fly, I landed one at Orison just to see if it could.
So I don't know why they have you dock it if they could just open up an extra large hangar, but I mean, um,
Well, at Orison at least, there's only one extra large hangar. So if
yeah.
somebody else has it, they're gonna make you dock.
Well, yeah, but I mean, Grimhex is the same way as the top hangars, extra large.
Hmm.
But I could see that being a good, like, if you can sell the scrap out of it without needing it to be on a cargo grid, then you could just dump it into the hangar in the top,
Hmm.
and you'd be good. Because you just eject it straight from the reclaimer into the hangar, and you're solid. So that would be interesting. I don't know if you could get an Atlas up there. I think there's an elevator in the front. But that could be good because then you could use the size 6 gun on the ERTs, and then you could
Hmm.
salvage them.
I think the reclaimer just needs it needs a slight rework to where that back hatch folds all the way open instead of just coming down.
Yeah. Well, they're gonna eventually change some of it anyway. Also, the drone doors apparently started opening on top of it, so drones might be coming eventually. We'll have to see. Um, I almost feel like the drones are gonna end up being like like I don't know. People keep thinking like the drones are gonna be like they go and they hole scrape, and maybe that'll be what they do is they just go out there and they help you hole scrape. But I would really like it if the drones went out there and like cut off engines and stuff for you, and then you could just like take the engines off,
Yeah,
shove them in your
go
body.
out and grab all the components off of it before you crack it.
Yeah, because That'd be pretty interesting. But the ship was supposed to get it's supposed to get reworked at some point because it's really old. Um, the back salvage area is supposed to get fixed at some point because they kind of just like temporarily changed it to where it kind of works. And then originally it was supposed to have like a kind of like a snub ship on it that was for salvage crews, but it was called the
Hmm.
cutter. But now they have a cutter ship. But it was supposed to be like a trolley that had salvage tools that you could like EVA out to a ship and like cut into the side of the ship. But
Hmm.
that could eventually pop up again at some point. You don't really know. It's the same thing with the Starfare. It's supposed to get reworked at some point on the inside. So don't really know what's gonna happen with those. Connie's supposed to get fixed up at some point too, but I don't know if it's getting reworked. It might just get a gold pass. Um, I would like for them to improve the Connie a little bit. It'd be nice. But
I just want the ability to swap out engines, like your regular thruster engines,
Welcome to the
something
ASOP
even
vehicle
more
retrieval
to
system.
like more or less maneuverable, however you want to build it up.
more or less maneuverable. Oh, like upgrades.
Yeah,
Yeah.
do it how
Please
build
use
it
it
up
as
however
needed.
like if you're going to use
Welcome
it
to the
for
ASOP
just
vehicle
cargo
retrieval
for
system.
like getting the Taurus and all that, you can put it to something that moves faster but
Vehicle
doesn't
selected.
maneuver
Stand
very
by.
well. Or if you're going to use it for combat,
Your vehicle
it
has
goes
been
a little
delivered to
bit
the following.
slower but maneuvers better.
Well, the
Something like
blueprint
that.
system is supposed to do something like that, sort of. But I've been also like, I've been thinking about something for a little while with the Taurus because no one ever talks about it. Um, being a medical ship, but technically it kind of is because like you can fit. I'm pretty sure you can fit two Ursa rovers on there, so you could fit two medical Ursas. So you'd have the same beds as like uh fuck, what's it called? The Cutlass Red, and it has a
Hmm.
tractor beam, and it has cargo still on the back. So technically, it's kind of a better medical ship in a way.
I don't know. For all the ships I flew during the free
Welcome
fly,
to the
the
ASOP
Connie was the one
vehicle
I liked the
retrieval system.
best.
Oh, it's definitely one of the best ships because, well, originally it was Chris Roberts' favorite ship. It was supposed to be the end game ship before the game's scope changed. Essentially, they
Became bigger.
yeah, I mean, because
Your
like
insurance
originally the
code
game
has
was
been
going to be more
sent.
like Starfield, and then
Hmm.
they increased the scope. So now we got all this craziness going on.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, I don't know because I haven't been following it for the whole time, but looking back and all that, I don't think they realized how popular it was going to get.
Probably not, no.
So
But
they realized how popular it was going to be, then they started listening to a bunch of feedback, and then it was like, oh, we can implement that. Oh, we can implement that. Oh, we can implement that.
yeah, I think they kind of like I don't know, they kind of overdo it a bit. Like I know that there was a lot of it that they thought they could do, but they probably couldn't. So like it's hard for you to tell like if they're just like excited or if they're actually just like telling you like sweet nothing so that you invest into it. But
Hmm.
it was like a perfect storm, I think, when and like the stuff that they showed originally, because like you have like a bunch of older people. A lot of the games and stuff were like kind of crap. Like they were starting to fall off back then. And then a lot of the good games, it just they don't have like anything long term. Like there's nothing that was holding you into a game long term. Like even MMOs, like Guild Wars 2 and stuff, the storylines weren't super great. All you were really doing was farming stuff all the time. And then like this game shows up and it reminds you of like StarCraft and um like Red Alert, like those really old games, the old artworks that you don't really see anymore. And then they have like aliens and all that. And then MMO, R-rated MMO now. So like they could do all kinds of crazy stuff there if they wanted to. It's just, and it's not even like a shooter game. Like when it comes to shooter games, this is about as big of a shooter game as you could possibly want. Like there's not any other game that I can think of that has this much space with like the ability to shoot guns at each other, and then like the spaceships and everything else on top of it. So now it's just there's so much. Like, why would you play a flight sim game if the flight in this game gets realistic enough to be a flight sim? You know, because you could also race, flight sim, do all this other stuff, shoot, explore, and then it's so much in one. Like it was like as soon as it got enough money, like it was kind of hard to fail because like even now, like if it was going to fail, the guys who've put like $40,000 in it would be like, well, I could drop another $1,000,
Hmm.
and then it's like just keeps going, It's kind of crazy when you think about it, but hopefully, I mean, I hope the game goes a long time, but like you imagine like 20 years from now, if they keep like adding stuff to the game, then it's gonna get crazy. But at what point are people gonna get like upset? Like you already have things now where like there's a split between people that like really want to like spend their time playing the game instead of like traveling places and stuff and like spending
Mm-hmm.
15 minutes in warp, and then you have like people that want things super realistic where like you have engine blowouts and lightning strikes hitting your ship, and their maelstrom system, if that ever comes in to where like somebody rams you and then you get a big ass dent in the side of your ship and a hallway's like closed off, like how do you balance between those players, I guess, is a big one. Because like if the casuals like die out, most games that I see, like when the casuals go, the PvP players start going and stuff, and the whole game dies. And then on the flip side, if it's super hardcore, like I'm not even gonna want to be here all the time if it's super hard. It's part of the reason I didn't play games like I don't know if I ever played Eve. It's like 20 years old, so I might have at one point. But I remember a lot of those like space games with you. There was so many of them. There's like 500 different ones where it's just like you have your spaceship and you go around and you get blown up and you lose your spaceship, so you got to get another one, and you would just run into people and they'd be killing you repeatedly, and you'd like keep losing your shit. And it's like I didn't play those games because I didn't want to deal with it. So it's kind of hard. It's I don't know. Like it's gonna be a balancing act for sure. I hope they have a good storyline. Like a lot of people, they don't care about the storyline in the game. They don't want Star Citizen to have a storyline. But like I like storylines in MMOs. I play the storyline like if it's a good story. That's like my favorite thing to do is like you go back to the starting zones, you find new players, and you just fucking grind the storyline. And then like you get to see
Yeah.
all their reactions. They're like, "Holy shit!" And you're like, "Yeah, man." You know what? This is like Guild Wars 1. I don't know if you ever played that, but it, it's not like a game that's like super crazy. Like the graphics and stuff aren't crazy, but the missions and stuff are hard enough to where people needed help doing them to some degree. And then the storyline was like good enough, or like the bosses and stuff are good enough that like you were like, oh shit, like Shiro Tagachi. He was like the dude with the Canton expansion with that game, and it's not like the storyline was super complex. Basically, you had like it's basically China, and they got hit by a plague. But there's like a whole bunch of other stuff. Basically, there's like gods and stuff involved, and some sort of fortune teller lady. I have my own theory about what was going on, but Shiro Tagachi was like the defender of the emperor, like his personal like top guard, and then he ends up betraying the emperor during like a ceremony and causing the Jade Sea like thing. So he basically like turned all of the oceans into jade. Um, but when you fight him like in the final boss, you'll be like fighting him and he'll banish you to the fucking underworld. So it had people like rage so fucking hard at him that he became like ingrained in people's memory like all the game, and they would just go back to that mission afterwards just to kick his ass. Like that was just what people did. Like you know,
Like,
and
remember me, motherfucker? I'm gonna kick your ass.
yeah. And that's the stuff where like I would do the missions over and over and do that with people because like you just get to see their reaction like the first time they fight them and they're just like holy fuck and it's like yeah uh, you know. And then Guild Wars 2 came out and they did this whole dynamic thing and it was like supposed to make it to where all the missions were going to be different all the time and they had like world events and they wanted global bosses and they made giant ass dragons that were like the size of continents. And then you know, the first thing that happened was like the world bosses were really fucking hard and people complained about it. And so they like it was that and like the meta players were doing like they always do high DPS builds
Mm-hmm.
and the bosses were immune to critical damage. So they would be trying to like kill the bosses and they couldn't because they were immune to crit damage. And then the boss was kicking their ass because they maxed out damage and they didn't have no defense.
All they can do is crit damage, and they can't
Yeah.
do anything else.
So they complained about it until the guys nerfed that and they made them basically take crit damage. And then all that happened was is that you had thousands of players or whatever like group because also the bosses were supposed to scale up for how many players were there. They're supposed to get harder. But what
Mm-hmm.
ended up happening though was basically the boss spawns and then they like instantly nuke it and people just go and farm the stuff all the time. So the open world and shit super boring, you know, and it just like killed the game. And then they had to make more high-end content because those same meta players wanted high-end like raids and stuff that like were super difficult and like weird and challenging and stuff. And so they
Mm-hmm.
had to focus on making content for those guys, and then their storyline went to the shit and was super easy. So like you can just autopilot the storyline and it's just a whole bunch of people talking and then the AI can kill everything for you. So it's like, you know, and that
It's
just kills games. But I mean,
stopped
it's a
being fun.
yeah. I mean, for all the original Guild Wars players, we kind of died out. But what happened was is that people from World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy and all of those guys, they came into the game. So the game is popular and people play it a lot now, and it's a pretty successful MMO. But all of us that liked the old Guild Wars just don't really care about all that. Like it doesn't. We like came in for the story, and then the story was bad, and we can't help each other because the storyline's too easy. And even if you wanted to, it's really tedious to like travel around, and you can't, um, you can't really like see where their mission marker is, so you can't lead them to where they need to go and you can't
Mm-hmm.
help them do the mission really much any faster. And even though you're supposed to get de-leveled when you go to places, you kill them super easy. And then they added mounts to the game where, because like they added like giant bunnies and shit, which wasn't ever a part of like the first game. So they got all these like crazy mounts going on, and people got the mounts and they stopped talking to each other and they stopped there's no communication with anybody. They just get on their mount and they ride solo and they autopilot. So it's difficult to do much of anything to that game compared to the first game where like the community in the first game was so well knit. Like you knew everybody. There was people that would run the same missions all the time to help people. There was people that did like farming runs. There was a few areas that you could actually farm. There wasn't like mounts and stuff, but like the important weapons are like really cool weapons. Like you knew them when you saw them. And like Guild Wars 2, like everything that they came out with just got more and more shiny and weird. Like it looked like BDSM armor, and then it was like shining, or like people were naked and shit, and their bodies were like glowing, and like so everybody became a giant flashlight on the game, and it just compared to like the armors that they used to put, like when the game first came out, they had really cool like realistic armor like they did in the first game, and you can make a ton of cool combinations. And then they just stopped making it, and they just went to like, this is a bunch of weird stuff. It's still an okay game. It's just there's not a point to like play it long term unless you want to grind and like run in circles. Same thing with like Tarkov. Like I played Tarkov for a long time, probably one of the best shooters I've ever played. I got really good at it, and I ended up leaving because it was like I had no reason to play. Like after you made a bunch of money and your thing's full of loot, there wasn't nothing to do, and then like survival games like Ark or Scum, like you survive and you get a bunch of stuff, and then you have a bunch of dinosaurs that you have to feed every day.
Yeah, I have on Xbox 685 days played in Ark.
Damn.
I have done everything on every map that has come out for it
I didn't even play
multiple
all the maps.
times, and it got to the point to where I was selling things for like real life currency,
Mm,
and I was making decent money doing it. I was probably making about an extra $1,500 a month selling stuff for a video game, whether it be seats to boss fights and ascensions or top stat dinos and shit because I got heavy into the breeding thing or whatever. But it got to the point to where I'd get home from work, I'd start it up, I'd sit there and I'd grind away at it mindlessly, and then I wouldn't go to bed till like 3 o'clock in the morning, and then wake up at 7:30, end up being late for work. And
yeah.
I was like, it's just, even if I was to do it all day, every day, it wouldn't have made me enough money to pay all my bills. So I had to kind of stop playing it. So I kind of slowly quit playing it and slowly got rid of stuff in it. And fuck, I haven't gone back to it now for like, it's been 3 years now.
Yeah,
It's all I would do. I mean, I'd come home, I'd do that. I mean, I would get pissed off when I ran out of food in the house and I had to go grocery shopping because I couldn't sit there and continue doing that. And I kind of realized that this is a problem.
well, that's kind of the benefit of like what Guild Wars 2 did, was that like you weren't really forced to play the game. Like there wasn't no reason to go and like grind like that. But like Arc stuff, um I never
They're
played
towards
all the
the
map,
end.
but it's
They're
there.
towards the end with Genesis 1 and 2, and they came out with cryopods, and then they made the cryopods to where you could like pod a baby dinosaur, and wherever its like puddle timer was is where it would stay until you threw it back out, and then they wouldn't lose food or
Yeah,
anything like that. So it made it to where you didn't have to know life it anymore. But I mean,
they got
by the time that came out, I was already so done with it because all I was doing was getting on and doing the same shit day after day for almost a year.
well, the space mech stuff is what kind of like threw me off on the game in the first place, because I was like, I don't really care about laser beams and jetpacks and shit. But also like where I think where they first fucked up was that, so like I was like an original backer of the game, so like I got all the games for like $10, but
Mm-hmm.
I never really played all of them. I played the first Island, and then I played Ragnarok for the most part, and I didn't really do anything with the other ones. And but like when the game was first coming out, they had a point where they were gonna nerf flyers so people couldn't use them as well. And then,
It did.
well, the player base like raged about it, and they didn't end up nerfing them like they were going to in the first. Like I think they did a little bit, but like originally they didn't want people using them to like go and farm metals and shit and then fly back and all that. And I was like, they could still technically do it, because like you could just get a bigger flock of birds and like do all that, but it'd be a lot bigger hassle. And I was fine
Mm-hmm.
with that, but like they did that and it killed the ground game, because like nobody used ground mounts really at all. They just fly around all the time, or they get a dragon, and then and you try to go by ground, and like every 2 feet you would have to fight like alphas and gigas and shit, and it was just impossible. And
What's up, man?
not much, just talking to Fueled by Spite. We tried to do some Idris missions and stuff.
Mm.
What were y'all doing?
We were preventing interest missions.
Oh, you're killing people.
Yeah, we decided to side with the not save Stanton side
Did
for
y'all
the night.
leave a Polaris somewhere by chance?
I haven't broke one out in a while.
Oh, I was just wondering. There was like a random abandoned Polaris at one of the mission sites, and I took it, so I didn't know if like.
Oh, that's entirely possible. The one that I dumped or I dumped torqued.
Yeah, Like
Oh, we
they're
came in with like Invite was fighting just random got in a random fighting match with some org, and
you got into a
they
fight.
invited him over, and we started hanging out with them, and we were shooting out at fucking at one of the Idris
Oh, you're just
missions.
talking about like a gunfight, like in the game,
Yeah,
not like a verbal fight.
no, not like that. It was just like a they saw Invite and Postage out there fucking around with each other and like joined in, and then next thing you know, they were fighting each other.
Were y'all
And
on
they
what's his name? Fuck is his name? The dude who has the Polaris's ship.
no, no, we're trying not to.
Was his name Mad Dog or something?
Mars.
Oh, Mars. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I was curious.
He's it's get the Polaris shit's getting old. These guys actually are trying to set up a bomber squadron. I guess they already have a couple of guys,
Hmm.
and that's kind of where I'm at on it. And I'm like, I kind of like that style of combat because all I do is just do freaking like lassos.
Yeah, I like the Eclipse and stuff as well. Or today I shot the shit out of Gladiator and it just would not die, so like I'm kind of like
Those
eyeballing the Gladiator
gladiators
a little
are
bit.
beasts, man. Like everybody sleeps on it because they don't have as many guns, but like they're
Well,
absolutely tanks.
I got to
You
thinking
don't
about
need a
it.
lot of guns. It can take a lot of beatings.
Yeah,
Well, it has like a lot of missiles and stuff, but when we were looking at the fuck, I don't even know what we were talking about the other day with like putting gladiators or eclipses or whatever in the ships to like use for like anti-sub, like whatever could kill a retaliator.
yeah,
Um the helicopters that they use like in the military, they use them for like search and rescue and they pick people up. And then so I
yeah,
was looking at the Gladiator and I was like, that second seat could just be like a search and rescue seat. Like you go and you pick up a fighter pilot and then he arms the gun.
yep.
You go in, you shoot your torps, you pick up the dude, you fight your way back.
Kind of way I've looked at them is they're really good. Like they're good single man ships. Like you don't get the like. All right, so the only thing I can compare it to is like its effectiveness is the SB2C or whatever it is on War Thunder. The one you get for like if you're trying to build up the American side, it's the aircraft you get for freaking ever because you get like three models of it in order to build down on the bomber tree, right?
I
So
haven't played War Thunder, but I'm just
it will it's you're missing out on some of like you're not getting 450s, you're getting 250s, right?
hmm.
So but you can actually sit there and just tank shots all day. It's the same thing. It's the SB2C of this world. It's just if you can fly those, you're freaking golden. And once you realize that that's what it is, you can kind of fly it the same way and get away with the same shit.
I was
I
kind of
like it. I like it. It's small. It fits into places, and I can throw up to 37 missiles onto it,
hmm.
and then
I think it has a pretty
or I can
decent range though as well, like its fuel
yeah.
range,
Oh, I can get from Arc L4 to Crusader. So
but it's a lot bigger than other fighters, you'd say.
no, it's about the same size as a Hornet.
No, I'm saying like its fuel tank is bigger.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Because like I was curious about that the other day, because like we were talking about like having a wing of fighters that like fly around and defend you, and then they can just like
yep,
refill. Because I was
yep.
like, if you move ships to a planet, and then you could unload the ships off the top deck of like a Kraken or something, and you could just land the fighters on it when you're on the planet, because you don't need those ships on top of the, you know, so like they could just escort you there and then land afterwards. But yeah, I don't know. I like the Gladiator. I wonder how hard it's gonna be to like earn in game.
You have a freaking Retaliator pledge. You get it for free. That's what I'm honestly trying to pledge a Retaliator so I get the Gladiator for free too.
Yeah, it's like 100 and well, like the Retaliator's like what 170.
175.
Yeah, and the Gladiator's like 165.
technically it's 300 to get all the modules right now. It's 300,
Yeah.
but I'm gonna end up getting them anyway. So I'm gonna be pledging a retaliator on the first of the year.
Anyway, man, I'm going to bed.
All right, man.
Stayed up way too late.
I see
All
it.
right. Chat,
All
chat with you later.
All right, man. But yeah, he was doing cargo and stuff. Apparently they do like ERTs and drugs and stuff, but he also does like cargo. He's a new player though.
I
Um,
got you.
but I was just like, if he wanted to come in here and play with y'all guys, I'm down with it. But 'cause at this point, I think like everyone in here, like we all have like a bunch of other groups that we play with, so we're just kind of like
That's what's
playing like,
happened. It's just turns it into like literally, dude. All of my Discord is nothing but Star Citizen. I have like 85 different. Like I don't have that many, but I'm. If I had all the ones that I've been in, I'd have like 15 just different orgs,
yeah.
and they're all like 5 and 6 man orgs.
Yeah, I'm fine like just having people to chill with and stuff.
Yeah,
Like it's not a big deal. But what I'm kind of curious about is so like when Pyro comes out, I know that probably I don't know how the players are going to be split. Like if PvP players are going to try and lock down Pyro or not. But the server, the shard size or whatever I heard was going up to like 500, which is quite a
that's what they
lot.
were playing on the on the EPTU.
Yeah. So if you can get a decent enough amount of people together, I mean, you might be able to be a big enough portion of the shard that people just wouldn't want to fuck with you, but
Oh,
it's
that's
still
what
a
they're
lot.
already planning on. Like these guys, some of these guys are already planning on that, just trying to take over like the contested zones. And I'm like, I mean, you guys can do that, dude, but I'm gonna go and make money for the first portion so that I have the ability to like load up my torps and whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, I could wait to do the contested zone. I want to learn the map at some point. And
Yeah.
the thing is that you're gonna have people fucking with you because they're just gonna set in there, and
Yep.
it's already gonna be hard enough. But
That's where I'm at on it. It's like I'll figure that out when I have the ability for the FPS guys to. And see, that's the thing too. Is like I don't want to be an FPS guy, and some of the shit I'm gonna have to.
yeah.
So,
Well, it's kind of like the cargo thing with me. Like I've been fine moving cargo and salvage and stuff, and then I was trying to do
mm,
this phase 4, and I was just like, I do not want to move another fucking box. I'm so tired of it. Like, cause I went here like 2 or 3 times and like manually unloaded my cargo and shit, and then the thing I came with the big load, and the fucking space station fucked up, and I was like,
mm.
I couldn't land or anything, and I was like, God damn.
You gotta. There's a way to do it. You gotta basically game it, man.
But,
You gotta call all, get all of the same mission, get all the supplies for the same mission.
mm,
One of them is only 4 SCU, and then you collect up 4 SCU of all the materials, and then you just send it down or send it all down, and then bring up enough for that mission, and then call the mission, and then send it down. Do it. You bring up enough for the mission, wait for the mission to populate again, get the same mission, call the shit down.
yeah.
I can't remember which one it is, but it's like one of them. It's like you don't get more than that 4 SCU.
I mean, that's what basically was my plan. I just didn't have enough copper. I tried to get copper here, and I don't have a ton of
Uh,
titanium here either, and my tungsten's running out. So I figure I'll probably try to pay some people, but just bring it. But I don't know. The I'm I still think like I want to do FPS, not necessarily in the contested zone forever. Like I could see that if you're like a small group of people or something, but it's just like all the stuff that people don't do, like because like everyone buys mining ships and everything else, and I'm just like, what's in the caves? and all that now. Like they're gonna have the gemstones and stuff, but there's gonna be different materials for people that are hand mining and hand salvaging or whatever. And like I don't necessarily like I'm fine like salvaging and crunching ships and like making money off of it, but I really like going into the ship and figuring out, what was going on and like what parts and shit are in there more so than like the money side of it. And like I'll fly ships and stuff, but I feel like the ground is going to be important at some point. Um,
I'm just looking at the bomber side of it more
yeah,
because I'm actually like I'm digging it. I can fly I can fly a tally
I mean it feels good,
single seater.
like shooting a torp off and like seeing that big hit. It feels really good.
Oh no, that
It's
thing
just,
fucking I seen one of them explode in my face today too though.
yeah.
Oh yeah, dude, about 50 feet off the freaking nose of my tally, it just exploded. I was probably 500 yards from Polaris.
See, I'm a fan of the Eclipse. Like I haven't practiced with it. I'm not like super good with it, but I always like, especially when you had like ground targets, you just go out of atmosphere, you turn off your engines, and you just coast and just dive bomb straight down, and then you like turn everything on at the last second, fire your torp off, and fucking book.
Uh,
That stuff is I like that. But like even that stuff though is like the price of the torps and stuff are going up, and then they're gonna have anti-air turrets and who knows
Oh,
whatever the hell PDSs.
that's why my one um my main ship is gonna be my Star Runner,
Yeah.
but my tally is gonna be the ship that the Star Runner works for, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So everything that I do monetarily wise will be sank into the tally
See, I want to like,
because I'm gonna have to do that. Like that's gonna be my role. You know what I mean? I figured
well,
that and probably Gladiator. Like I'm not a fighter pilot. I don't do the fighter stuff very well.
oh, I'm
I
not a
can
fire
joust
pilot
with you.
either.
I can joust with you, and I can kind of screw around. Like I'll go into Arena Commander and like fight with a C1. You know what I mean? I don't care about that, but like I don't try to do that in the PU. You
Well,
know?
I know they're nerfing it right now, but that's why I think like the missiles, like we should focus on missiles if we are in the future. Like it basically be a bomber, but with your fighter, and we shouldn't get involved in you know, a jet fight like dogfighting
Yeah.
until we run out of missiles. And that's because like if someone comes with fighter ships and we have enough turrets, you can just be like, "Fuck off, we got turrets," and you like shoot them down. But like the missiles, I think are pretty important. Like they're gonna be a big deal.
Those torps are it's the Polaris killer.
But like I don't see it being like I don't see like for me, it's not like I
I
get on
blew
it.
an engine off. I blew an engine off today.
Yeah, I mean that stuff is
Oh, like,
cool, but like I'm saying like I don't see me like getting on every day and like getting into a fighter jet and
oh
that's what
no.
I do all day every day. I see it
Mm.
like you get on like I like 90% of everything that I got pretty much at this point is just like don't fuck with me while I'm doing shit. Like it's basically that's all it is. Like even to
Yeah,
me like the Polaris, it's the don't fuck with me because I got a size 10 torpedo I could hit you with. And
yeah.
you don't want to use it at all. And then you go like let's say like two systems, you have Stanton and Pyro. You load up on ammo and meds or whatever else. You go from Stanton, you're armored out to the teeth. You go drop it off and
Mm.
sell it at Pyro. You make a shit ton of money. Then you go and you like start trying to farm the worm or whatever. And in that whole situation, you shouldn't be using any missiles or torps or anything unless something really big comes at you and people try to fuck with you. And
I
then
agree.
you make your money, you come back, you upgrade your ships like your Star Runner, your Connies, you upgrade your main ships that you like flying all the time, you upgrade the fleet a little bit, and then you just kind of go about your day doing that. It's just,
See, my thing is gonna be, and that's why I'm keeping the Star Runner, man. Like, I want to like apart. Like, I'm even thinking like right now to myself, like, how can I get those fucking torp consoles, right? because honestly, right now, the way I kind of want to run my tally
Mm.
is just two in the rear and cargo in the front.
Is the bigger cargo one? Is it bigger?
No, but
Oh,
the two prevents me. It gives me my don't fuck with me,
yeah.
but it doesn't. It isn't putting me into debt
Well, I
by
thought,
saying don't fuck with me.
but
You know what I mean? Like,
I thought the front, the torpedoes in the front, I thought gave you 3.
no, they give you four.
So wouldn't you have more torpedoes?
Yes, technic, but that's the point. Also, is
Oh,
I have to provide four torpedoes.
yeah. Um,
See my point here?
I still need to. I don't know. If you do get a tally, we need to like shoot it and see how strong. Like what can cripple a tally big enough? Because that's like the
I have a
biggest.
tally right now. Like I have it in game. I just don't have one pledged.
I don't know if I have a gladiator or not, but
I have a gladiator pledged
if we could
or
like
in game.
if we hit it with a size 3 missile, I'm sure it'll probably do some damage, but I don't think it would cripple it. A size
It'll
5,
shrug off as three. It'll shrug off a three like nothing.
yeah. So like, do you need
It's got seven size two or seven size two shield generators.
but can a
It'll
size
shrug off.
can a
Oh, it'll
s-
shrug off a three.
but will a size 5 cripple it, or do you need a size 9?
I don't know if a five will. I'm sure a four will wreck it. Will blow some shit off of it. I don't know if a five will cook it or not.
Dude, that's like the biggest, like to me, I could easily see players getting like a group of tallies and then just trying to fuck with you. Like shoot a bunch of torpedoes and stuff at you, size 9s. Because like
Oh, that's my entire role. That was my entire role tonight. Everybody was just there to suck in a Polaris, so I could cook it with the tally.
what's the or like, cause like you see the Squadron 42 trailer, like the gameplay thing.
Mm-hmm.
You notice that they didn't really shoot a bunch of I don't know what size they are. The javelins like size 12 torpedoes or whatever.
Yeah.
They shot like one off. Um, and then they sent in the Squadron 42 with like 4 retaliators, and they
Yep.
blew up the big mothership.
Yeah.
So it's
It's
like,
because retaliators that like everybody looks at like they look at it and go, oh, it's a submarine or oh, it's a bomber or because it says bomber, you know what I mean? And it looks like a submarine on the inside.
yeah,
But here's the thing,
it's
like
because
the video I
we don't have
showed you,
water,
yeah, we don't have water.
which is
And if you look at it, but if you look at it, look at the inside of that of like what I sent you, right? The insides of those. That's a retaliator on the inside, bro. They made a PT boat and they mixed it with a B-17 and a B-1 and a little bit of B-2 in the nose.
I'm curious about the blueprints when the game comes out though, because I think we need. I think we should be missile specialists, to be honest. Like, we need Stinger missiles, whatever the best blueprint you can get for them. We need size 5 torp blueprints. We need size 9 torp blueprints. I could honestly care less about the size 10, but like we could get that. But like the size 9 and the size 5 torps,
Size
like
nines are going to be the monies. They are the most bang for your buck over there because they're half the price of the tens.
how much is a retaliator in game right now?
7.5 or some shit like that.
I don't know how much the Polaris
Technically,
is.
in order to use it, it's 10. Actually, it's more than 10. To actually use it with like torps and shit,
Yeah.
you got to take it to Microtech. You got to put the things on, and then you got to go somewhere else and claim it in order to get the actual torpedoes, the modules to set in it.
I'm just
It's a
wondering.
little jank right now, but the thing is a freaking masterpiece in fucking killing things.
Well, I was just seeing
Except for the
like
turrets. The turrets are fucking trash.
how
Don't even
much
attempt to use the turrets.
well, because they're like size 2, they're defensive
Well,
turrets.
they're threes, but they're
Oh,
freaking
yeah.
they're jacked right now. Like CIG needs to unfuck them type
I
of
could have
thing.
swore they were 2s, but 3s.
No, they're threes.
Yeah. I mean
Uh,
that's it doesn't have does it have bottom turrets?
yep, two
So
bottoms.
it can do. I mean, it has VTOL, so I mean, it can do basically ground gunship.
Oh, it could. Yeah, it could. It's got a dropship module. They just don't have it in game.
That's what I'm like. More like the thing I'm waiting for the most out of anything, out of any ship, is just the Titan suits, man. Like as soon, like that's what I'm gonna be rolling in. I can already see it. Like, I just get me a Titan suit. I'm gonna spray paint some skulls and shit on it, and you're gonna go out there and I'm gonna fuck some shit up with the Titan. I want to like shoot. I want to jump with the Titan suit from like one ship and like mag lock onto the other ship and be like shooting its engine off with my gun. You know,
That'd be
it's like
pretty cool.
it's
I'm
just
not gonna lie, that would be pretty cool.
I'm a fucking mech boy, man. If it has like a like I hope that they have I don't know what they're gonna do, but I would have like one main gun on the arm and then like a shoulder missile launcher or something on it, and then but yeah, like that's all I want. Like I'm gonna buy one and I'm gonna be running in that thing, and then like I'm gonna be like, who needs crew for their ship? And then I'm gonna like roll up in my fucking Titan suit and be like, move over, bitch.
I
Fucking
like the whole. I like the direction. I'm seeing that, like, at least everybody I'm seeing going in. It allows me to. I fit in perfectly. Nobody wants to do the jobs I like to do. It works out great for me.
I mean, I like bombing shit, but like,
Well, it's the scavenging. Like the scavenging, I'll fly the
dude.
cargo. It's the I do the weird shit that most people are like, man, that's fucking boring, bro.
I like stripping stuff off of ships, but I just they don't make a ton of money. I've tried it before. I never had anything big enough to really like pull like size 5 guns off of shit and stuff. Like you can never stack a whole bunch to like get them to the thing, and they kept like falling through the cargo grid and all that. But like uh
My main issue is I tend to need an escort because of some of the shit that I carry is like fucking either valuable or you can't find it, which
so
makes it valuable. You know
are
what I
you
mean?
gonna like torp a ship and then pull its gun off and stuff and like stick it in the back of the retaliator? Or you
No, that's not the like it'll be so my understanding of the way these guys are doing it are basically I'm not involved in that. I just kill this shit.
Oh, okay. I got you.
And then what they do after that is like their industry side.
Hmm.
And
Is this Auroric?
what?
Is this org called Auroric?
No. It's
You said
hang
industry
on.
side. That's the same thing that they say, so I was just like, huh.
Well, I just everybody's like the kind of saying it right now. Firehawk Sec 4.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I guess their industry side is coming to scavenge up everything that we kill.
I would like to have industry sides and stuff. Like Alan likes doing cargo and all that, but like it just seems hard to get enough. Like you have to find like a group of people that are already made that like doing mining and then get them to like
Yeah.
join. Cause it's
Well, these guys are, from my understanding, is they're like their industry side will be like salvaging all the shit, right?
yeah.
And then at some point, it's basically like they're quasi combat and mostly industry, if that makes sense. Like you still have to work in order to freaking eat type of thing.
Well, this is how like I'm looking at it right now. Like if so, because like I'm kind of a generalist player. Like I think that if I kill stuff, I probably won't necessarily make a ton of money, but
Yeah.
the industry guys are gonna make a bunch of money. But like,
Yep.
let's say if we go and we do a fight, then like we have the Liberators and the Kraken and all that shit. You win a fight, you kill the ships or whatever. We go and take the missiles, like the missiles and the guns and shit,
Hmm.
and we pile that shit for because we need it to fight. And
Oh, they've
then
already are they're already planning on that, bro. They were talking about, man, we'd already planned on parking a Zeus. Uh, he's like before we knew anything, like because they were trying to work off of just having one retaliate.
yeah,
had one guy that would do the retaliator job, and I'm like, nah, bro, that's like my shtick, dude. You don't even know, right? And like, so they were like, yeah, we had planned on just parking a Zeus somewhere in frickin' Pyro and then loading it full of fucking size nines,
See
and that'll be your really
the
load.
missile price changes coming with the pyro,
What's up?
like the missile prices and stuff, and the ammo
Yeah,
prices are going up in pyro. So I'm really curious about that, like just grabbing, like just finding missiles on stuff, because like in Stanton right now, like there's a lot of times where I've like disabled a ship, and you're like, huh. But like I never really take the missiles anymore because they're not really worth. They used to sell for like 1 gold or something, or one.
well, the cool thing is that like that was never even like a thought process of mine. But then like I was like, well, yeah, man, like I was always worried about sending a Starfare and their type of shit. That's how I kind of came back on it. But like, yeah, dude, like that made me instantly think I'm parking a fucking Starfare in fucking Pyro somewhere and using that as my resupply.
Yeah, I mean I think of those as basically supply depots, but
Yeah,
the what you call it?
I'll park that bitch like right inside of a fucking asteroid.
I only
I don't
tried
care.
doing it in the past because I was looking at how much like early game missions paid, and it was like 7K or whatever. And I was like, how much money could you actually make by go? So like I took like uh, salvage guns out there and hole scraped, like hand hole scraped, and took the guns off and everything. And I was like, okay, so you could make a lot more money, but that's all stuff that you can do by hand that you don't need a ship for. But then you'd still need people with like vultures and stuff to come and get the rest of it to like get the rest of the value out. And but like
Yeah.
that's where like the missiles and stuff really I like that part of it because like I'm fine like crunching a ship and like getting, RMC, but to me it's not as cool. Like you found a cool ship and you crunched it and made it into cubes, whereas like
Yeah.
I find a cool ship and I found a cool power plant and a cool missile and
I think most people are on that mindset at this point.
yeah.
Nobody's just gonna sit there and crunch up components anymore.
I think players like even FPS players, if there actually ever is an FPS player group in this game, I don't know, but I think even them that they're going to be
That's
fighting,
mostly these guys. That's mostly these guys.
but they're going to be like killing people, and then they're going to be like, I like that dude's gear. They're going to be trying to like call dibs on someone's gear like mid battle, like you do in Tarkov, but you're not going to be able to just pick it up. So you have to like remember where it is and go find it and pick it up, or you're going to have like people that are medics and shit come from the ships, go down and like pick up all the dead bodies and drag
I
it
don't
back to
know.
the
I
ship.
don't know how they all do that. They have a whole like these people had a whole FPS side. That's what they're saying. They're like, yeah, we're mostly FPS guys, and we're just there's an FPS side, and then there's a flight side, and this is the flight side of it.
That's
And I was like,
how
fuck.
Auroric does their stuff too, but the only problem with that like that org is that um they're very strict. Like they have uniforms and stuff, but it's
Yeah,
like
they were talking about uniforms. I was like, yeah, you don't know. You don't know
yeah.
me, Brad.
Well,
I'm gonna show up the exact same way I always. Oh, damn, I forgot. Oh, it'd take me too
yeah.
long to go back and get that shit.
I'm fine with uniforms if they don't look too crazy, but like the those guys they have like they draft you pretty much, and then they have like ground combat stuff, and then they have different branches of ground combat, and then they have like navy, and they have their uh uh fucking uh business side or
Yeah,
whatever,
yeah. I
and then they
guess these
have
guys.
it's but like it went kind of crazy. And then when I was like, because I joined them for org fights and stuff for a while, and it was so disorganized. Like they had guys that were like, I want to be the head of like stealth and recon, and then like so they had like 1,500 branches of shit, and then we ended up getting into a fight with Griefernet, and they were planning out how they were gonna fight for like 45 minutes, and then nothing went to plan. Like nothing worked. People got attacked. They went in, got their ass kicked, And I was just like, man, like, so it's just like it gets too complicated when there's just so many branches compared to like if you have everybody that does a bit of everything, that it's like, hey, we're doing combat, and then after we're done killing people, everyone grab one body and just drag it back to the ship. Or like, hey, we're gonna do kill this worm, and when we're done, just everybody grab one piece off of the worm and stick it in the ship. It's just
I
I don't,
think
I
I
don't
don't
know.
know, man. I don't know how their FPS side does shit. I just
Yeah.
fought with the fucking flight side of it.
Well, it's just like repair, like so, like you go in with your ship, it gets damaged, it needs to be repaired. Do you like I wouldn't expect for like you to have to get out of your ship, go out and repair everything yourself and stuff if you're helping like the org do some shit. But if you only have like 5 people that do repair and like 2 of them go AFK and you can't get them, like the ship is like someone else owns the ship and they log off and it disappeared, or it's like a whole bunch of shit compared to like having just everybody know how to repair. And it's like, hey, we got someone coming in, someone like we got to repair this ship and get it out, you know? And like I'm fine, like I'll go and repair the stuff, but it's like I don't know. It's the things get too like you have the branches and people like doing their certain role, but then it's also like you need some crossover because
I
I don't
think this is pretty much just an industry org that goes out and does combat every now and then.
yeah, I think everyone's gonna have to be an industry at some point because combat just
That's
probably won't pay that much.
it's not everybody they were even talking about. It's like it's not effective like cost wise right now.
Yeah,
We're all gonna have to grind. And he's like the good thing about that is that grinding as a whole allows you to grind less to a degree and fight a little bit more.
yeah.
And I was like, well, kind of
That's
makes sense to me. So, but
that's why I like punching up too. Like part of the reason I like FPS is not really like I don't expect me to be like going out there and killing a whole fleet of fighters with my gun, but it's like it seems more cost effective to use players for value than like just having a bunch of vehicles. Like if you have Stinger missiles and you can shoot down a jet with a Stinger missile, that's you have one guy with a missile and he took down a $1 million fighter jet. That's kind of good. You have guys like you could go and fight an Idris, or you could, because like we were doing the Idris fight today, you can go and blow up the Idris and fuck it up. And those guys shot, I don't even know, like 12 torpedoes, like size 10 torpedoes or something. So that's like, I don't know, $6 million.
had this been in like an actual salvage mission, dude, we would have collected up probably $75 million UEC worth of RMC.
Yeah.
Like literally, I'm not even fucking around. Like that's how many people we fucking slaughtered.
Well, I
And
mean,
then I thrashed a Polaris. And had we got bored.
well that the guy that was in here, we were talking about something like that literally right before you came in. Was he was talking about people doing salvage and like they're doing basically mercenary missions with salvage, and I was
Hmm.
saying like it's good, but it's hard to get people to do it because the salvage guys don't want to do combat and the combat guys don't want to do salvage because like I mean I've tried it in here a couple of times too, but then we were talking about literally like the cargo ships. Um, if you don't care about the Polaris having like big size 10 torpedoes and shit, technically it can hold like 1,000 plus SU of cargo just like in that top hanger. You can just toss it in the top hanger and then the bottom. Although I don't know if you can like sell it out of it, but like literally the size 6 gun could help you shred through a lot of stuff, and then you just toss all the cargo into the fucking top hanger, and
That
then you
thing's
just
not that's not useful for that.
probably not,
That
but
ship
like
that ship is a one trick pony, and that one trick pony is those torps.
but I'm just saying like it could technically hold a lot depending on how you could get it out, and it would be fairly quick to just like dump stuff into the top of it, but um
Nah,
but
the way it'll end up being is the way it kind of happened tonight. Just if there would have been a salvage crew there, they would have been cleaning up the ship while we were still holding down the area and destroying it. These guys were coordinated, bro. Like they were coordinated enough that I'm out there spitting brevity at them, and they understood what I was talking about. So
I mean, it sounds good.
it was one of those. It was kind of when I seen that, I was like, I test these things too.
You don't know
And
how
they were in
like
there telling people they were in there getting invite hooked up with a better how to get his F7 hooked up right. And
well like a loadout.
yeah, like a proper loadout for it.
Yeah. It's just hard enough to get people to like I don't know. It's because like even like the reclaimer thing, like depending on how many reclaimers you bring, you know that the pilot. I mean, you could solo the reclaimers and go out there and just solo crunch. But if you're using them for combat, you need two. And then people that don't crash the ships because that happens a lot. Like they'll just run into each other, or they don't like fly around. Like they don't like fly away from a hammerhead or like rotate shield facings and they get blown up. As compared to like
Well, the type of org that like I don't know the way that these guys were rolling, it kind of hit me as like a seems pretty good. They were fucking with people, but it was one of those like we don't do exploits.
yeah,
We fight. You know what I mean? We fight somewhat chivalric. You know what I mean? Like we're gonna attack you, but like Cutter isn't our freaking majored friend or major target. You know what I mean? Like that they came off very much like that.
say oh we're doing pirate stuff.
Yeah, pretty much. Like we sided with the Stanton guys. The
Yeah,
just the Idris. We sided with the Idris.
yeah. I mean, it's not gonna be too bad.
Like that I wasn't. Hey man, and the way it would get played off, like I cooked a part of a player's off and never caught a crime stat, so I was kind of cool with it. You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of those people end up shooting each other when they're shooting the Idris as well, so it's kind of.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I fired a fucking size 9.
Although thinking about that, I don't ever see anyone deactivate the comma ray when that happens. It's right next to it, so technically,
Yeah,
I
we
mean,
had,
you could deactivate it and then so I don't
yeah,
know.
we weren't even doing that. Yeah, we were just shooting shit at people.
Yeah,
I was it was pretty cool, man.
but all it was like your retaliator, and then like what else were
Like they
y'all?
were in a bunch of F7s.
So fighters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were fighter guys,
Yeah.
and that was cool with me, but the cool thing about like you can tell like actual fighter guys is they will like drop what they're fucking fighting and to come help come help the retaliator, you know what I mean? And they did that a couple times, so
Yeah, but that's part of like getting people to practice and do things as well. It's
yeah.
just it's hard enough. Like I don't like I can fly a fighter and I can kind of fight, but I'm not super trained in fighters. So whether I win a fight or not, I don't know. But like I'll go help people, but you got other people that don't know how to fly a fighter jet, so you're gonna have to train them to fly a fighter jet. You got people that don't know about helping each other. You're gonna have to help, like, tell them to help you when you do stuff, and it, clogs up the comms, and then, it's
Yeah,
just,
they're at the point where they're having to run a couple of different comm systems. They're do you know of a Discord comm system that like for like I know they have different apps and shit, and I know that the GTA RP guys, they all use something that allows them to have different channels that they can flip into real easy.
yeah. I mean, I've heard of something, but I don't remember what it was called.
Yeah, that's where I'm at on it. I know that I
I've,
don't think it's a CAD. They have a CAD program one. I know that they have one that's a CAD program, but I'm not trying to get people to try to figure out a CAD program in
one
order
of the
to.
old org guys, like, I don't remember who they were, but there was like a somewhat bigger org, like a long time ago that I talked to, and they were trying to solve that kind of issue as well. And basically, what ended up happening was they were in Discord, but they had somebody that wasn't really like he wasn't really like playing in the game. He was just in the Discord,
Yeah,
and they had like a basically like all their main dudes are in one Discord channel, and that guy was setting in there, and they'd be like, "Hey, change this guy to here," and then he would go into the Discord and like flip their dill. Like he would move them up to the command thing. They'd tell him what to do. He'd move them back. But it's
that's fucking
it's yeah. I feel like they're
that's
gonna add something
cumbersome.
in the game eventually, because they keep having like they have ships like the old concepts, like the Aquila, that says like it has like advanced communication technology and shit. So
Yeah,
like I don't know if they'll ever add something in the game, but it seems like they probably would. I doubt people would still try to use it though, because they would still try to find a third-party program. But that's yeah, I don't know. How many people are in that group?
like, yeah. How do I find out?
I don't know. I usually just click on the Discord and see if there's names next to it, but
There's at least 78.
78. Okay.
That's like right up near 100.
How many people are in uh fuck Mars's Polaris group or whatever?
Like fucking 11, if that.
Is his group only like their whole thing is
And
they
half
just
of them are probably him.
oh he has alt accounts?
Yeah, fucking
Uh, but is his whole thing like he just wants to crew a Polaris and that's about it?
yes. Yes, he just wants to be a captain of players.
Yeah. So I mean he could do that, and then if they had
They suck not over in this squad, not over in this Discord. They tell him fuck off. That other one, they had him in there and they were talking to him, right?
they're talking to Mars.
Yeah, they knew who he was and everything. And they're like, yeah, Mars, why don't you come over and join? Mars had already bailed on it. So
Uh,
fuck this, I'm out.
he didn't want to be a part of it.
Nah.
That's crazy.
Well, I guess there's real whales in there.
I don't know what that would have to do with anything, but it's
It's
I was like, if he wanted to crew a Polaris, he could still do that and team with y'all, and then y'all would have another 11 or 12 for the group. But I guess it's also kind of split because the Polaris is such a money drain.
considering one dude in there has two whole E's, a whole D, a freaking whole C's,
Mm,
the freaking or two Krakens, a Pioneer, an Idris, a Javelin, three Banu Merchantmen. This one little fucking like image. It's just a shit ton of different little ships.
my thing though is just
Oh, it's all the pods for that Discovery looking ship.
for me though, like having stuff like that is just like I know it kind of sounds weird because I have a lot of stuff now, but having a bunch of like massive ships to me kind of kills it. Like the Idrises and the Javelins.
Hmm.
Like I want something to work towards because like the Aurora guys, for instance, they have 80 plus $1,000 worth of ships. They have every ship in the game like times 10. It's just
Yeah, that's what these guys are heading towards.
yeah, and I don't get it because like I understand like the coolness of having javelins and stuff, but having like 10 javelins, that's like 1,000 people just to crew all of those, unless you just want backups, and it's
I think that's what they're using them as.
yeah, I don't know.
But see, like the cool thing is, man, is that that's a lot of like beginning game and money. You know what I mean? Like
Well, yeah, it's just I don't know. I've always been the person that I just don't like having the end game stuff. I like being the dude that
I
like
don't.
I
I
would be
do, but
I would be the dude that would take like me and like 5 or 10 other guys, and you go in with like a small group of ships and you like hit somebody really hard, and then you fucking run off and you just like crippled the shit out of their javelin, or you went on there and like you snuck on board and you managed to like kill half of the people on their javelin, and then try to take it over and you fail, but it's like fuck it, all we did was lose a couple of guns. But it's like I like doing stuff like the hitting up above your weight class kind of thing, and I would like to earn a javelin, but I would prefer to like steal one or something. I'd feel better about like stealing a javelin, I think. But
I'm kind of curious as to what the mission ship's going to be. Some dude said it's going to like cycle through, and it could be anything from a cutter to a hammerhead.
mission ship for what?
We're supposed to have a mission at the end of something, and when we in Pyro, you're supposed to be able to get this. There's an executive hangar mission, and at the end of the executive hangar mission, you get to claim a free ship,
Oh,
and it's account bound.
I think I saw part of that.
It was on Pipeline was talking about it.
Yeah, well, I think I watched like Salty Mike or something like go through there, and then they did the thing where the hangar went up and there wasn't nothing there because it wasn't in game yet.
Mm.
But that's interesting though, and like they could do that for a bunch of different ships in game as well, and they could have like different skins or different
Yep.
components. So like I don't think you know buying the ships necessarily makes you like auto win, but it's I don't know. It's like all the ships that I bought for the most part, like maybe besides the Carrack, like when I really think about it, they're not like the best ship in the world. They're flexible. Like they're basically just cargo storage with extra steps. Like they a lot of fucking vehicle transports, a lot of cargo transports, and like fuel and repair and stuff. Like it's not like they're not gonna have the biggest guns or anything. It's just I don't even think you'd necessarily have to like upgrade them as much. That's a whole other ball game is like upgrading stuff. You're gonna have the blueprints. Like if I spent $3,000 on a javelin, and then some other people like that were able, like they had enough people to like craft one and upgrade it to like a tier 5, just shit all over me, I would feel fucking terrible. I just I don't know. Like when it gets to the really big ships, I think that the upgrades are going to be very, very important. It's
The
like a tier.
Pyro is from what my understanding is, Pyro is the World of Ships version of this game.
World of
So it's
Ships.
gonna be, yeah. All right, so like you kind of have it going on right now. There's nowhere to do anything truly ground in Stanton. It's mostly space based, right? Mostly fighter based. It's all close range. So you have World of warplanes,
Yeah.
right?
The only
We're
one of
going
those I've
across the
really
thing.
played
We're
is
gonna
like
have World of Ships,
I played Steel
and
Ocean.
next is gonna be like just Tarkov, I guess, because I guess that's gonna be more. Isn't Nick's supposed to be really small?
I don't know. Tarkov I think at the contested zones. Nyx I have no idea. All I've heard is that Castra or whatever is supposed to have way bigger creatures than the worm, and that piqued my interest a little bit because I'm like, what kind of fucking alien animals are we going over there, Castra? Because that seems kind of big. Like some of this stuff, I don't think all the ships are only gonna have like uses when it comes to like PvP. Because like if there's like a giant space clam or some shit, and you got to hit it with a fucking nuke, um, I'd do it if it had something cool. But I don't know. I'm more interested in fighting like the NPCs and like aliens and animals more than a player in the game, sort of. But just because there could be so many different types, where like players are probably gonna like copy paste the same meta most of the time. But
All right, so I'm working on brevity codes for bombers. Just even if I don't do these guys, that's my route. You know what I mean? I kind of like that style.
yeah,
And
I I tried to
I,
learn some of them on the internet the other day, but there's a lot. There's a lot.
yeah. Well, for the missiles, anyways, that's kind of where I'm at on it. Is it because they have to? You have to know that
What
there's something in the air.
the Fox 1, 2, and 3?
Well, with the torps, you have to because you can run into them motherfuckers.
Well, it's the same thing with like the missiles, because like the infrared and stuff can hit your
Yeah.
allies. I don't like the cross section. I think so too, but I was thinking with with those codes like the Fox 1, 2, and 3. Just saying those, if you have people that are doing like, because like if you're shooting missiles off, you're gonna have somebody that's like somewhere that needs to like move cargo and missiles and stuff.
Hmm.
And if you tell them what you're shooting, they know how many to grab to go and refill your ship when you get there, and so that's like pretty good. But how many codes you gonna do, you think?
Well, as of right now, I don't. It's not gonna be full on code, so it's not gonna be like the dash tens or nothing like that. It's just like for the missiles specifically, and it's gonna be like a probably like, hey, fighter guys, you hear this shit, man? You might want to be looking around because there's something heavy coming through the sky or through the space, and it might be coming towards you. So it's probably gonna be like because right now I have Bruiser for size fives, missiles, Bassett for Gladiator torps, Bulldogs for Tally torps, and then Bloodhound for Polaris torps.
Bloodhound. Wait,
Well, there is Kraken for like long range anti ship missile, which is truly what the size nines are, but we have a Kraken in game, and I don't want to confuse it.
yeah. Well, wasn't I don't remember the codes that I was listening to, but like Vampire was a common one, I think, in like a lot of the warships.
Vampire is an enemy anti ship missile.
Yeah.
So like if you're I was actually calling Vampire wrong. Like if they were shooting torps at us, then that's a vampire situation.
Yeah.
That's when you declare vampire.
But
But
like,
like you don't declare vampire when you're launching. It's a different code.
yeah, but like if you're warning people about incoming stuff, like because Star Citizen's so weird, and like
Yeah.
all the missiles are kind of like intermixed a little bit as well. Like we don't like you don't necessarily. There's something else that was besides Vampire for like cruise missiles. There's a different one for torpedoes and one for cruise missiles that I heard, but it was like here we could just be like V9, V10 or whatever,
Well,
like
yeah, we have
V9 Ripple or whatever.
yeah,
Fucking
but it's Bulldog.
Bulldog.
Bulldog is what it's air launch cruise missile.
Yeah.
It's the common one.
It's just like
And then
the,
Bassett's like an older and less used. It's like a type missile brevity code. Does that make sense? So like certain missiles are the only ones that get that type of call. Like the Sparrow missile is a Fox One
mm,
is a Sparrow missile.
we had I watched a lot. I've been watching more about like fighters and stuff in atmosphere because that's what I'm trying to learn when
Hmm.
I figure in the game they're gonna eventually add some stuff that has to do with atmospheric flight. And so like just watching stuff about like the atmospheric density like having an effect on like how your ships fly and like the missiles and stuff because you get more or less drag and all kinds of stuff. And then
Hmm.
they had codes. Um, I don't remember what it was. It was something with an A, but I just shortened it because I was just like A1, A10 or whatever. But it's like stuff like that where they would tell people what level they're flying at or something. I don't remember why, but like you would tell people like if you're at like 10,000 feet or 2,000 feet or something, and they had like
It's
altitude.
angels.
Oh, angels.
It's short for angels. It's altitude.
Yeah.
You're that many angels up.
Yeah.
It's just old people talk of.
Yeah. I just shortened it to like A in my head instead of angels. I don't
Mm,
know, but I don't remember what the purpose
They
was
call it.
exactly. But
It's just that. It's just the. It was a quick way of hearing it over. Like altitude is three sentences, and at that time when that stuff was coming up, like you had to worry about like transistor radio time. So like your your radio only lasted for a certain amount of time before it was just a complete piece of shit. So as much less like transmissions into the radio as possible and like as short as possible meant that the radio would actually last longer. Because without the radio, you couldn't be directed on target. It came from the British.
yeah,
It just came from shit radio transistors at the time.
I need to. I don't know. It'll take me a while to learn whatever.
And it didn't, they turned it into more of a code system in case the Germans happen to be learning.
Well, it's kind of like when I was watching. I don't know. I've been watching some like fighter sim games, like the people that are fighting on those.
Mhm.
And just like watching how they fly and like fight in those games, because that's part of the reason I started trying to like adopt a different loadout for my um like the arrow and stuff, and trying to fight with the missiles instead of going into combat, because like I would see they would basically like engage, and then he was flying the F-22 in that game. Um,
Mhm.
but basically he was slower or something than the other ships, and he was saying that like his ship isn't really that great, but like he would go at a high altitude, like get above them, because he would be like, well, that gives you the best missile arc, to go down and hit something. But then he would shoot the missile off, and then you'd basically dip down and run away. So like you'd speed up going down towards the planet, and then when he gets closer to the ground, it's harder for them to like lock onto him, I guess, or something. And it stretches the missile out to where it'll run out of fuel or whatever, and it can't follow you. So he doesn't have to use countermeasures. And then that's where I was like, oh, that kind of makes sense. And like if you taught people to do that in the game, which I don't think people do in Star Citizen, but if you had like 5 fighters going in, and instead of you like going in and dogfighting, you'll sit there and like shot missiles off and then dipped out, and you could conserve your countermeasures. Eventually, the people will run out of countermeasures, and then you could just hit them with your missile. Like those cross
Mhm.
sections, a lot of the fighters only have like 5 chaff or whatever, and so if the cross sections don't get affected by the flares, but the EMs, I guess, can if their EM signature is low enough. But the cross sections, if they run out of chaff, you could smack them with one of those. So like, if you get a blueprint for like a size 2 missile when the game starts and upgrade that, then you could put that size 2 missile on fighters, Connies, ground vehicles, like all the way up, which would be like a huge, huge benefit. And then fighting with missiles keeps you from like losing planes, which could be good. Uh, but yeah, I mean, I like you know, the idea and stuff like that. It's just getting people, whatever system that you end up using, like getting people to like do it is kind of the thing. But
That's kind of where I am. See, my thing is, I don't really need them to use it. I just need them to know what the fuck it means. So it's like, hey man, or even just a short way. Hey man, you hear this call? You might want to be looking out for it.
so when you're using the Retaliator, um,
Hmm.
they were in fighters and stuff. You said so.
Yep.
How how easy is it to like load torpedoes manually into a Retaliator?
I haven't tried it yet. Shouldn't be too hard.
Because we could get like a cargo ship. I don't know what size ship. Like you can do a Hercules or whatever. Just park it outside and then shoot torps and then just load them off
Hmm.
manually.
Yep.
And then you just, I don't know how, like where, I don't even know where to fucking buy size 9 torps. To like, I guess you could just sit there and keep restocking them and pulling them off. But
Yeah, that's what I would imagine.
yeah, so we could do that. I don't know how much they are,
The
but
torps ain't cheap. It's like, well, they ain't expensive either
well,
though,
they're not
because
500K.
reloading them's 22K.
I heard
Yeah, they're
that
not 500K right now though.
in Pyro, I heard the size 9s were like 250K or something.
I
But
don't know for sure, but I know they're not cheap. I know they're not like beginning game, load that shit up and just go fire them. You know what I mean? Like
yeah.
you don't go four shot them.
Well, I've
That's
already
kind of
been.
why I'm running to a. That's kind of why I'm running to size twos,
Well,
or
the
two in the rear.
well, it's kind of like the Idris mission right now because we were fighting it earlier and people were hitting it with the size 10s and like some of them got intercepted and stuff. There's already things that I'm thinking about that like no one else is doing yet, and it's like, so if you had an Eclipse or Retaliator and you had a Polaris, let's just say, you don't need to use the Polaris' size 10s on it. You use its HP pool and its shields, and basically like drive it up next to the Idris and get it to shoot you so it drains its energy. And then those guns, the PDS turrets, have to recharge and they can't shoot through you. So like basically you would have to time it to where like you would target it with the Retaliator, you shoot your size 9 torps, Polaris pulls up in front of it, blocks the Idris's view, shoots the ship and gets it to waste all of its PDS and energy on it, and then it pulls out right before the torpedoes hit. And then it could conserve a lot of ammo and a lot of money doing that.
You
But
just got to blind fire them at close range.
well, yeah, but it's, you risk getting shot.
You do.
It's, whereas
It's
like if you shoot it
it,
far
it, it's
enough,
one of those. It's one of those that you should be able to shoot them far enough. Right now, the PDWs are too powerful, and even they're getting brought down. Like
but if you body block it though, it should be able, like if you got good enough at it, you should be able to body block and then move right at the last
honestly,
second.
if I'm using a Polaris to fight an Idris again, I'm gonna take that Polaris and I'm gonna grind the freaking PDWs off. Like I'm just gonna smash the PDWs off with the Polaris,
Well, you're supposed to shoot
and
them
then why
farther.
shoot them when why shoot them when ramming them is like 8 times quicker.
Well, because the repair costs, depending on how much you did. Like that, the size 6 ballistic is probably supposed to shoot the PDSs off, but it's
But that's what I'm gonna do, and then
well,
ram them off, rip them off, and then once they're down, once they're down, I'm just gonna cook them with torps.
but like even like a reclaimer or whatever, let's say like you're doing ERT missions, you park the reclaimer like above a hammerhead or something, block it, and then the torpedo comes in from behind. And you move, and then it smacks it, and you'd be, you know, instead of launching like 3 torpedoes at it, you could launch one, and
Mm.
then as long as you can guarantee that it hits, or like at least 90% sure it'll hit, like it would be somewhat better, you know, because like I don't
I
know.
would move to I would move to Hammerhead, but that thing is horrible. Hang on real quick, man. I gotta let my damn dog go outside. She's gonna leave freaking constantly begging. Hang on.
God, still don't have enough, do I? Let's see if we can buy any of this here. Pyro Station. It's the future I can see. Pyro Station. Yeah, yeah.
All right, I'm back. Sorry about that.
I don't know if you've ever tried this, because I was kind of curious. I tried it today, but people ended up shooting the Idris and it kept moving. But does it shoot at a dragonfly if you fly up to it?
No, I flew a pulse into it,
Okay. Because I was
like in
thinking,
the mouth.
well, I was thinking about this earlier because um I couldn't get anyone on the server to do it with me. They just all came and started shooting it. But you fly out with like Tauruses or whatever on the outer ring, get like 10 people, and fly in with dragonflies. And if it doesn't notice you, they just fly underneath it and shoot open that MPUV door on the bottom. And then all you'd have to do is run up, breach all the way up to the front, kill the pilot or whatever, and then you beat the Idris mission without taking like 15 years, you know?
Oh, I made it into the cargo bay,
Uh-huh.
and then made it up like 2 flights of stairs, and then encountered like 15 AI on the stair, and they like tried to pass each other, and then I got stuck, and we all turned on each other and fired and died, and I died.
Damn. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of NPCs on that thing, but
I lost a black cherry, uh, multi-tool,
I should
and
have
a
someone somewhere if you want one, but
no.
we need like stuns or smoke grenades or something. I'm a big fan of smoke grenades in games, but I know a lot of people aren't, but they've always did well to me. But God, I need to get more fucking. I still have. I don't even know like 1 or 2 of these resupply haul missions to do, and I really don't want to fucking do it. Probably need. I don't know how
I
much
dig.
time I have left. You did a what?
I'm digging the launcher friendly active.
The what?
Oh, I'm trying to. I'm reading about stuff at the same time. Sorry.
Oh. I know the military stuff is pretty fucking confusing from all the shit I've been reading because it's
Oh, there's some stuff that there's like, dude, I was a radio operator for most of the time that I was like an actual infantryman,
mm,
and I've never heard half of this shit.
yeah, well, like I was trying to do research over like tanks and all kinds of stuff too, and I've kept flip-flopping because, well, I don't know who it was. Someone said something about tanks, and then I ended up looking into it. But the you have different time periods, then you have different countries. They all have different doctrines. They all have different vehicles and shit that they use, and then even like the U.S. military has like different divisions of like different armored vehicles and shit, which makes it all fucking confusing. So like you have some things that are like 7 tanks or whatever, you know, and then they just roam as 7 tanks, and then you have other ones that are like 3 or 4 tanks with like jeeps and stuff, and then you have, you know, a bunch of different variations. You have ones that are just, you know, like 2 tanks or whatever, for like a platoon of infantry, and then there's like then I ran into like the Rangers or something, or no, it's the same thing with squads. Everything, the squad sizes change throughout the years, and then you have different types of squads and different armaments for everything. The squad thing, I started looking more at the Rangers like recently because they have like anti-tank or like RPGs and stuff, but
Mm.
then they have this other like I just ran into it at the end. It was like a medium tier. It's basically the troop transports that are in the game right now, the Anvil Centurions or whatever. But they
It's
basically
a
have
striker.
yeah,
It's an eight-wheel vehicle.
the
That's a
strike.
striker. I've qualified on it. It's a giant piece of shit.
But apparently they have striker like I don't know what it's called, but it's like an armored striker group where it has those, and then it has a couple of tanks with it. But the strikers are like, I guess, the main part. So like there's
Yeah,
so many things
that's
with the
the
vehicles. I just don't. It's
that's
hard.
a
Oh. And then they have like they have like command vehicles for like communications and shit. But then they have like cargo trucks. Like they have a cargo truck that carries water for like all the tank people and stuff. And then like someone that carries fuel. And then it's like how much is that going to transition into Star Citizen? Like are we going to need a water tanker in game? Because that seems I wouldn't put it past them, but like damn. You know, like you're gonna cross a desert in Star Citizen, and it's like you can fly a ship, but it can overheat your thrusters and you can crash, or you can drive a vehicle, but you're gonna need to carry 2,000 gallons of water, and it's gonna be a tough call if that ends up being a thing, because that uh, and a lot of that stuff too is like they have they're measuring things out with like 200 or 300 km, which is that's kind of the closest I like getting to an area when it comes to like people camping it. But fighter jets and stuff find you when you land. Like right now, you can be like 500 km from like a POI, and if someone's watching, they'll find you instantly, and go blow you up. It's like so driving a vehicle like I don't even know how long it would take you to drive that far. But I think
tried to find. I'm trying to mix these like B1 cruise missile strike tactics with PT boat style shit, and it's kind of difficult, but it's kind of hard to find tactics on both.
what B1.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even think there's necessarily tactics with PT boots. I would just look at like
Oh,
warship games.
there was actually like tactics.
If you're talking, no, I'm talking like, well, I have a video somewhere that talks about PT boats, but um, unless you're talking like maintenance and stuff, I just because like they
No,
have,
like they're actually like their deployment and they're like how they fought.
uh, I just know there's a lot of like warship games that have PT boats, and you see people use them like they're always just like kind of cruising around and trying to cripple somebody. It's fucking like you'll have like the main battle fleet like popping up, and then you'll have like a little bitty fucking torpedo boat float around the outside and then hit you in the ass in those games, and it's super fucking annoying.
Well, I imagine ptboat.com is probably the best place to start,
What'd
huh?
you say, B1 bomber?
Yeah.
Was this before the B2?
Crew, construction drive, furnace.
Yeah. Also, the Genesis Starliner or whatever, I am more and more convinced that they're gonna have a vehicle and transportation version of it and stuff because the Hercules in game, there's a Hercules in the real world, and then the amount of tanks or the amount of Spartan vehicles that the Hercules in game can carry is very similar to the amount that the real world one can carry. So they have there's like two bigger airplanes above a Hercules in the real world that I could easily see them putting in the game at some point. And Genesis is probably up there. I don't know anything about the B1 though. It does look like that ship though. Or yeah, the B1B Lancer. It has the same sort of
Yeah,
like not the same
contour.
engines, but well, like I see a back picture of it. It has that
It's
double
the
engine.
design line.
It has the
It's the
double.
design.
Yeah.
That profile, that left and right profile, that's those design lines. It matches really well.
Well, it's kind of like so. You know the like the Eclipse and the Firebird.
Mhm.
I watched some stuff that had like the Marines and they were calling in airstrikes, and it basically is the B2 bomber, but it's dropping bombs instead of giant ass torpedoes like the Eclipse does. And then I was thinking, isn't that like technically the Firebird, but it's like guided missiles? Because like you got 24 of them and you can fire them in groups and stuff. Like it just looked very similar because I was like, instead of it just free falling down, you have guided missiles, but it's the same sort of like ship look and stuff. Although you have the A2 and all that, but I don't know. A guided missile seems like it'd be somewhat more effective than a free falling bomb, depending how big it is. But it's kind of I don't know. The tactics for the tanks and stuff, though, I kind of wonder if those would actually work for Star. I don't know if y'all watched any of those, but that one with like the tank column, they had like 7 tanks, and they really emphasize like you never have less than like 70 meters or whatever in between each tank because the bomb could hit in between and it keeps them from getting damaged and stuff. And then even when they're like parked like zigzag and stuff, they're separated like that. Like that kind of stuff, like you don't see people do that in Star Citizen, but it makes sense. But I don't know what the explosion radius on the bombs are either, so you'd probably have to like, and then, but they also do things like they point the barrels in different directions while they're driving, which makes sense. But I don't know how often you're gonna run into like people on the ground that are ambushing you with. So, bomber tactics.
So I was looking at also
I mean, you could. I don't know what this.
so because like the PT boats are like ambush prey, all right. So like they use them really close into the islands,
Yeah.
and
This
then they
B1
spot
trip.
something and basically pop out of the island from like behind foliage and shit, and get up as close as they could to it as fast as they could, and then immediately drop their speed to try to flatten themselves out so they could launch their torpedoes, and then fire back up and then smoke screen off.
Yeah.
Like I don't really have that. I mean, I do to a degree.
You have chaff, but
Yeah, I have the noise.
yeah. I also don't know, like, because you have stealth and stuff in this game, whereas, like, PT boats, I mean, they're small, so they probably could have been stealthy, but, like,
Yeah,
the Retaliator, if it's stealthy, I don't know if it can be or
it's
not,
not
but
very stealthy. It's like I'm getting like 36 with like an actual usable fucking power
I
plant.
haven't flown it. But, like, what I always did in the past with the Eclipse was, like, I would fly, and I would get, like, a good distance away, and then I would gun it max speed, and then I'd just turn everything off and let it, like, float through space until I was close. So like it
Mm.
could probably do that and be somewhat stealthy, but I don't know. But like it's like what's it called, littoral ships or whatever? Like some
Yeah,
people say that
it's
the
meant for. It'll be good if for pyro because there's a lot of shit to hide behind pyro. It's
but
actually probably gonna be really good for it.
we also have quantum drives though. So it's like what is like cuz like PT boats can't just like leave the coast and then quantum into the middle of the ocean and then quantum back where you can in Star Citizen. So it's kind of,
They
like
can just drive out there.
yeah, but like you're gonna drive a PT boat in like the middle of a storm, just out in the ocean. You could, but I'm just You know.
Oh, they the very first trip they took on him, they ended up in a hurricane. They all did well.
Oh well, I don't know. Either way, but like the Perseus and stuff.
It's one of those. It's like you don't believe it until you're like, wow, these things were fucking amazing.
Well, you have people in the past that they say they took canoes and shit across the ocean. So like I can believe a lot, but it's
Yeah, no, dude,
yeah.
like literally, like so like they had to take them from where they were built in
T-chip
like
bomber
New
took off from
Jersey
Dyess Air Force Base in Taylor
to
County, Texas on
someplace in
February 2nd,
Florida, and they
2024
caught the tail
in a
end of a hurricane
Hmm.
on their way down, and they're all like, "Yeah, the ships did all right. Their boats did all right.
The. But the
Like
Perseus and
no
stuff is
damage."
supposed to be like a littoral ship that's like coastlines,
Yeah.
and it's still kind of.
Well, you got to think, man. Like, there's multiple sizes to do the job in multiple different areas.
I see them like merchant escorts. Like I really think that like the Perseus and the Nautilus and the fucking well, the Nautilus I feel like is more like a
There's a minesweeper.
it
It's a
feels it
minesweeper.
feels like but
It's a
it
minesweeper.
feels like
It's a
those
mine
World War
layer and
II ship
minesweeper.
destroyers though to me with the depth
Uh,
charges
it's a
sort of.
minesweeper and no, it's a minesweeper and layer. You ain't gonna depth charge nothing.
But I don't
You
know
can
what the
mine something.
but you don't know what range the torpedoes are or like if PDS turrets work against them because like
Mm.
maybe it's fast
I
enough you
think
could like
they're probably gonna drop the turret like mini versions of the turrets that we have like in game already.
yeah well I think they're going to on the Polaris eventually drop it back down because they just added those on there randomly.
No, I mean the turrets. I think that the mines won't be mines, or they will, but like a weird version of it. I think that they'll probably drop turrets.
What are you talking about turret mines?
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
that'll just be turrets with guns attached to them.
well, they have plans for that, yeah. So,
Yeah, and it's like the likely because everybody be like it's space, bro. We'll just fly around the mine.
yeah, but I don't think it's going to be that simple. But that's part of the reason why I'm thinking it's a depth charge because then basically it would be you fly next to somebody and you drop the mines off close range and then the
Nah,
mines home
they
them
said
up.
it's a mine layer. They said it's a mine layer and sweeper. They ain't gonna.
Yeah, but
Everybody flip
it's a
out. They try to change it from that.
but it's a homing mine, so like
Nah,
it depends on what the range is because if
they'll
you're
want straight up mine. They want straight up minefield, bro. They'll get straight up minefield.
yeah, but if a Nautilus is in combat with somebody and they drop a mine off, then it arms at some distance, so it would you figure out what the
I don't
distance
think
is, it
you're
would
just
be
gonna be able to just drop bides. I think you'll be able to drop them, but you won't be able to like be in combat dropping them
I think you will. I really do.
because it's CIG, bro, and everything you have to do in this game requires some form of like tedious task involved with it.
Yeah, but like if you look at the like
You'll have to put the freaking little sensor thing on it manually yourself. 10 out of 10.
I think what it is well, you're probably gonna have to arm them and shit before you drop them, but like I
Yeah.
think that you could do it while you're in combat. I'm sure, but it's
Yeah, with
like
a crew.
well,
That's what the crew will be for. If you'll be able to do it if you have a crew type of thing.
yeah, but like if you look at the picture of like I can't find it. I'm trying to find it. Like the little things that pop out where the mines come out on the Nautilus.
Mm.
So you see like the mine comes out and then there's another mine already in there. So and also like in the concept art the mines are like popping and expanding like after they get past the back of the ship. But in the World War II like ship games and stuff, the little destroyer boats that they have the depth charges and they're on racks. And you can go and you can drop like one or two or four and like drop them off in the water. And I think that's what this is like it's
Mines are laid the same way as depth charges, just depth charges sink.
yeah, but you're in space.
Yeah, there's no gravity, there's no reason for depth charges in space.
No, I'm saying that a mine in space is a depth charge. Like it's like because like if a depth charge causes like a hull breach in a submarine, they have to like surface or whatever, and they get water in it and it floods. And then if you're in space and a mine goes off, it could breach the side of your ship, and then you'd have to like go get oxygen or like seal it off or something. It's like to me, it's like it doesn't have size 5 torpedoes, and so it's gonna be probably a little bit more niche than a size 5 torpedo ship, but it has the size 7 gun from the Perseus, and then it has the regular turrets that the Perseus doesn't have. So it can deal with like fighters a little bit better, and it can still fight bigger ships. But then it doesn't have size 5 torpedoes, it has these mines. So the mines can help deal with fighters or they can help deal with big ships, but they're not as good as more turrets and they're not as good as size 5 torpedoes. It's like a middle of the road of everything. It's probably not going to be as well armored, but I would assume it's going to be faster.
So it's a minesweeper, man. It shouldn't have any hull,
Yeah. But like the little destroyer boats in those games, they don't have like they're not super well armored either. Like
but
the
it's
really
not a destroyer, it's a minesweeper.
oh man,
I get what you're getting at, but I'm just
I
saying
well like say that you're fighting a retaliator and you shoot a size 5 torpedo at it, and the retaliator has turret gunners, so they shoot the torpedo down. If you have a minesweeper, you fly next to it and you drop off like 3 mines. I don't know how easy it's going to be to like if they can destroy them or not, but it'd be right next to you and they would just boop and then and like hit the back end of it. But you'd have to get close enough to like actually hit it, so
uh,
the speed would come in. Like you
I
wouldn't
think that
use.
I think that they'll stop that entirely.
I need to double check and make sure I'm
They'll
not.
make it to where that won't be possible. 100%, they'll make it to where you will not be able to do that. It will be a area denial weapon.
I'm trying to.
Like it'll be, we don't want you to fuck with our org, so we put up a minefield.
Well, yeah, it's gonna be something like that, I'm sure, but I'm just.
That's exactly the exact purpose for the game. It'll be some of these ships ain't don't have like a straight up we are going to war purpose.
I think it's a ship that's meant to be. We are a small group. We don't have enough people to have a fleet, so we use a Nautilus.
No, it's we don't want to freaking bring out an entire fleet to protect our freaking mining thing that our org's doing right now. So we brought out a Nautilus to lay down a minefield.
Yeah, it's that, but it's like okay, so you could have like a Perseus and a Hammerhead and like a bunch of different ships protect your thing, or you could have a small group of people on one Nautilus that can
Yeah,
still
that's what I'm
do the
saying.
same
And that's
job.
what it'll be used for, and that's what they'll make it used for. They're not gonna
Yeah,
let it be used as like a fucking warship
I think
because
it.
that's not what it'll be used for. It'll be used for a mine laying.
I still think it's
It's
gonna have a purpose in war. If
no, and that'll be it. It'll be laying mines to aerial denial, and they'll
yeah, but
make it tedious as shit, like they make everything else tedious as shit.
I need to. I don't know
The
what.
only thing in this game that isn't tedious as shit is pulling up the freaking rifle, shooting the rifle, and flying the fighter. It's the only thing in this game that isn't tedious as fuck.
Well, you have to rearm the fighter and stuff, so it's.
Now, and even then, that's still the least tedious fucking rearming system thing of the entire game.
But it is called
And
a.
they
It
don't
is
want
like
everybody to be. They don't. They've already said they don't want everybody in fighters, so they're not going to let it be fought like a fighter, bro. It'll have shit to defend itself, but that's about it. And like you said, it'll be like a for a small org, and it won't be used like a battleship or a capital ship. It'll be used like a mine layer.
I mean, it'll be used like a mine layer, but I still think it can fight. It's not.
And the
It,
guns that
Its biggest
It's
weak point I could see is that it only has those two side engines. It's not going to be like super durable, but
it's not
it is a destroyer though, right? Like the old World War II
no
ship with a depth charge.
no. It's a minesweeper. That was an actual style of ship. Its literal purpose was to lay and sweep for mines.
Sweeper World War II ship. So if I just get the name wrong, does it have depth charges on the Minesweeper?
Yeah. It'll have mine racks, which the racks could be used for either.
I could have swore that the first destroyers on like the World War II ship games were like,
They do, but you're also focusing off of the games, as in this is CIG,
well, they're basing stuff on it.
and
They're building like a World War II warship game in space, sort of, was kind of what they said it
yeah, but
sounded like.
it's one of those that there was actual minesweeping ships.
Yeah.
If CIG wants a destroyer, they'll call it a destroyer.
Well, the Javelin's a destroyer, so it's like there's they name stuff, but there's different sizes. Like the modern, like even now, like a destroyer and a cruiser, they're basically the same thing. They're just different sizes, and they might have a couple of different little tweaks, and like a destroyer for us
That's
is a
today. That's today.
yeah, I
This is
know.
a World War II
But
game in
that's what I'm
space.
saying
There
is
was
that,
actual
but their stuff,
differences
like they
between a
have ships that are
destroyer and a
this,
cruiser and a carrier and a battleship.
but like a javelin is the size of a fucking city, and it's a destroyer. So there's different tiers,
Yeah, we just haven't seen the battleship yet.
if they make one.
Squadron 43.
Yeah, I mean, if I don't know if,
They have to have things to pull off.
well, they have.
And they have to fight a Yamato, and they have to have a Yamato.
Well, they're gonna have a battleship in the game, but I don't know if they're gonna make one for players or not.
It probably won't be. It'll be
Cause
for
that
Chris Roberts. Chris Roberts will be the only one to be able to fly that fucking thing.
probably, which sucks because I like battleships, but um,
But you get my point, though. Like, it's that. Like, yeah, a destroyer is the javelin. Actually, I would probably say that's more the cruiser. The Idrises are. What are they calling the Idrises?
frigate.
Oh, they are frigates. Well, there you go.
I think, yeah, because
And a frigate's smaller than a destroyer. They haven't. What's the cruiser yet? What's above the javelin so far in game? It's just the Bengal, right?
Bengal, and then they have. I mean, technically, they had that Perseus or Poseidon or whatever it was. It was like a mini carrier, but and then they have the battleship, which I don't remember what it's called.
Okay, so there you go. So we haven't seen a cruiser and we haven't seen a battleship yet.
I forget what they called the Polaris. Is it?
The Polaris is just a Corvette,
Yeah, Corvette. Yeah.
which is a small destroyer. Small. It's like in between a patrol boat and frigate.
Yeah. But then the Perseus is a littoral vessel. Like it's like close. Because like there's people that compare the Perseus to like a early Burke destroyer.
No,
Because that's what happens
they
in
need to
game.
stop. They just need to. You can't compare it to a modern military because Chris Roberts is not comparing it to a modern military. It's just got some modern shit because he has to because this is in space 800 years past World War II.
Yeah.
So
But like for the majority of players, like
they're going to be destroyer escorts.
but like for the
Okay,
majority
so
of
these what
players,
they're
those
purpose.
smaller ships would be what most people are going to be using. So like the
No, you're
Javelin.
not listening. No, stop. Listen to me. Okay,
Hmm.
there's different roles.
Yeah.
Every ship has a different role.
Uh-huh.
It's making his fleet is what's going on right now for this freaking the Earth fleet.
Yeah.
Right now we have a submarine. The Perseus will be a destroyer escort. This is World War II. Okay, the way the ship classes went and size, like actual ships went submarine, destroyer escort, frigate, destroyer, cruiser, maybe a battle cruiser, battleship, and then the carriers are their own little thing in the middle somewhere.
So you're saying the Perseus is escorting the Javelin?
No, it's escorting. That's just what they were called, were destroyer escorts, because they were small destroyers.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's basically the cargo escort.
I see it as merchant escort thing.
There you go. There,
But
that's basically what it is. That's what the destroyer escorts were.
but
They were
that's also what
DDE.
I see the Polaris as.
Polaris is a submarine. It does one thing and it does one thing good, and that's fire the fucking torps
See,
at
but
long range.
to me, it's a escort. I don't think
How
it's
would you escort with it?
because it has a small gun. It's the same as the
It's a
It's the same
look
as
at World
the
War II. Look at World War II.
yeah, and they had the big missiles were on the submarines first, which that's what I'm thinking as well. But then the submarines don't have. I mean, a couple of them have like tiny guns on top and stuff, but they don't have missile racks and big ass turrets and shit on them. Like they're just, you know,
That doesn't have a big ass turret compared to a javelin.
no, not to a javelin, but it's
That's and the javelin is the destroyer.
yeah,
Look at what submarines had. They had a pissant gun on the deck,
uh-huh.
and the javelins. What is it? Sixes? Those are pretty pissant, dude. My fucking Ares has a bigger gun than that.
The Ares is made to destroy bigger ships,
You get
though.
but you're not listening. You're not comprehending that. Like my fighter has a bigger gun than the quote unquote capital ship
Well, then, yeah, as that, but it's not like,
because the only thing that's good about the fucking Polaris are the size 10 torpedoes because it's a submarine.
uh-huh. But
It's meant to sit. It literally the whole thing about the it's not in game yet. The whole thing about those are they're supposed to be able to track it like 30K
yes, like
because they're meant to be set outside of the freaking the viewing
I can
angle or the
understand
radar range of the carriers.
I can understand how you could see it as a submarine because I used to see it as a submarine too, but I see it more as
It's submarine.
um
Look at the lighting on the inside, bro.
I get it, the lighting, how the fucking hallways and shit are, how the fucking cabins are. I get it, but it's also like, and also I think of like water in the game as being atmosphere, and it can go in and out of atmosphere. But the
I guarantee you, Perseus, when it comes in, will slay, absolutely slay a Polaris.
yes, I'm on that boat as well.
And because it is a destroyer escort, its entire purpose of a destroyer escort is to kill submarines, which the Polaris is a submarine.
I get that, but you see the thing that I posted the other day when we were talking about this, and it was about the Ticonga, fucking the fuck his name, uh, the Ticonderoga class cruiser, which I get, it's a boat, but it has the cruise missile tubes and stuff, and you can say modern, whatever, but this ship was around a long time ago as well. Has really good radar, anti-ship missiles. It has anti-air missiles and stuff on it, which would be the size threes that are on the front of the Polaris, and you have size twos on the Polaris as well. And then it has the dinky ass little bitty guns on it that are made for basically killing merchant ships and stuff, which is essentially what the submarine would be doing, but it's also what the Polaris would be doing. So if you have like a whole sea or something, this thing's gonna go over and shoot it with a size six gun and shred it to pieces. And then the Perseus would be defending against it, but the Perseus and this ship together also would be an escort ship because if an Idris or something shows up, the Perseuses aren't going to be shooting down an Idris, the Polaris will be. That's kind of how I'm seeing it. It's the submarine is the retaliator sort of, and then
No, no,
yeah, I mean
dude, dude.
it's a PT boat, but
No, dude, that is not like I'm telling you right now. Like, look at it, dude.
it's a U-boat.
Every Chris Roberts is a director. What is the fucking Chris Roberts is a director.
Yeah,
What does the fucking Polaris look like on the inside?
it's a spaceship that kind of looks like a
Mm,
submarine, but
there you go. It looks like a fucking submarine.
you can say a lot of ships kind of look a little
No, you
bit.
look at it looks like a fucking
The
submarine.
submarine have a big ass hangar
He
on it.
has
Like
they have to. You have to put it on, or people would
it's
bitch because this big ass ship you can't put shit on. And you have to have a cargo space for the size nines.
yeah, well, yeah, but it's just and technically there were some submarines that had scout planes,
Hmm.
but it's the same thing with the
It's a submarine, bro.
it's the
It's a
same thing
submarine.
with the cruiser though.
Chris Roberts is a director,
I think it's a mix
and
because
he's also the George Lucas of this fucking verse. Look at the way the thing is laid out.
I don't
Look at the way it's laid out.
it looks
Look at the way the tubes are, and they can't put a gun on top of it like they would
it's because like why
on the
would you
bottom is because it would fuck up the aesthetics. You can't put a gun on top like they would of a normal torpedo because it would fuck up the aesthetics.
I think they don't put a gun on top because a turret on the bottom is better for shooting at ground targets on planet
There's that
surfaces.
portion, but it's also the whole.
But it's a space
It's
game and you're
aesthetics.
in
It's an
space
aesthetic.
and there's no water, so there's no up, which means
Yeah.
if you put a missile rack on top of the boat, it's going to be shooting up, whereas like if it's on the front,
If you put the gun on top, it would make more sense to you. I'm telling you.
I mean it would make a lot of sense for a lot of stuff in game, but it's even the same thing with like a PT boat, the Retaliator. It shoots torpedoes. They're not coming off the top of the boat. They're coming off the bottom of the boat because it's a bomber, and it's also a gunboat. So it's like
It's oh I know like that one's the amalgamation that's hard to
it
nail
looks
down.
like a
But once you
submarine on the
figure out,
inside, but it's a
it
bomber
looks like a
plane.
PT boat on the inside.
I mean, it still looks like a submarine to me. It looks more of a submarine to me than the Polaris does to some degree, because it got that tiny ass cramped hallways and shit. You know,
It,
it's
you been in a boat. But no, seriously, no, that really does. Like on the inside, the way it's all painted white and everything, that's small craft. That isn't submarine. Submarines ain't painted white on the inside.
I don't know, but I still think the Polaris is going to be useful for merchant ship like escorting. It's not like because if you put like an
And
so
then
say an Idris
the
pops up and the Idris pops out like a few fighters and stuff, and you have a Polaris and you have a couple of Perseus. The
well
Perseus
here,
have more big guns than the Idris does, like size sevens, and then the Polaris has more anti-fighter guns than the Perseus and stuff does, and it still has a big enough size 6 to help deal with like subcaps and like smaller ships. And then the big finisher,
oh
the
yeah, I
size
know they'll
7.
work good together, but they're made to kill each other.
Well, yeah,
The
but
that the Perseus is made to kill a Polaris.
like
It'll
can
be
it
it'll be able to tank a Polaris just instantly.
if it gets to it, but like I don't know. It depends on how fast that Perseus is as well cuz like you're going to say like I think that the Polaris has a longer radar range than the Perseus.
Hmm.
So it's going to see that first and then
That's where it's
it
at.
shoots a
It's like
torp off. It's going to be I mean,
because here's the thing that cements how the Retaliator isn't a sub. Just to clear that out for you. All right. In lore, the Retaliators were bought up after the war
mm,
and turned into houseboats and yachts and tugs and cargo ships, right? The PT boats that weren't burnt down in the Pacific were turned into yachts and cargo boats and freaking
well, my thing
tugs.
with the lore is that the Retaliators are like they were the big dick of the Mezzers or whatever, and they just
Yeah.
went and they fucked shit up. And to me, that says Nazi Germany U-boat, and then I'm just like, okay, so it's kind of
They took some of the lore from places.
Because
I'll say that, but it's in the scheme of how it's projecting out, it's a PT boat, bro.
but it's like, what's the difference between a PT boat and a sub in space? Like, if you take a PT boat and you're sealing it and you're putting
The
it
tactics,
basically under the water and it's
the
shooting
tactics, I can be seen
torpedoes.
at, I can the tactics, I can be seen at 20,000 yards.
Yeah, but I don't know, man. Like, we don't need, like, even with blueprints and crafting, because like you could potentially make a stealth retaliator in the future. I don't even like the
I can
combinations.
be seen at 20,000 yards. That's the issue where
But
it's
to me,
at.
like,
And you're
wouldn't
never going to be able to stealth the
wouldn't
retaliator,
like
bro. The
PT
cross section is
boats
horrible.
wouldn't PT boats shoot smaller torpedoes?
No, they shot the same size as everybody else.
They shot the same size as submarines.
Yeah, maybe. Uh,
Because like I thought size
I could
five
be wrong. I could
torpedoes.
be wrong. I could be wrong. But I would imagine they're roughly the same size. You still had to be able to like couple man load these things in both a submarine and on a PT boat. So
Because like I know they had bigger torpedoes that they had during the war, but most of the submarines
those
shot
were on like
smaller
cruisers and
torpedoes.
shit. Yeah.
Yeah, and because like they,
But I don't know that the PT boat shot the same. That they could have, they could not have. They might have shot different. I'm not
well, because
sure.
like the destroyers or whatever eventually got the same torpedoes the
But
PT boats had.
I think they fired. No, I think they fired different ones because the PT boats didn't have issues with their torps going off, and the submarines did. So they had to have been firing differently.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Still crazy to me. Either way, I mean,
So those. I mean, that right there says they have to be something different about them. Whether they were different sizes, I don't know.
but I know like when I was first looking into the Polaris, like I was looking into stuff in the wars, and I was trying to figure out like, okay, what was going on here, and then the first big like anti-ship missiles that I saw were on submarines because they were like the Tomahawk missiles and shit, and I was like, okay, it's a submarine, and then I was watching more and more stuff, and then I was like, basically the cruiser or whatever was one of the ships that got modified to use the Tomahawk missiles, and it has the same sort of gun armament as like the ship does, and the
It's
guns
not
on
a
it,
cruiser.
but it has anti like fighter guns on it.
It does it does it's not a cruiser.
But like,
It has PDWs because the game requires it
all right,
because
well,
modern
I'm not
technology
talking about
requires it to
the
have
PDS
PDW.
turrets. I'm talking about the man turrets. Like they're
That's because the game requires it to have them.
but like
Because or else it would be a single man ship.
but that video that I posted on in here the other day, if the about the Ticonderoga cruiser, and they tell you like what they,
It's not a Ticonderoga. I'll tell you that right
but
now.
if they
There's
if
no way for it to even.
if
There's no sensor system.
just listen, all right, because the video says like, hey, this is the ship, this is what we do, and it's like it's an anti-air ship. It's defensive and it does like anti-air cruiser anti-air defense, and then they were talking about the smaller gun, and they're like it's good for destroying merchant ships and smaller vessels, and then they said for like ground support, and then the bottom of the Polaris turrets aims to the ground, and they were like, why would you use smaller turrets or whatever on the ground? And they're like, because these things are like this big, you shoot a number of these off, they're smaller shells, they hit like in a smaller area on the ground, you can obliterate any target, so they're like doing kind of fleet, like they're doing like close range like land support for like
Who
destroying
is this?
targets. It's the God, I can't even fucking say it. The cruiser ship is the video that I posted in there. There's a couple of different ones, but I posted one when we were talking about it the other day. That was just like a old TV show talking about it, and they had some of the ship crews on there like talking about what the ship had and what it does. And it's like,
Does the Polaris shoot only fighters?
I mean, it's turrets mostly
Does the Polaris shoot only fighters,
with its.
or is its major weapon the size 10 torpedoes?
I don't think this torpedoes is its primary weapon.
Its torpedoes are the primary weapons because they were the ones that got tanked and nerfed.
I don't think that they're the ship's primary thing
Those
because
are the ship's primary weapons,
how they
or
talk,
else they wouldn't nerf them.
but they already talked about how they want combat to be in the game, where you have to take out the PDS turrets and stuff before you can actually hit them with the torpedoes. So you can't just shoot the torpedo off; it's going to get intercepted. It has to be secondary because you have to destroy the PDS. It's either that or you're going to have to overwhelm a ship with an ungodly amount of torpedoes to like get through. So it's like I think it's I mean you could use it whatever, but I think you would have it the same as the cruiser ship would be, which would be you have anti-air fighter support and you have a helicopter because
The
basically that ship,
Hammerhead has better anti-air fighter support.
yes, but it can't cripple a big ship with
It's not meant to like. Why would you use your why would you use your anti-air that's supposed to be defending your carrier to cripple ships? Because it's not meant to cripple ships. It's not meant to protect a carrier. It's a submarine.
yeah.
It's meant to fire from 30K out where you're not fighting other fucking ships.
But that's
You're supposed to
also
fire the 28 size 10s. You're supposed to ripple fire those things out of there and then leave.
I could see it, yeah, but I'm just also it's fleet defense. Like like if you see this if you go to a merchant ship and you see this and you're in a Polaris and you're gonna be like, huh, it could shoot back at me. It has the same radar range as me. It has the same missiles as me. And
As
then
what?
because if you have like a Polaris as a fleet defense ship and you have a Polaris as an attacking ship, they have the same radar ranges. It's confusing because also in like some of these fleets they have submarines that are supposed to go with them as well as like a bigger ship. But
Yeah, that's
it's
the Polaris. Because there's supposed to be eight other ships. They're just not in the game yet.
well, what ship's gonna like what armaments would you have on a cruiser?
I don't know. I'm not the freaking big ship guy. I'm just telling you how it works, bro.
Well, if it
This is
has
a submarine. Look at the damn thing. Look at the way that the armament and it's designed.
it's a
It fires
spaceship game.
front. It fires
I'm
front.
looking at the
Exactly.
armament.
Exactly. Exactly.
I'm
It only
looking at the
fires front, bro.
and
It all its
missile
DPS is
cruisers
in the
only
front.
fire up. I mean, it doesn't make any sense for a boat
Because
to
it's
fire.
because missile. All right, bro. Look, man. All of its offensive armament fires front.
Yes,
Like what ship does a cruiser fire all of its armament towards the front, or is it in a 360-degree pattern? Is a destroyer firing in a 360-degree pattern, or is it firing forward? Is a submarine firing all of its offensive armament forward?
the Polaris torpedoes can go in any direction.
No.
Yeah, the bottom locks onto a target. The torpedoes can
No,
shoot
they don't
off and
go anywhere.
turn.
They don't go anywhere, dude. They go straight.
As far as I know, they turn. But the
No, they don't turn. They will turn slightly to track a target. They fire straight.
the one big design flaw with the Polaris is that the torpedo comes out the front and the cockpit is right there, which can end up killing everybody. But the same thing is on a cruiser boat that the missile thing is right in front of like the bridge or whatever the fuck is
Okay.
going on with the radar relay, and it can blow up right in front of them. It's
You're not grasping this, bro. You're
I'm
trying to
grasping it perfectly, but like you can't say like it's
because
designed
it's a
like a
World War II game, bro. He's World War
I
II in
get
this
it,
shit in
but it's in
space.
space.
Exactly, World War II in
Yes,
space, which means there has to be some technologies
I
that
no,
because
I'm
you have
saying
idiots
that
that constantly say shit like,
I'm
"Hey, it's we're fucking a 2099. Fucking why don't we have this when we have this?"
yes, I get
Because it's
that,
World War II in fucking space.
but also game design.
They
Like,
had to put PDFs on shit because it's World War II, but in space.
well, because people are shooting
And guess
torpedoes
what?
at
The
shit.
ships in World War II had anti-aircraft defenses too. Even a submarine
Yes,
had anti-aircraft defenses.
that's why the Retaliator has a bunch of fucking guns on top of it, though.
No, a submarine didn't have a bunch of guns on fucking top of it.
I'm saying that the Retaliator has guns
They
on top
had
of it.
a fucking big gun and a couple of like chintzy ass fucking guns. Why does my Retaliator have almost the same amount of DPS anti-aircraft as that fucking Polaris?
Because they don't want people to run it over.
Mm,
Because it's also a bomber. It's
there's
I don't fucking know. But the thing is that it when you talk about the design of a ship, I understand how like I understand that it looks like a submarine, but also it's a space game,
it's
which
not that it
means they can.
looks like a submarine, bro.
It's I get
It's
what
using submarine tactics. It's using a submarine armament. It looks like a duck. It fucking quacks like a duck, bro.
you're saying. It uses a submarine armament, but also you take a submarine that has Tomahawk missiles. You take a cruiser that has
It doesn't
Tomahawk.
have Tomahawk missiles.
It fucking
Those ain't fucking cruise missiles. Those are torpedoes.
well.
They fire
What?
into a
Okay.
straight fucking line at the fucking target and maybe track a little bit. You are not guiding that bitch across the fucking system.
But it's okay. So it's a toss up in this game because are we getting size 10 torpedoes? Or like, the highest we've seen size 5. Barely anything is used size 5 torpedoes or size 5 missiles. And you have size 5 missiles, size 5 torpedoes. I get the difference between those two, but we don't have anything bigger than size 5 for missiles. Which if they come out with a size 10 missile boat, then that would be a cruise missile. But for me, a fucking torpedo and a fucking cruise missile are basically the same shit
They're
because
not the same
the
thing.
torpedoes fly through
A cruise
atmosphere.
missile is guided before it launches out of the tube.
Guided before it's launched out of a tube.
Yeah. It's already knows its target before it's launched. It doesn't chase anything. The closest thing to chasing it has is at a certain area on certain anti-ship ones, it'll turn on at once it reaches its certain destination, it will turn on a radar.
Well, that's the same as the cross-section missiles.
But it has to go to that location that it was programmed with before you even fucking hit it. We don't have cruise missiles in the game.
But even the normal missiles don't.
There's no cruise missiles in the fucking game.
Well, I'm not.
There is anti-aircraft missiles and there is torpedoes.
Yes, but like, okay.
And what's fucking choking you up right now is that you're trying to look at these things as fucking guided missiles, and they're not fucking guided missiles. They're torpedoes.
What's choking me up is not knowing the tiny details between the two different things, more so than like how big it is and how far it flies. But it's also like I don't think I don't know pre-programming where it goes before it. I don't know
That
how
is
how does that
cruise
change?
missiles are for fucking land targets. Like if I wanted to grief somebody and like never putting a cruise missile in the fucking thing because I could sit from fucking 500 miles or 500 GM away, fire this fucking cruise missile, and program it to jump to different targets, and then hit somebody's land base, and they'd never even know that they got fucking hit.
But you can't
That's a cruise missile.
shoot a torpedo from a distance and hit it.
Not from that fucking distance.
Well, you said that this thing's gonna be
Cruise
shooting
missile,
300
dude, bro.
km
It's like
out.
a torpedo in real life goes like fucking 50 miles and fucking dies.
Yeah.
A cruise missile goes for like 5,000, bro.
But it's a video game. Like
Exactly.
you can have something that's basically a cruise missile, but they have to shorten the distance because they can't just
No,
shoot.
they just ain't. They're never going to put that in because it's a griefing weapon.
But what's the submarines?
This is World War II in space. There was no cruise missiles in space, bro, but there was torpedoes and there was missiles and rockets.
Well, they had missiles on submarines.
And they had to
and they had torpedoes on submarines.
No, and they didn't have missiles on submarines. There was one boat that fired one fucking converted V1.
There was
And then we captured it, and then we fired fucking V2s out of it,
there was
or V1s
missiles
out of
on
it.
some submarines.
On one,
No, because the Russians
and
had
we
one.
captured. No, we fucking made it, Duro. We made it.
Well, we had the
Or
tomahawks on the sub.
we took them, or we took it from the Japanese, and then we freaking converted that. We were firing shit off of it.
But we had a sub that shot missiles, right?
After the war. And nothing ever came out of the ship that had a sub because it was converted V1 and it hadn't even reached its testbed phase.
Because like the only thing I remember with torpedoes and subs that I've
They were
seen.
trying to launch fucking planes out of subs. That
Well,
was their big thing of trying to launch planes out of subs.
well, yeah, but like the thing with torpedoes and subs is that there was some people that tried to put bigger torpedoes in subs, but usually they just had standard torpedo sizes. So, and we already know that the size 9 torpedoes can hit pretty damn hard in the game. So like a size 10 torpedo and a size 12, like is the size 12 torpedo on a javelin just a torpedo, or is that an anti-ship missile? Because it's like I get it's only shooting two. It only has two big ass tubes. That's a fucking
It's
nuclear
just going to be
missile.
a fucking torpedo.
Yeah,
Cruisers had bigger torpedo. Cruisers and or destroyers had bigger torpedoes than submarines and freaking anybody else.
I don't know. This hurts my head because it's
Hang
a
on real
space
quick.
game. Like you shoot a size 12 torpedo at the ground, it's a fucking nuke. That's a big ass nuke.
And these were aerial launch torpedoes on the PT boats.
Like, do you need a do you need a missile if you're shooting
Do you
torpedoes
hear
from
me?
the sky?
They were aerial launch torpedoes.
What you send? Where'd you put it?
They just dropped. I didn't put anything. I was letting you know the PT boats they were modified aerial drop torpedoes.
Oh, they weren't guided though, right? They were just like
No,
dumbfire.
no,
Yeah.
dumbfire.
Like a lot of like that's the other thing.
Every torpedo in world. No, there was no guided
Yeah,
torpedo in World War II.
that's what I'm saying too. Like that's kind of a whole other thing because like I remember that the war games you always just dumbfired. You had straight.
That's why these Polaris missiles and all this shit, you pretty much have to dumbfire 'em.
Yeah, I think what they're doing is that's the upgrade path over time. Is they're gonna have us. The upgrade path is gonna be like from World War II to modern day because you're gonna have better stealth, better missiles, better ammo, better ships.
That's after 1.0.
Yeah, but like all these
Because
ships
this
have upgrade paths. Like what's a tier 5 retaliator's benefit, Because like the torpedo could get better and maybe the hull strength could get better, but like you're gonna put better speed and better guns, better turret maybe. It's kind of I don't know.
what honestly, I would be happy if they'd let me freaking remove some of the turrets.
Just to make it look better.
Just to make it like shit. That top turret's fucking useless.
Yeah. I don't think I've
You can
ever
take
seen a fully crewed retaliator though. Like you said, they're size 3 turrets.
yeah.
There's like 5 of them, right? Or like something.
Two on the wings. Two on the sides, one on the bottom, or two on the bottom, one on the top. So five, yeah. Yeah, five.
Yeah,
Five size threes.
that's weird.
It's not that bad.
I wonder.
Like, really, honestly, you could probably do a tally with a four-man crew perfectly.
I'm just thinking like if you Like say that
If all the turrets work properly, you could do a tally with 4-man crew
but like
perfectly.
say like you fully crew it, I mean, because it's a bomber as well. I mean, I don't know.
Honestly, I wouldn't fully crew it. What I would do is I would get 4 of them together and we'd pack hunt.
Yeah, but I'm just saying like if you had like a full crew on it, and you had like your
Oh,
cargo
if I
bay.
had the ability for my full crew, yeah.
Well, like if you had your cargo bay in the back, and then you had your torpedo in the front, or whatever you want to do, and then you do like a ground mission, you would have bottom turrets to like kill everybody, and then you'd have the cargo to like load cargo boxes and shit, and then you'd still have the size 9 torpedo to like deal with bigger ships, like
I'm a
the
cargo guy, bro. My money making isn't like doing ground issues shit. It's like I don't really want to be fighting if I'm not like doing like I can translate the cargo pretty well to the bomber. Does that make sense?
well, I'm just saying like the ship itself, like you don't have to do
Oh,
those
the ship
things.
is yeah, the ship is
It's
more
just
capable of it.
it's like in my head I'm thinking like PT boat that it's weird
No,
because
it's like they did shit like that. All right, so like the
it
way
goes
these
on
boats
land
work.
though, because it's weird because they're planes and not boats. So like if a PT boat could fly over the land and start shooting shit, like
Yeah,
that's crazy.
it's essentially a raiding craft. Okay, so like if you take anything type like any type of classification out of the system. Okay, it's a vehicle that allows you to come in and strike with a heavy amount of freaking power and then get away. So it's like it's not trying to ambush something, which an ambush is I'm just sitting here waiting for somebody to walk by and me attack them. All right, it's a raiding force. Okay, so a raid is different. Or on a raid, you will attack where they are stationary.
Yeah.
Okay,
Star.
so it's not it's that type of like you take any type of like trying to take any type of classification out of it. Okay, it performs the raid, not the ambush. It's not good at the ambush.
I'm trying to look. There used to be a list of some of the ships and stars that have to be
So
built, but
that's kind of how you like if you look at it like that, then that makes a little bit more. I would hope that makes a little bit more sense for the retaliator, like how it's used.
I could see
It's like
like you have a
it's for the raid. It's for the like even the way the Mezzers used it in their lore, they used it by like coming in and attacking people and then flying off like bats out of hell, right?
well, I'm thinking
That's a
about it
raid.
more like if you have, so say you have like, I don't know, like 9 retaliators or whatever, and then like 2 or 3 of them have like the cargo pod in the back of it, and the rest of them just have missiles. But you'd stack all of your like supplies for everybody in those ships, and then fly to your destination and then fly back. Whereas like an eclipse or whatever wouldn't be able to carry supplies; you'd have to bring a whole carrier.
Yeah.
But
You can literally supply retaliators with retaliators.
um, I'm trying
Literally.
to see because they don't have. Okay, they have one cruiser under the battleship's the Retribution. The escort carrier is the Pegasus, and then the fleet carrier is a Beagle. So cruiser is above the destroyer on here, and it doesn't really have a name.
Yeah.
Designed for fleet combat, commerce, raiding, and supply interdiction duties. Similar size to an escort carrier, larger than a destroyer, smaller than a battle cruiser or a fleet carrier. This is just Star Citizen stuff, though.
And that's
Surgeon.
the way you got to look at it. They're using World War II metrics.
I wonder. Well, the
So if you
Javelin.
if you apply the World War II metrics to things, so they're naming classifications because that's what this is World War II in space. So he's using their naming schematics.
Well, I get that, but I don't
And
have the metrics of World War II in my head. What I've been basically going off of is uh a lot of the streamer people, like the people who have been in Navy and stuff that talk about Star Citizen. Who the fuck's that guy's name? You ever seen the Info Runner guys?
mhm,
There's like that one dude who's like British Navy, and like so he talked about some stuff. But their thing that they talk about basically is that the javelins and the really big ships like that, not everyone's going to have. So for the smaller groups and the militia guys,
he's full of shit.
we don't have access to a javelin destroyer, so our destroyer is smaller. Is basically like what they go by. But
He's full of shit. Also, I know who you're talking about. The whole thought process, like for you've even seen it. You've been in orgs where there's 10 fucking javelins.
oh yeah, but
So that
that's
tells me that they're not as fucking rare as this guy's seeming to think they are.
well, they're not as rare, but also people are buying them. Like it's gonna be
And
rare for
they're
like a small group to build one, and
yeah,
then
yeah. So like he can like yeah, they're gonna be over all over the place. So you can't think of it like you're the small group because
I hope I can find one of these. Like, like there's an org that has like 50 of them and they just don't give a shit, and one of them like crashes, and I can like, oh shit, a javelin. That'd be great.
that's where we'll take them or we'll be able to build them or it's just
USS Covis. So this picture, I don't know if this is what they did or just what someone else did. It's basically a bingo carrier,
mm,
and they're saying it's a cruiser, and it just has two big ass turrets on top of it. Like, I don't know, like size 8 or size 9 turrets. Which I don't know, like weren't like in World War II and stuff, cruisers like they had like basically you had like battleships and stuff, and then like you had things that had armor stripped off so they were faster, but then they still had the same guns.
those are battle cruisers.
Yeah. So maybe this
A
is a
cruiser
battle
is
cruiser.
essentially a cruiser would have like sub 10-inch guns generally. They might exceed like 10-inch. They might go into like 12s towards the end of the war, but for the most part, they were sub 10-inch guns.
What size do you think a size 7 gun is?
I would say the sixes are probably size 5 or 5-inch. So
Because I know the Idris, I think, has a size 7 on the front, and the Javelin, I think, has size 7 turrets, and then it has like a size 8 or something on it. I'd have to double check.
probably the eights, probably the sevens are probably somewhere in like the 7-inch range.
Let's see.
With the
Weapons.
eights probably being at size 10s with whatever that carrier or whatever that battleship having being 16s,
So the
16
Javelin
inches.
has. This might be wrong because it says size 9 torpedoes, but it says size 4 missiles. That's the biggest missile I've seen on a ship. Size 5 missiles fuck
The
shit up.
Ares have fives,
Yeah. This
but you can't see them. Have you noticed that you're not able to see what they look like?
I noticed on my
No
arrow today
ship that
that I couldn't see
has
it.
no ship that has fives.
Huh.
No ship that has fives, size 5 missiles, you can see the missiles.
Yeah. The only place I've actually got hit by size 5 is the prison. I think they're size 5, but those fuck shit up. Like I know they do. Like they one tap stuff. Like those I could
Yeah.
definitely see a size 5 missile being anti-ship missile, but it's not a cruise missile. That's a
No, a size. Yeah, I would call size fives as like I would call them like
it can
harpoons.
it can one
They're
tap.
anti-ship
a
missiles. They're
Terrapin.
anti-ship missiles.
I don't know if there's like a negative to using a bigger missile against like, because like the size 5 should be slower than the other
It's
ones,
slower.
but
That's the issue with it. It's slower than everything else.
that's probably my biggest thing. Like the trait, like when the Polaris and stuff to me was like, because the cruiser is supposed to have like anti like air missiles and stuff, and then the Polaris has size 3s and size 2s, and so that was like a real the thing where I was like kind of looking at it and I was like, I don't know, like because those can shoot down fighters and stuff, but I don't know how effective they are at it. Where like a size 4 or size 5, I know it can one tap a Terrapin, so it
Yeah.
can one tap a fighter. I don't know if
Yeah,
the size 3 can one tap a fighter.
put it this way, they put Stinger handhelds on subs, bro. Modern subs, they put Stinger handhelds on subs. So you got to look at it kind of like a Stinger missile. It's kind of like
Are you
like
saying
an
they have?
afterthought of
Are you saying
like an
they?
afterthought of like it has some missiles just so the pilot isn't going insane.
Are you saying that the submarines now have like they physically shoot Stinger missiles, or that they have missile launchers
They
that
have
they
an
shoot?
actual no, they have an
Oh,
actual like
okay,
dude who sits on the fucking conning tower with a Stinger missile and fires a fucking Stinger missile from a handheld rocket.
that's interesting.
That's the way it's done.
Yeah, because that's the other thing in this game is that because like a lot of the comparisons with a lot of things like the Gladiator and stuff, I have to compare spaceships and fighters with helicopters because we just don't have any fucking helicopters in this game hardly,
Mm,
and it makes it very hard because like the Gladiator does almost everything that the Seahawk helicopter or whatever that the cruise would do because it's
mm.
because there's nothing that
No, it doesn't do anything like it is nothing like that.
it's sort of like the thing was is that like that
That is not a Black
helicopter
Hawk stuff.
it's used for like search and rescue and stuff and scouting out for submarines, and then they had it, but it only shoots like 3 torpedoes and has like sono buoys, and then the
No,
Gladiator
but
has all those missiles and
it
shit,
isn't doing all that at once.
but it can pick up somebody that's stranded in space and bring them back, and it
Yeah,
has
but
torpedoes.
all right. So, but that if you're going to compare it to a helicopter, you would compare that to a Hind helicopter or a an Apache, maybe a Cobra. You're not going to like that's not a Black Hawk, bro. The Cuddy Black, that's a Black Hawk.
I basically split it into two like
The Cuddies are Black Hawks.
I split it into basically two ships because to me the helicopter is basically the Terrapin, but the Terrapin doesn't shoot torpedoes, so you have to have a secondary ship to call in for torpedoes. Or like the other thing is like I don't know if they're ever going to do this, but I hope at some point we're able to like share target information with other ships, so like the Terrapin could go out, mark the sub, and then like you could have your Perseus or whatever like shoot a size 5 torpedo from really far away, but you're probably going to have bigger, I don't know how far a size 5 torpedo goes. I mean, it's not going to be far enough.
No,
So
what would happen with the Perseus is going to run up and like pound on it with the guns.
I think it can. Like I think the Perseus could fuck up a Polaris a bit,
And
but
the Perseus is going to, like 10 out of 10,
but what
the Perseus will be able to smash a Polaris.
but like
And
I
it's
just
the only thing the Polaris might be able to do is take a long range shot on it.
I just don't see a Perseus catching a Polaris unless it's just really damn fast for some reason. That's
It'll be fast.
because you're talking size 10 torpedo range versus like it has size 5 torpedo range. So like you at least have
Yeah,
twice the distance you're gonna have to
It's meant to
cover.
close on them, yeah.
Like it's gonna shoot those big ass missiles off, and you're gonna be like, oh shit, missiles, and then it's gonna quantum out of there
You'd be
before it
able
could
to
even.
dodge them, bro. No.
Well, I'm just
That's
saying
like,
like
I mean,
you're not gonna be able to catch it if it just quantums off like as soon as it fires.
that's what subs do.
Yeah, but it's the same thing with like you know bigger ships.
If you took random ass shot from 30 kilometers away, which let's face it, even the They'd just be able to get away from that shit.
But like if the Perseus can't chase it, like how do you defend really? Besides like anti-air turrets, you know.
Because you can't let nothing can get close to it.
But like all you could use is another Polaris against it.
No, because nothing can get close to whatever you're protecting with the Perseus.
Well,
Because
yeah,
if it comes within range of the guns, then you're fucked. So it's kind of a what do? You stand up, like either way, it's accomplishing its mission. It's keeping the fucking sub away. Because the
yeah.
sub ain't gonna come fuck with something that can come smash on it as quick. Because chances are it's gonna be, might not be as fast. It'll be pretty close in speed. I guarantee it.
So what do we use against the destroyer? If like for
A
like
cruiser.
yeah. So like if the javelin is the destroyer and one of those come after your merchant convoy,
Use
is
a cruiser.
but is it not the like isn't the Polaris a part of that where like the size 10 would be able to deal damage to a javelin?
Maybe, but it's not what its purpose is. Its purpose is commerce rating and screening of your force.
So there's going to be a separate cruiser ship and then you'd have like a Polaris on top of that as a
No,
sub.
like all right, so like your fleet would probably involve like a Polaris as using it as a screen, a Perseus to prevent another Polaris, your uh, javelins, and kind of like acting as screens with your carrier and your battleship and your cruisers in the middle.
Well, I'm not saying like a whole like a fleet like that. I'm saying like you have merchant ships, you're moving cargo, the Perseus is defending your merchant vessels, and then someone comes in with a javelin, like you need something to be able to scare the javelin off.
Yeah, a Polaris isn't going to scare off a javelin.
Yeah, so we're gonna need what, like a ship with
You would need a cruiser, whatever the cruiser ship
like
is.
a size 8 gun.
Whatever the cruiser ship is. I don't
I don't
know
know.
enough about the
The only picture about a cruiser on here is that big ass one that's basically a fucking bingo carrier, and I don't think that. I think that's bigger than a javelin, so I don't think that's gonna be what we get. Like we'd have to get something small. What's below here?
smaller than a javelin. It wouldn't be smaller than a javelin. It'd be bigger than a
It
javelin.
says something that's a yeah. That's what it should. That's what. No, I'm saying it's yeah. It's bigger on here because it's basically a bingo. But they have something that's marked as a light frigate. Light version of military vessel designed for combat.
Mm,
Smaller is a corvette. So is a light frigate.
light would be like
Is it like
in
a
between.
cruiser?
Probably like a corvette.
Oh.
No, a frigate is going to be small. A frigate is in between.
Well, it says
In
smaller.
the naval convention, right? You have patrol boats, you have corvettes, you have destroyers, you have cruisers, you have battle cruisers, and then you have battleships.
I gotta look up light cruiser for World War II. Let's see. The Star
And it's going to
Citizen
be,
thing is saying that it's bigger than a Corvette, which
it is.
which would be
It's a
bigger than the
hammerhead or a
Polaris,
Polaris. Yep.
and it's smaller, medium-sized warship. The term light armored cruiser described as
So
small light.
what's the light cruiser?
It says the term is shortening of the
No, no.
phrase.
Which ship is the light cruiser?
It doesn't have a name in Star Citizen. They just have a
Oh,
thing
okay.
there. It's like
A
it's
placeholder.
yeah, it's their list of capital ships that they had from a long time ago, which they might like, cause like the Pegasus or whatever is supposed to be the escort carrier, and then I think they cut it from the game, or we don't know. I don't know if it's in Squadron 42. And
Oh,
then they have the Retribution or whatever is the battleship, and there's only supposed to
okay.
be one in the But
Okay, so that's yeah,
so
there's your battleship right there. So they need a cruiser. They're gonna have a cruiser at some
yeah,
point. That's what you would fight
well that
the
cruiser
cruiser
picture,
with. And in order to fight a cruiser, you would either need a squadron of destroyers
yeah,
or a couple of battleships.
but that cruiser in that picture that they showed was um is like a bingo carrier with big ass like two big ass turrets on top. So
Might be.
the light cruiser, I would hope this is Anvil's ship, but maybe it's
A
not.
cruiser was roughly was round about the same size as one of the smaller carriers, not the fleet carriers, but the other ones that they had in World War II.
If they do
So
come
it's
out
possible.
with a light cruiser, I would be more tempted to get that than a Polaris. But
Polaris it's able to smash on everything right now because it basically just has the DPS tank. It's a DPS tank. We don't have anything really to fuck with it, and that's about it. Without the, I mean, and without the PDWs, we would be killing the shit out of it with retaliators.
I'm gonna look and see if there's anything on
We
light
would literally
cruisers.
make everybody who bought one cry because we would just come in with retaliators and kill them with it.
I still, I don't know. I still think that the Polaris potentially has a use. I'm just not a big fan of it, just because it annoys me. But other than that,
It's one of those. It you have to. It doesn't make sense to anybody because they're not like using it kind of in the right way, which is
so
because we can't use it in the right way
The
too because we
Clue
don't have the
snowboard
targeting
binding,
at
hands
30K,
down
which
my
it needs to
favorite
have.
snowboard binding I've ever used.
So what do you do?
yeah, but it's still effective versus like merchant ships and smaller ships like Connie's and stuff.
What fighters are too.
Yeah, but like it's a good mixture. I mean, I could see it if it's gonna be a sub. I could see that being because it would make it to where it's a bigger threat to smaller ships.
Mm.
But it makes me wonder what weapons would be on a light cruiser.
And see, and there's the thing about it too is like
I really want a ship that
you do have the ability to like smoke a fucking Idris or something with a Polaris, but you have to catch it in the right environment, like you would in the real life. You know what I mean?
yeah. I want
Yeah, you hit
something
him with the
that
torps. You hit him like you have that fucking Polaris turned off, and we get to the point where like turning off your ship actually works, and like cross sectioning shit and all that stuff actually works, right? And you turn that thing off, and you just sit there and wait and fucking silent running until a fucking ship comes by. You turn that thing on real quick, fire your torps, and turn the bitch off again.
I would really like a capital ship that like ideally Anvil, but I want something that shoots size 9 torps, I think. I don't necessarily care about the size 10s. Um
I think you'll get bigger with the capitals.
yeah, I mean if it's bigger than a Polaris, I could see it having, big torps, but like I would be perfectly fine with something that shot size 9 and had like bigger guns on it. Like you give me like a but I'm gonna have to watch some stuff over light cruisers in World War II to even understand what kind of guns they had because modern day cruisers are basically destroyers, so it's kind of
Yeah, you gotta.
I haven't
All right, so one channel, I'll let you know. Check out the Battleship New Jersey.
I've heard that name before. This one is about light ship cruisers, and it's part 3 Cleveland class.
Oh, you could probably get that, but yeah, they do the Battleship New Jersey because they do like really well laying it out. I know like don't get me wrong, I know a lot of the stuff that he talks about, but I also grew up in a Navy family. Okay, so like some of this stuff is like where I'm like autisming out on you. It's because it's literally because it's what I grew up hearing about, learning about, and like kind of living.
I just have a lot of cross from the different information that I've taken in, and
Man.
I'm mainly just looking at the uses I could see in game for it right now, which to me it was like, you put it in there, you pair it up with the Perseus, you would probably have enough firepower to deal with like an Idris or something, and maybe a javelin wouldn't be worth chasing you down with a javelin or something. But the I don't know. Just when I saw the thing over that cruiser, like it sounded very similar because it has like a really good radar system, and I'm like, Polaris has a radar. It's like the biggest capital radar or whatever that we've seen, and then it has, you know,
But
the gun. I was
if
like,
I if
I
they called it sonar, it'd be a different story.
yeah. Well, like even
You
like
see,
the smaller gun, like cause like part of the reason I like the Perseus is because battleship, or well, it's Perseus isn't a battleship, I guess, but to me it reminds me of a battleship sort of. And when they like stormed beaches and stuff, they could put down firepower, just fucking blow the shit out of the fucking shoreline to like really kind of like, fuck some shit up for you. And like in game, I could really see the Perseus doing the same thing because it can fly down to the planet and bombard the fucking ground and just fly over. Um, but like us, if you didn't need that much firepower, then the Polaris's size 6 would be perfectly fine with dealing with light vehicles and worms or whatever the fuck else you wanted to deal with it. And so like because like if a light cruiser comes out and it has like a size 7 or size 8 turrets, I'm still fine with it, but it's like it's kind of overkill for a lot of situations. Like the same thing with like using the size 6 on the fighters on the Polaris. Like I think that size 6 is probably best for like hammerheads or Connies and shit. Just it would shred those where it's like do you want to use a size 7 gun on a Connie? Like you could, but like you could just like shred it with the size 6 and cripple it. I don't
that's
know.
kind of that's kind of where it'll be come down to. You'll have to make decisions like that.
Yeah.
See, I'm I'm digging it because I can kind of see how it's like the game's playing out because we're
I think some people aren't going to like it because I mean, like you could already see like Mars when we were in the Polaris, like
mhm.
I wasn't trying to be a buzzkill when the guy was like shooting fighters with the size 6 turret, but like in my head I was like it's wasteful because you have to go restock the ammo, and like right after the fight we had to go restock, where it's like if you were in pyro or whatever and you did one fight and you used all your size 6 on the fucking fighters and you don't have any
Don't
more
get me
size
started on
6.
Mars and the fucking Polaris, bro.
Well, I'm just saying it's that's in the future. I could easily see that where like you fly through a system and people are going to be like, well, I want to shoot my missiles and I want to shoot my gun, and you're just like, we don't have anything to shoot. Like, just don't shoot that. Shoot the other stuff. If we use all our missiles and we don't have it for later, and it's just
Oh, we've already talked about that. It's like it the torps are like you're about to go into a fight,
yeah,
and then without that, they just aren't even on there. But even then, I'm kind of done with the whole like wanting to be a Polaris crewman shit.
yeah. I mean,
Well, it was different until it was like until that became like damn near a fucking job. I'm like, fuck this, bro. Like, I want to go do some other shit too. I don't want to just do Polaris shit all day, every day.
well, that's partially why I thought like having smaller transports in the ship would make it better because then you could leave.
Yeah.
But that's the same reason where like if I had one, I wasn't planning on crewing it the whole time. The whole point would be just to sit it. Like basically you'd fly your fleet over, park it on a planet, and you would basically like dock it onto your Kraken or whatever, and it would just sit there.
Mm.
And all it is a deterrent for people. Like if they want to come over there, they would see it and it'd be like, well, we can do something about it. Whereas like if they just see a Kraken and they pop shot some torpedoes at it, it's kind of a I don't know. So, but I'm hoping that isn't actually a thing, and we don't even need some of these ships. I would be perfectly fine, like earning a big battleship or something in
Man,
game.
I'm gonna be completely honest with you.
Mm,
I think that everybody's come to the conclusion that we have to work to get to fight big shit.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a massive org on org. Like the big shit isn't going to get called out like it is right now. There won't be decayed freaking Polarises everywhere. There ain't gonna be none of that shit.
Well, I don't think it'll be decayed. But
What we're gonna have is it. What we're gonna have is just straight up. The shit won't come out because it'll be too expensive.
I think it could
Like I
come.
know, I like right Mars right now, right?
Yeah.
He's like in game, been playing for years, right? Went through the whole fucking cargo duping fucking phase and everything, right?
Hmm.
He's got like 20 mil right now.
Yeah, that's a lot.
It is, but it isn't
Yeah.
because 15 mil is two reloads.
Well, in the future, like it's all
Or
that money's going to be coming from people that want to like share the money that are in the org. You know, it's like,
yeah,
or you have to be
10,
really fucking good with your ship, I guess.
15 million is two reloads.
Yeah.
So what do you do at that point?
Well, for
You,
me, it's
you ain't gonna like you. So you have in-game guy at 20 million, and he's got a Polaris, and he's gonna go into Pyro. This is just kind of the standard guy with Polaris right now. He's gonna go into Pyro, right?
yeah.
He's gonna fire off all them fucking torps, come in to reload.
But that's where I'm
He's gonna do
saying
that
like
again.
the torps, like you should be very more frugal with your torps. Like even against the Idris, instead of shooting volleys of 4 torps at it, you shoot 1 torp, and then you have to like body block it with your thing. Like you have to find ways to get more value out of each torp that you fire if you're gonna like, do one ship like that, I think.
You just gotta be closer. You gotta be closer than what its fucking things can engage.
Yeah.
That's how you fight the PDWs.
Yeah.
Every time I've sank torps on a freaking on the Idris, it's because I was within freaking 300 meters of him.
Well, they run out of juice though, too, though. Like they shoot and then they have to recharge. It takes a little bit, but like it happens. You can see them like stop shooting for a little bit, but
You get within 300 meters and they can't track it in time. And I've
but
gotten hits on them.
I think some of these capital ships you could take out like more often if you're not fighting with them all the time. Like if you just are flying a Polaris around, then yeah, you're gonna have to like maybe do some minor hull repair and like refill the gas tank and fix up the engines and stuff over time. But like if you're not getting in combat and it's just sitting there, I think you could probably take it out and just have it chilling because otherwise, you're not going to be able to like escorts. Like you're going to be flying it out there and escorting merchant ships and stuff. Then I mean, if you don't get into a fight, you're going to be making a bunch of money, and if you do get into a fight, you have to spend a bunch to repair yourself. So it's kind of I don't
That's
know.
kind of where I'm at on it. It's like I see how it's going to go out right now. It's like everybody's going to make that freaking right turn to Pyro. Guess who's not making that right turn to Pyro?
Well, you're saying you're going to stay?
I'm going to be staying
Yeah.
in Stanton so I can collect up money, collect up shit for fucking to sell to people.
I could see collecting stuff in Stanton and then going to Pyro and selling it.
Yep.
That's because it'd be worth more over there, like medical supplies and ammo and all that. you collect it over there, then you travel. Like to me, it's like you collect up enough stuff and you go and you sell it at Pyro. That way, if you get destroyed after doing something in Pyro, then you can pay to get all your shit back. So
Mhm.
but if you're in Pyro and you're able to farm up some stuff before you go back to Stanton, then it's even better because then you can grab some stuff. But I think like I would probably try to scout out some stuff in Pyro. Like you send in like Terrapins or Carracks or whatever else, like smaller ships, and your Star Runner or whatever. If it, I don't know exactly what its gameplay loop is, but if it steals data and you're able to like fly over there and like steal people's scanner info and like figure out where some shit is, and then you go back and you get your fleet.
That's not in game.
Well, yeah, it's not in game, but like if it was a thing, like I think that's what you'd do is like you'd fly over there and you'd figure out where stuff is.
It's gonna be the Retaliator mission or Reclaimer mission, that one where you got to go and steal the cash. It's gonna be that where you sit there and just like hack the UEC, like the data for the UEC. That's what it's gonna be.
I think that's gonna be what it like the loop is like, but I don't know. Like I think it could be so much more.
That's you're gonna be data. That's what it's gonna be because it's cheap and easy and they've already had it in game.
Yeah, but like so like people are researching and stuff, or people are scanning and they have the stuff on their thing and they're transmitting it. Like I could see it intercepting it though. It's
Yeah,
like,
but that would be way too difficult. Like they may have a, oh, you did this and ding ding, oh, you were just intercepted a blueprint for a fucking terrapin
but maybe they could do it for like the NPCs, like so like there's research stations and stuff on the planets. So
or
like,
an M50. You just researched a one-time blueprint for a freaking, or you just recovered a one-time blueprint for a M50
well, I mean, you would think there would be legal and illegal versions of everything. So like, the research stations and stuff in Stanton, you set outside of them and you like scan it, and then people figure out that you're there and they try to chase you down and you run off. And then in Pyro, you'd be like, I don't know, fucking.
it'll just be stealing UEC,
I just don't.
which I think is pretty dope. I'll be doing that constantly. If
But how
that
do you
if they may put
balance
that in
that?
game,
Like,
what do you mean how you balance it?
because
It
then,
just sends out a signal that somebody's fucking hacking freaking UEC channel,
yeah, but like
and
people
then you
can
just
just set and generate money.
yeah,
Which I mean, if they can just generate money like that, then
yeah.
there's nothing
I'm
like
sure it'd be in certain areas it would have to be done. These would be like PvP areas.
because you'd have orgs that just have 50,000 of those just setting and generating, and
Yeah,
they just fly off, and you can't steal UAC from somebody that transferred it to their thing. So
yeah. That's the
I don't
the thing behind it.
I don't
Like
think
that's
it's gonna
the
be money. It has
it'll
to
be money.
it has to be
It'll be
something
money
that
because they
you
already have the game. They already have it in the game loop, bro.
I know they
They,
have
it's
it,
a,
but that I don't think that every ship is going to be stealing. Like, there's probably going to be things that you can steal. Like, you could probably steal some money, maybe, but like not just sit there and generate it. Like,
it won't be like mass. You're not getting like
because like
$85 billion for sitting there. It'll be like
is that in the
it'll
same?
probably be you create a certain amount of cash, it cools down. You create a certain amount of cash, it cools down. You create a certain amount of
But that's
cash,
the
it cools
same.
down.
That's the same data loop as the Herald, though, right?
Yeah,
So like, it's
just
very.
on a more. I make more money, I think.
But they're fast. Like the Herald is like a ship about speed. It's about like stealing shit and running off. It's like or like transferring data.
Or getting into location quicker.
Yeah. I don't know.
But
I
the
really like
Star Runners also, it's like medium, it's cargo and data running.
I could see these like every time I think about data running ships, I think like, hey, I'm out in space and I've been traveling around and then you're like doing something in your ship and then like you get in the seat and you hit like F4 and shit and you look and there's like a fucking leech sitting there siphoning your data and then you're
Uh,
like, fuck, and then it starts like flying off and you try to shoot it down, but that's I don't know. Like in my head,
Uh,
that's what plays out, because then you'd be like, oh
yeah.
shit, we got to get it, and then like it's running off. Like you have like a bunch of like, say you have like your home base location like stored on your ship, and that thing stole your home base location. You're like fuck, and then you have to or either the
Oh, thing about the Star Runner, it's gonna get a bigger gun.
what's it at right now?
It's gonna get a big gun. It's gonna get a Ares style.
I feel like I've seen this Battleship New York if he has a YouTube channel. Yeah, I've seen
New
this guy.
Jersey.
Yeah, I've seen some of his stuff.
Yeah, you watch through him, and he'll kind of lay out like a World War II,
So it's
kind of
being
like how the Navy worked then.
it has one big gun on it right now.
What does?
The Star Runner, like it has size twos right now, right?
No, it will. It has pilot size twos and
Yeah.
two, or pilot size threes and two size three turrets. It
Okay.
seems to be getting seems because they added a chunk of shit in between
Mm.
of the little scanning area, the scanning pod area, and the cockpit.
Yeah.
And it looks to be like the same type of shit that they have for the new the
Intrepid.
ugly one. Yeah. It seems to have the same style of mount that has,
Hmm.
but bigger.
That'd be interesting. I don't know if I would like
And
that or not.
I think at some point you'll be able to upgrade the Mercury Star Runner with a big gun.
Because I actually like the Mercury a good bit. Because I've been on it. It's probably one of the better ships that I like from Crusader.
I don't think it'll be I don't think it'll be Ares size, but it'll be like a 5 probably.
You don't think
It
it'll
looked to
make
be
it look
about
weird?
it looked to be about 5, a size 5.
Like you don't think it'll make it look weird at all?
Um Maybe a little bit, but it's funky in its own way, you know what I mean? They're just kind of removing a little bit of the Millennium Falcon to it, and I think they're trying to tie in the whole
Large
Crusader asymmetry
destroyers,
thing.
screening capital
Hmm.
ships, especially aircraft carriers, troop-carrying vessels, convoys, defense against air
So,
and
but I think it's
the
like a
need for light
5,
cruisers arose
a
and were
size
designed to
5
counter large destroyers, screening capital
that it might be
cruisers
that
arose.
it's getting, because I mean, I haven't seen
Light
it,
cruisers
and a guy brought it up today about it. The guy in that other group brought it up, talking about, no, it was last night, some guys hanging out with Mars.
Could be that or something for hacking. If it's gonna hack or anything. I don't know.
I honestly don't think that's going to even make it into the game. I think it's going to become like a Terrapin or a Cutter Scout. It's going to become a bigger version of those
Hmm.
during World War II. The need for light
because
cruisers
it actually kind of makes sense with what it has. They already hooked it up for scanning,
arose and were
and because
designed to
the
counter
chair in the
large
back is set
destroyers,
for scanning.
screening capital ships, especially
You just can't do
aircraft
anything with it
carriers,
yet.
troop-carrying vessels,
All
convoys,
right,
defense
so
against air.
Okay, so
Crusader.
this video is making I would be more inclined to get a cruiser. It's gonna be expensive as fuck whenever they come out with it, but um, I'd be more because this video is saying that light cruisers showed up in World War II for basically screening aircraft carriers and stuff and fighting bigger destroyers and shit, and that sounds pretty on point with what I would want for a main capital ship. For I need something that makes javelins and stuff to think twice. So I'll probably keep a lookout for that. But I hope it's Anvil. I do. I don't. The whole the RSI thing with the fucking, unless they do an RSI like the Perseus, I don't, man. Oh.
Air and
So
surface
yeah, they added that mount I'm looking at the concept art and the concept art that you can tell is done after it's been in game.
Hmm.
And it wasn't there before. And now there's like a big metallic like boxy thing in between the cockpit and the little scanning like pylon thing off the side.
That is interesting. That's probably like if I'm thinking about it.
I think it's a gun mount. It's either gun mount or a tractor beam mount. Now, if it's a tractor beam mount, I'm gonna be pissed because
I
it's on the wrong fucking side. Even
I doubt it's a tractor beam, but like I
yeah,
could easily see it being like some sort of utility mount for data.
I don't know what it'd be. What you'd fucking put to it.
I don't know, like some sort of data thing that you point at something and it marks it and starts siphoning data. I don't like it could be anything that they want really. It's the same thing with like the Terrapin's supposed to have like a utility mount on top of it for like something, but
Huh.
bonus scanner or something.
The way it's shaped, it looks like a gun mount.
Mm. Be cool if it was like built into the frame or something and just like shot a big ass beam out.
I think it's gonna be like a size 5 probably.
Be something that like shoots a big ass missile out of it.
Nah, it won't be missiles. I know that much.
Thinking on it though, like I'm pretty sure the Mercury is like I I'm pretty sure it's my favorite Crusader ship.
It's it's so beautiful. It's a really gorgeous ship.
So I think the only other one I've really been in is like the C2 or whatever, and it's okay. Like it looked all right, but it's like too Lego-y. Like it's like flat.
It doesn't look right. There's something about it. It just looks funky.
Like is the Mercury the one where like it has a cargo bay and then there's like an elevator on the left and then there's like a door next to it?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's a good ship.
it's the Millennium Falcon.
Yeah, I just never really was like the gunpowder on it was kind of so-so. The turrets are actually kind of nice because they're like right next to each other,
Mm.
but I like them.
The the firepower shit on it, and I think that's why they're ramping it up.
Are you
They're gonna
saying that
give
you
the
need
pilot
crew? Is that what you're telling me?
what's up?
You need crew on your Mercury? Is that what you're telling me?
No, the actual just the pilot firepower shit. It's only got size 3s, man.
No, I'm just saying because like I actually like that ship and I don't have one, so like
I don't care. Yeah,
it
you want to fly with it, we can. I've been
take
flying it all over the place. The only thing I can't do is it pissed me off, dude. I'm well, the CSV is just an LTI token anyways, but the
well
the CSV erases all my cargo.
well like when the game like I don't know whenever 4.0 or 1.0 and stuff launches too like the only the only kind of starter ship that I have is like a Terrapin. So like I I pretty much like I'm perfectly fine if you're playing to like just do some missions on that. But
Mhm. Yeah, I like the Star Runner's dope. It's a good ship, man. It's freaking uh
well like if you
it's just all right. So I'm one of those people that I like something until it gives me a problem, and then I'm like, and I start second guessing it, and the CSV erasing cargo on me kind of pissed me off.
CSV.
Yeah, that the Argo pickup truck.
Oh, yeah, I don't know about that. The
I
only
had it in the back with the boxes set up like I made it. I did it twice and it pissed me off, but I had it set up like a garage, right? So I had like the boxes all set up like cabinets and shit, and freaking like a workbench, and freaking the CSV was parked in there. I was fucking around, you know. It erased all that shit, but it erased my toolbox, which had all my like my armors and shit and everything in it. You know what I mean?
yeah, that doesn't
So I
sound
was like,
good.
well, fuck you, dude. Yeah, I was like 100K worth of shit.
Yeah.
Easy. Easy 100K worth of shit. Probably closer to 2 or 300K. And erased all of it. And I was like, man. And then I tried doing it the Star Runner, and then one box ended up coming back at one point, and
What's the like the cargo capacity in the back of that? I know it can hold a good bit, but I don't know
it's like
exactly.
100 and something.
So it's more than a Connie.
Yeah,
Yeah. So that's kind of interesting because it doesn't have missiles though, right?
it does, but there's shit. It's like 2s and 3s or some shit like that. Hang on.
But like, does it have a lot, or is it just like if it has threes, you might be able to equip more size ones.
Yeah, I don't know that I can.
Uh,
I know it has its own special freaking mount. I don't know that I can.
well, I'm thinking about it like this because like it has. I don't know how much the ship is in total, but like it has less firepower than a Connie, but it basically has the same or more cargo space, and then it has the data running aspect,
Yep.
whatever that is, which is probably basically cargo. So potentially
What are they
pretty
marking
good.
this at? What are they calling this right now? Medium.
I also like how the
It is
satellite dish
medium
like
data.
pops up on that. Hmm. Yeah. I could easily see that ship being like the arch nemesis of like exploration ships though. Like it shows up and you steal the data from the Connie and stuff and then you run off.
If you could do that, that would be dope. I don't see it happen.
I just have like what else, like the money thing, I guess, but like that just doesn't seem too exciting. Like it, like what they would, unless you could.
Or I think it'll have something to do with our like how we respawn, how we have to like imprint and shit. I think it'll like actually transfer like the data imprints
You
or
ima-
something like that.
you imagine like stealing somebody's respawn and like having them spawn on your ship.
Yeah.
I just, you're all mine now, buddy. Go sell
I
them.
think but I think it'll be more of like a hacking gameplay probably.
Yeah. How much was
They
that
said
ship?
that one
Is it like, is it the
I
same?
got it 220.
So it's a similar price to a Connie?
Yeah, roughly.
That's interesting.
It's a Connie competitor. It's just not a fighter like a Connie is.
You know,
It's not meant
since
for fighting. It's it's perfect for me because I understand what the ship is designed for. It's not meant to be
well,
in a fight. It's
w-
meant to like, oh shit, there's guys over there. Let me get the fuck out of
what
here.
if like, cause what if, cause Crusaders like security that you're hacking their, like you're scanning people's ships and hacking them. You're stealing their data, but you also see if they're a criminal. And then it's
It's
like,
hardly
and
possible.
then you run off and report their ass, or like, cause then the,
This could be the and see, and it's a scan. It does have a scanning package because it has the radar dish. It has the actual scanning chair. It has you know what I mean.
yeah.
So it could be a like data runner, as in like data, like we just collected data off this ship.
In a way, though, it would almost be better than some ships if it is able to like scan a ship and give you information about it, because
Yeah,
if you're out doing missions by yourself and a ship pops up and you could pop up that radar dish and scan them and be like, oh, is he a criminal or not? That'd be kind
yep.
of good because like every other ship you're like, I don't know if they're friendly or not, and then you
That
can,
would be an interesting little thing. I think that's pretty good one. I think.
yeah, I'd
I
like
don't
that.
know about the stealing the. I could see a little bit of the stealing the data. I just don't see it working like that. Like
Well, like if you scan them and
the
it tells you they're a criminal, then you can,
stealing the like the map data. I just
yeah,
don't see it that one happening. I
maybe
don't think we're getting that. We're not going to have that many.
Well, that might be
Like,
like maybe that's hacking gameplay, but it's I could see the scanning thing because like if bounty hunters need to know who they need to hunt, and then
yeah. And that's kind of where I'm thinking too. Is like that would actually be really good. Be like it'd be the snitch ship.
yeah, I kind of like that because
Oh shit, there's a snitch.
it has good cargo. I mean, and it would make sense because like if the Drake ship is like it goes and gets data and then it like runs off because like the Herald is supposed to have like its whole thing is it has like special drives that can be wiped clean if it's caught.
Yeah,
So it's like I don't know what its data running is
I
compared.
think it's stealing the.
Yeah.
I think it's stealing the money.
So it's stealing and the other one could be
I think they're both stealing money, and like you're gonna have a legitimate gameplay, which is running imprints from freaking Stanton to Pyro.
but wouldn't you be like selling data to other people though? Like you store the data and then you run off and sell it to them and they would
Well, yeah, that's how you're gonna make your UEC. But I think it would be like an instance thing, like a Korea mission almost.
hmm.
It would be a you need to have people there to help you.
Yeah. I mean, it's more interesting to me though, cause like I guess
If you can make UEC, I'm just I'm only keeping the damn thing because of the damn data running. Because I'm fairly certain that if I were to melt this fucking thing, the price is gonna shoot up to like 375 or some shit.
oh, it'll probably jump up. My thing is I didn't realize how much it had. I thought it was a lot cheaper than what it was.
Mm-mm.
But like I've been in it and I know that I like it, but like I always like go to
They
like the
fly good.
yeah, well I go to like the Cutlass Black and stuff all the time, but like that doesn't have as much firepower technically as a Cutlass Black, but it
Uh-uh.
has twice as much cargo space and
Yep.
data running on top of it, and it's probably I don't know how fast it is. I would assume it's pretty fast. So,
It's pretty quick. It's not the best. It's not like a straight up fighter, but it does pretty good.
but it'd be good to know like what it can run away from and like what it can't. Like I'm guessing it probably can't outrun a fighter, but
No. Fighters actually cook the shit out of it pretty quick.
yeah, but you wouldn't be like
It
stealing
is
data from a
it
fighter anyway. You'd be stealing it from a big ass ship
yeah.
probably.
Yeah, this requires an escort. Like
See,
I was just like me and Invite were testing like radar ranges
mm,
for that Mark 7 and some dude just came up and cooked me for no fucking reason. So
sounds about
yeah,
right.
it's like we weren't an arena commander or anything. We were just sitting outside of a station, fucking
Oh yeah.
have an Invite fly closer to me and farther away to see how where the radar kind of.
Bro, our server or whatever we're at is like the most aggressive PV server in history because everyone that I talk to online acts like the game is so fucking like, friendly and stuff. And when I go to like Australia and stuff, it's pretty friendly. But the US server that we're on is not friendly at all. It is you have people can't like during the event they were camping the fucking things, no one believed it online. You have the GrieferNet guys going and blowing shit up and no one believes that they exist online. And it's just except for there was a stream recently that talked about them because they were talking about the pyro changes and how the missile price increases might stop GrieferNet. So at least one of the streamers know they exist. So
I don't give a fuck about him.
I mean I don't really care
I'll
either.
talk shit to him. I'll talk shit to him because then I'll just like I do anything. Eventually they talk shit back. I suck them in, right, by getting them to talk shit back, and then I find out who their leaders are, and then when it time comes, then I'll just start fucking griefing their fucking leaders,
Uh, I mean they're pretty easy to
and
get
then
to fight.
say, and this is how you handle the whole griefer situation. You grief their fucking leaders every time you see them, disappear, and then you see them next time, grief them, and just say, hey, so and so caused all this. Maybe take care of your fucking crew.
Well, the thing is too is like it's pretty easy to like bait them into a fight
Hmm.
and like
They're
they
all dog shit.
but it takes time for them to like get a big group going. So like it'll start off with like 2 or 3 or 5, and then like over an hour they'll like get to like 20 or 30. But if you just don't fight them at that point, they're like they'll start talking shit and trying to get you to go fight. So like
Yep.
you can win the first few fights, and then when they bait you, just don't go, and then they'll just But they try to camp the fucking points or whatever afterwards. But I'm kind of if they come out with a light cruiser in this game, I bet that they ask for 1,000 for it.
1,000. That'd be 2 grand.
Probably. I mean, if it's bigger than a Polaris but like smaller than an Idris, it would need to be, I don't know, because like the if it's a concept, maybe it'll be like 8 or 900, and then after concept it pops up to like 12. I could see that, but I really need to look at the armaments for the light cruisers, because like right here it kind of looks like it has a lot of turrets on it. Me likey turrets. That's all I know. Turrets and size 9 torpedoes are like a sweet spot for me. Like I don't necessarily need a battleship if I just have a ship with a lot of fucking turrets on it
Mm.
that can take at least somewhat of a punishment. So
They were cruisers with guns of less than 6.1 inches as defined by the London
guns with less than 6.1 inches.
Treaty of
I wonder what
1936.
hammerheads would do.
Due to what?
Well, I wonder what 2 hammerheads would do if they actually like fought. Full crude hammerheads would do to Polaris. Like got in close.
I well, I think a hammerhead could beat a Polaris even with by itself, but it depends. Like I don't know how much damage the size 6 does to a hammerhead. That's probably the biggest thing. But when it comes
Uh,
to the turrets with the side turrets, the hammerhead wins. Hammerhead has better firing angles.
if you keep the 2 hammerheads on top of the Polaris and prevent that size 6 from engaging, you could fuck that.
Well, I'm thinking even with one, you just get on top of
Uh,
it. But the other thing is that if the Polaris shoots those size 10 torps and you shoot them, they blow up in its face, and
yeah.
so it's not close quarters, not so great. But yeah.
Yeah, I bet you that. And everybody's like, yeah, there's no way. I'll just ram it. Okay.
Yeah, but that's why I think it was like my
And
original idea was that
ramming works until Pyro and that fucking $1.9 million fucking
yeah, the repair
repair
costs.
bill.
But unless it comes to the point where like if you win the fight, you can hull scrape it and like repair your ship to a decent status, but even then, take
You ain't gonna be able
time.
to repair a turret.
No, probably not.
Every time one of them Polaris guys rams something, you break a turret off.
But originally that was why like I thought it was supposed to be paired with the Perseus and stuff, was because like I'm 100% sure a hammerhead could fuck one up. But if a Perseus is there, I think the Perseus fucks up the hammerhead.
Oh, for sure.
So it's yeah, it's that weird combination of like the
If you had a crew of a good hammerhead crew against your average Polaris crew, the hammerhead would cook it 1,000%.
I think if they come out with a light cruiser though, it's you're probably looking at like a crew of 20. Like
Bare minimum.
I don't know, cause like the Idris's minimum crew is like 6 or 12 or something, but like that's not without the guns, I think. So it's like, and the Polaris is like 12, but you're getting away with like 4 right now.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know. The Kraken is 10 to 12, so maybe it'll be 10 to 12, but you need more. I could see it being like an Idris, but like without all the extra bullshit in it, like the little briefing room and shit.
Hmm.
I would like that. I don't. I'm not a huge fan of the Idris, to be honest. It looks. I mean, it looks okay, but like its landing gears and stuff look weird. The inside of it's kind of odd. Like I don't know. But I could easily see like a group of people filling that with like Furies or Arrows or something and being super fucking annoying. Like,
Oh, 1000%.
or like the Idris fight for the slicers.
A Fury? A Fury? That motherfucking hanger is huge.
But like, have you seen you did the slicer event?
Or the Idris, I mean. Yeah,
Like
yeah.
I noticed today, like no one's really talked about it or anything, but the so the Idris, it's a group of pirates. They come in. There's like a hammerhead, there's an Idris, and there's a shit ton of fighters there. And I got to thinking about it, and I was like, is this how many fighters that you could like fuel and like keep going out of an Idris? Because there was like 20 fighters there. Like if they're just rotating and refilling and coming back out, like how many fighters could you actually fly out of an
Oh,
Idris?
100%. From what I saw, you could probably fit 30 arrows in like half of it to three-quarters of it
Well, I'm just talking about
of the hanger back.
like big fighters, because there was like
Oh, like
I'm sure
ridiculous amounts.
you can probably fit more than three in there. I'm sure you probably fit like five or something. But like if you
Nah,
have
probably.
like zigzag them or whatever you got to do, but like
But yeah,
rotating
I'd
them in
probably
and
put
out,
five.
you could have five out, five in, and just rotate them, or like it's crazy. It's the same thing that I've talked about with like the Banu Merchantman, because it was like it holds one Banu defender. And then I was always like, how is one Banu Defender defending this thing? But then when you look at like how much fucking fuel the Banu Defender has, it's like you could have like 30 of those bitches just refilling and dropping in that thing. And that makes
Hmm.
a lot more sense to me, where I'm like, that's a fucking fleet, you know? Like you have fighter, like you have 10 Banu ships, and each of those have two pilots and two beds, and they're basically drop ships and fighter ships and stuff. So it's what's really cool though. I'm not the biggest fan of the Banu Defender. Like I kind of wish it was more like a that ship from like Star Wars. But the other day, like one of the front pieces got disabled, like the left gun, and I was in the left pilot seat, and it
Hmm.
disabled the whole cockpit. And then I couldn't get it to fly or anything, and then I went and got into the other side, and it activated and worked perfectly fine. I was like, that's kind of cool. Like, um, but yeah, it's I think that like the fuel capacity on some of those is gonna be like say I don't know if like the Vanguard or whatever fits in the Idris, but like if you could put like a couple of Vanguards in there, and since they have like a bigger fuel capacity, you could just have like a fleet of Vanguards rotating around. And the same thing could happen with like the Kraken too. Like as much as I don't want to have pilots flying like helicopters, and I just want them to like set on the deck, technically you could put a shit ton of fuel in there and just lift all the redeemers and stuff off and just have them flying around the whole time.
Yeah,
So it's just I really hope they don't like cripple the Kraken like that hard. Um,
should be all right.
I think that they will, but I hope that they don't. It's, mainly, I just want to be able to put a bunch of beds on it so people can like bed log and stuff. Because it gets like a crew of 10 to 12, so it has to have like 10 to 12 beds, and then you have I think one or three beds per landing pad. So you'd have like another 12 beds there.
Yeah,
And then if you have like Redeemers and Valkyries on top, it's four beds apiece. So you'd have like another 24 beds, which would be pretty good.
I'm thinking.
And
I
then,
gotta get off here, man. I gotta get some sleep at some point.
all right, I'll be with you here in a little bit. We'll watch some
All
more
right, man.
videos, learn about cruisers. You have
Yeah,
a
you
good
go,
one.
bro. All right, man. I'll talk to you later.
Alrighty.
Later.
Therefore, the designation light cruiser did not necessarily mean that the respective cruiser was smaller than a heavy cruiser. We used the phrase light cruiser somewhat boldly, as there was no clear-cut definition of what a light cruiser truly is, only some basic guidelines. This is made even more challenging due to the fact that some navies had their own ideas on cruiser classification. In this video, we will examine the ultimate light cruisers of the major naval powers, like Germany, Japan, France, the United States, Great Britain, Italy, and built during the interwar years and the Second World War. Due to the length of the video, we decided to divide it in 6 parts. This third video it will be about the Cleveland class of the United States Navy. Without further delay, let's dive in.
Damn.
The Clevelands were completed in 1942-45. Based largely on the Brooklyns, these were excellent ships, with good firepower, protection, and basic toughness, with a remarkable hull strength. Their machinery was well dispersed and they were very maneuverable. Their greatest weakness, which they shared with too many other American designs, was that they were top-heavy. Perhaps this explains why members of other services often referred to American sailors as pukes. The design went back to 1938, when the tentative FY-40 program called for 2 8,000-ton cruisers. The Cleveland-class cruisers served mainly in the Pacific Fleet during World War II, but some of them served off the coasts of Europe and Africa in the U.S. Atlantic Fleet. The first Cleveland-class cruisers entered combat in the Pacific early in 1943. For most of the time they served as part of the cruiser screen around the fast aircraft carriers of the Pacific Fleet, providing part of the powerful anti-aircraft barrage. All of these warships survived the war. The last of these in service, the USS Oklahoma City, was decommissioned in December 1979. Only one Cleveland-class cruiser remains in existence. She is the guided missile cruiser Little Rock, which is a museum ship along the Niagara River at Buffalo, New York. Here are the specifications of the Cleveland class. Displacement, 11,700 tons. Length, 185.93 meters. Beam, 20.19 meters. And draft, 7.49 meters. Powered by 4 water tube boilers, delivering 100,000 shaft horsepower, to 4 General Electric cross-compound steam turbine engines driving 4 propeller screws. With an impressive 32.5 to 35.2 knots maximum speed, an operational time frame of almost 24 days at 15 knots, and a range of 9,940 miles at 15 knots, were extremely successful ships. The Cleveland class were armed with 4 6.6 inches 47 caliber Mark 16 guns, 6 dual 5 inches 38 caliber guns, 4 triple 28mm anti-aircraft guns, 2 quad and 2 dual Bofors 40mm guns, and up to 20 single or Oerlikon 20mm cannons. Able to carry 2 catapults and 4 seaplanes, the Vouto S-2U Kingfisher float plane, with a large hangar and workshop. Plenty of space for aviation gasoline tanks, oil, armament including depth charges and bombs. These cruisers were able to launch 2 planes in quick succession for reconnaissance and spotting. Now, stay put for the 4th part video of the ultimate light cruisers of the major navies of the World War II. On part 4 we will talk about the La Galissonière class light cruiser of the French Navy. If you liked the video, please hit the like button. If you have something to say.
So, fairly big guns. A lot of guns and turrets. 2 airplanes. And Star Citizen, I'm guessing these would be size 6 guns. So having 2 to 4 size 6 turrets.
Please leave a comment, and if you want to watch more videos, please subscribe. Thank you for watching.
Meet the Ninja Turtles in Hero Wars. The legendary RPG Hero Wars
Welcome back to the channel. I am Commander Tyrael, and this is the USS Cleveland, the lead ship of the Cleveland class, which was a group of light cruisers built for the US Navy during World War II. They were the most numerous class of light cruisers ever built. 52 ships were originally planned, but 9 of them were completed as a...
Oh no. Alright, let's see if we can get Collins back. Obviously we just lost his satellite feed. That sucks.
9 of them were completed as the light aircraft carriers of the Independence class, and 2 were completed to a different design with a more compact superstructure and a single stack, called the Fargo class, which is also present in the game. Of the 27 Clevelands commissioned, 1 was completed as a guided missile cruiser, and 5 were later converted to Galveston and Providence class guided missile cruisers. They were deactivated within a few years after the end of the war, but the missile ships served into the 1970s. 1 ship of the class remains as a museum ship, the Little Rock, redesignated as the Galveston-class light missile cruiser, CG No. 4. It's now at the Buffalo and Erie County Naval and Military Park in Buffalo, New York. Designed as a revised version of the Brooklyn-class light cruiser with an emphasis on increased anti-air defense, the USS Cleveland is well known for her extensive career throughout World War II, serving in both the Atlantic and Pacific theaters of the war. Success of the Cleveland class proved the concept of the screening fleet doctrine, and her layout helped to inspire the universal gun cruiser schemes of other late war ships, most notably the Baltimore-class heavy cruisers. Cleveland classes were designed with increased cruising range, anti-aircraft armament, and torpedo protection compared to earlier US cruisers. After the London Naval Treaty of 1930, the US Navy took up a renewed interest in the 6-inch gun-armed light cruiser, partially due to the Navy complaining about the 8-inch gun slow 6-inch gun Naval Treaty of 1930. The US Navy took up a renewed interest in the 6-inch gun-armed light cruiser, partially due to the Navy complaining about the 8-inch gun's slow rate of fire of 3 rounds per minute, compared to the 10 rounds per minute of a 6-inch gun. At this time, the US Navy began to deploy drones to use as targets for anti-aircraft defense, which could simulate both dive and torpedo bombers. The situation showed that without fire control directors and computers, the ships of the fleet would be almost helpless against the density of aircraft attack envisioned in any future war. Mechanical computers alone could weigh up to 10 tons and had to be housed below deck for both weight and protection measures. As World War II was to prove, the pre-war assumptions were extremely optimistic, as eventually, every anti-aircraft platform above 20mm would end up having remote power with fire control and radar aiming. As designed, the Cleveland class was already tight, but requests to widen the ship were turned down as it would affect production rates. Shortly after the fall of France, the Two Ocean Navy Act changed those production rates rapidly. In order to fit the new heavier fire control and radar systems within the allotted tonnage for the cruiser, the No. 3 gun had to be omitted. This also gave room for the enlargement of the bridge space to accommodate for a new combat information center and the necessary radars, along with enough extra tonnage to fit an additional pair of 5-inch twin mounts, located fore and aft of the superstructure, with wider arcs of fire. Despite the loss of the 3 6-inch guns compared to the preceding Brooklyn and St. Louis class, the more advanced fire control gave the Cleveland class a firepower advantage in most practical engagements. Towards the end of World War II, the increase of light anti-aircraft weapons made the class top-heavy, so to compensate, some ships had one of the 2 catapults and a No. 1 turret rangefinders removed. The top weight issues would plague the class, with every addition of equipment having to be weighed against what would be removed. For example, the tighter installation of the control radar necessitated the removal of the 20mm clipping room, where 20mm rounds were loaded into their magazines. Unlike the Brooklyns, USS Cleveland boasts a much larger crew complement consisting of 1,255 sailors and officers. As a result, USS Cleveland can better absorb damage sustained during combat, resulting in significantly higher combat endurance. In War Thunder, at first glance, the USS Cleveland may seem like a downgrade from the Brooklyn, due to her placement in the tech tree and 1 less 6-inch triple mount gun. However, as with her real-life counterpart, the Cleveland offers more versatility compared to the Brooklyn, with a bolstered secondary and anti-aircraft battery. This takes the form of 12 5-inch dual-purpose guns and a large number of 40mm Bofors and 20mm Oerlikon cannons. The increase in auxiliary batteries easily makes up for the loss of a 6-inch triple mount, which is fairly limited in its use. The Cleveland is exceptionally well armoured with 127mm protecting the citadel, 165mm on the turret faces, and very strong barbette protection. As a result, it can be very difficult to disable her primary armament. In addition, its secondary armament of 5-inch cannons are housed in turrets, which although they'll not stand up to direct hits, will protect them from high explosive shrapnel, thus making the warship significantly more resilient to destroy our superstructure fire than most other cruisers. Although its frontal magazine only has 50mm of armor protection and no fuel tanks, this is compensated for by very deep placement within the hull. In contrast, the rear magazine has both good armor and fuel tanks, making it extremely difficult to detonate. However, Cleveland's protection does have one caveat. Unlike other post-treaty US cruisers, she doesn't have any anti-frag hull armor at all, primarily to ease production. This means that the Cleveland is much more vulnerable to fire damage than other ships. Thus, she is somewhat more prone to fire detonations, so putting them out quickly is a must. Overall, the Cleveland is well armoured for a cruiser, and if angled, has the resilience needed to battle multiple enemies simultaneously for a long period of time. The USS Cleveland's speed is in line with the rest of US cruiser lines. As such, she's a little bit faster than cruisers of other nations, except the Japanese. This can be used to get to cap points and positions quickly, as well as rotate around the map. USS Cleveland is also decently agile for a cruiser, allowing it to make quick course adjustments and tight turns, whether to dodge torpedoes or to turn around and retreat. Though she is noticeably top-heavy, and accuracy is affected at long ranges by heavy sea state and violent maneuvers at flank speed, a theme that is common to most US cruisers. The Cleveland carries a main armament of 12 6-inch guns in 4 triple turrets, 2 fore and aft. As the standard main armament of American light cruisers, these guns are very effective anti-ship weapons. They're capable of firing 10 rounds a minute, meaning they have one of the highest rates of fire for any 152mm cannon. This means you can put out a crazy 120 6-inch shells per minute. The gun has access to 4 shell types: high explosive, armor piercing, high explosive with a base fuse, and HEVT. Of these, AP is typically the best choice against armored targets, as it's the only shell with penetration values. The high explosive base fuse should be your primary shell, as it's able to pen most decks and light armor and still retains the same explosive mass as the standard shell. Additionally, the high explosive base fuse shell can negate anti-frag armor and is extremely effective at long range against heavy targets with deck armor due to plunging fire. Its power should not be underestimated. Typically, I take 40% armor piercing, 60% high explosive base fuse shells. The ship is fitted with 12 5-inch guns mounted in 6 twin dual-purpose turrets, and at any one time you can have between 4 and 3 turrets on target. They're extremely effective against surface and air targets alike, and are capable of firing an obscene 22 rounds per minute while using their first stage ammunition racks. Has great vertical and horizontal rotation speed, and is capable of engaging aircraft. The shell types of the standard US destroyer captains would be aware of: HE, SAP, and HEVT. Standard Cleveland has access to 8 40mm Bofors in 4 twin mounts. These weapons are extremely potent anti-aircraft guns due to their accuracy and stopping power. They have a range of about 3.5 kilometers, though effectiveness does drop after that range. The Cleveland also has 13 20mm Oerlikon mounts. These weapons are effective short-range AA, but they have barrel reload, and they lose velocity pretty quickly. Located on the stern are 2 catapults with 1 OS-2U-1 scout plane each, with the USS Fargo having access to 4 scouts and an air search and tracking radar. Captains will be wise to remember to utilize the aircraft and consider when best to use it. Useful for capturing zones and scouting out coastal boats prior to moving through littoral areas. USS Cleveland is a capable multi-role ship, and she is quite versatile. You can play her as an AA boat with her remarkable AA battery. A destroyer hunter with Cleveland's primary armament of 12 6-inch guns allows her to give devastating salvos on her enemies, and her base fuse ammunition can easily sink a DD with a couple of salvos. Her secondary armament of 12 5-inch guns allows her to react to nearby destroyers without having to use your main guns at all. As a cruiser killer, Cleveland's rapid-fire main guns with excellent AP ammunition allow her to penetrate enemy light cruisers and some heavy cruisers' armor belts with ease, allowing her to slowly demolish their crew. While arguably not as good as the USS Brooklyn or USS Helena in this role, she's still exceptional. The Cleveland's 6-inch 152mm guns lose effectiveness at long range, so it's best to use her as a brawler in relatively shallow or closed waters, using islands to get into close range of enemies before using rapid cannon shots to quickly suppress and sink any hostile vessels. While remembering the SAP at long range still can do significant damage to large slow-moving targets with large decks. As a consequence of having lower caliber guns and not having torpedoes, the Cleveland can suffer against battle cruisers and Japanese cruisers that manage to lay a spread of torpedoes at close range. Aside from some minor weaknesses, the Cleveland is probably the toughest 5.7 ship in the game. Being comfortable in an up tier with her firepower of 296 shells per minute, you can give most players a hard time regardless of their ship. That being said, the majority of the time I see down tiers or I play at 5.7, meaning that nearly every single game for me is a curb stomp, especially now that we have the USS Fargo, which is different enough to be interesting, but is ultimately just another obscenely powerful Cleveland. They aren't invincible, but they do take some concerted effort to take down reliably. If you see a player going to town in a Cleveland, it's often wise to just give them a wide berth, or try and reposition yourself to minimize their potential. Hitting the rear fire control room is a good start, and if possible, try to pen the shell rooms. If this is not possible, then you'll need to chip away at the main crew compartments in the fore and aft of the ship, which are reliably unprotected. Also, hitting the ready racks in each of the 5-inch guns is a good way to start fires and limit their DPS. Torpedoes have seen a major change, and you require about 2 to 3 to sink a Cleveland, unless you hit an ammo rack. Additionally, the angle that your torpedo hits the ship is now critical. Always try to hit at 90 degrees. With that said, both Cleveland and Fargo allowed me to grind out the rest of the US Blue Water line over the course of the last 2 events, and I highly recommend just using these ships to grind before they see an BR increase, rather than forking out real cash for a Helena or something like that. If you'd like to see a Fargo video, let me know. Until next time, Commander Tyrael, out.
They were designed to be the best. They met enemies face to face, endured tragedies and enjoyed victories. They went down in history due to the bravery of their crews. They are the ships that deserve to be called naval legends.
In this episode, the unsinkable Clevelands. One of the sites in Buffalo, New York State, is USS Little Rock, stationed at the local Naval Museum. It is the last remaining Cleveland-class light cruiser. Built in great numbers, these ships boasted good survivability and were considered the heaviest light cruisers in the history of the U.S. Navy.
In the 17th, 18th, and first half of the 19th century, a cruiser was not a ship type. It was just a light ship. Could be a frigate, a brig, a brigantine. Their mission was to disrupt enemy communication lines. What is a naval battle about? Somebody wins and somebody loses. Then you should make use of the victory accordingly, which means disrupting enemy communications. And these lines are all over the ocean, as enemy ships are crisscrossing here and there. So your cruiser should be crisscrossing here and there too. She would go to the north, go to the south, go to the west, go to the east. This is where the word cruise comes from. She makes crossings, chasing enemy ships. However, if there are ships to disrupt supply routes, then you need ships to perform counter operations. This led to the emergence of different cruiser types: protected, light, first rank, second rank, all kinds of cruisers.
As you see behind us is the USS Little Rock. She's a light cruiser. The reason why they call it a light cruiser is because her tonnage. She weighed 12,000 tons, and also she had smaller size naval guns. She had 6-inch guns, vice like a heavy cruiser had 8-inch guns. But she is the last Cleveland-class cruiser that's in existence today.
The first ship, whose name was given to the whole series, was laid down in summer 1940. Her displacement was much higher than the standard for light cruisers at the time. For this reason, the Cleveland-class ships are sometimes called heavy light cruisers.
The Americans realized that their key opponents were across seas and oceans. Consequently, to disrupt enemy communications, you had to cross either the Pacific or the Atlantic Ocean. So they needed a big ship with a large displacement, high self-sustainability, and powerful armament.
Key specifications of the Cleveland-class cruisers. Total displacement up to 14,300 tons. Length 610 feet 3 inches. Beam 65 feet 7 inches. Draft 24 feet 7 inches. Armament, primary armament. 12 Mark 16 guns in 4 turrets. Caliber 6 inch. Dual purpose artillery. 12 Mark 12 guns. Caliber 5 inch. Anti-aircraft artillery. Different ships of the series were equipped with up to 28 Bofors and up to 20 Oerlikon autocannons. Armor. Armor belt and conning tower, up to 5 inches. Deck, 2 inches. Turrets, up to 6.5 inches. Air group, 4 float planes. Maximum speed, 32.5 knots. Cruising range, 11,000 nautical miles. Building the Cleveland-class cruisers was a challenge for U.S. industry. 30 ships were ordered before the United States joined World War II. And after the attack on Pearl Harbor, the dockyards received orders for 20 more cruisers.
The cruiser was used to protect the battleship. Then, of course, after Pearl Harbor, battleships, they realized that battleships were not what we needed. We needed to move forward, and so the aircraft carrier became the center of the battle group. Like dropping a stone into a pond or a pool of water, and you see the ripples as they move out. So you would have the center would be the aircraft carrier, the next thing out would be the cruisers, the next thing out would be the destroyers.
Since the Cleveland-class cruisers were constructed during World War II, the U.S. Navy wanted to have them armed as heavily as possible. This guideline was set by President Roosevelt himself. Besides the primary armament, which consisted of powerful 6-inch guns, the Clevelands also featured formidable anti-aircraft artillery. 12 5-inch dual-purpose guns and up to 50 Bofors and Oerlikon barrels could surround the ship with a wall of steel, and not a single enemy aircraft was able to breach it.
When Cleveland was being designed, there were debates about whether it was reasonable to install guns of such close calibers, 6 and 5 inches. Some people were saying the cruiser should have only 6 inches. Why do we need the 5 inches? Others insisted on having only 5-inch guns. On paper, 5 and 6 inches look virtually the same. But the point is that a 6-inch shell weighs twice as much as a 5-inch one. So it has a much greater impact on enemy ships, a much greater destructive force.
The President's instructions were fulfilled with the utmost diligence. Virtually the whole deck was dotted with gun barrels.
But the designers got so enthusiastic that the cruiser turned out to be over-equipped with armament. As a result, one of the key drawbacks of the Cleveland class is that it cannot be upgraded. You had to either disarm the ship completely or leave her the way she is. For example, when missile systems were installed on these ships after World War II, part of their guns, specifically the primary armament, were simply removed.
Currently in her configuration now, she only has one triple 6-inch turret and one 5-inch gun. All the rest were removed. But she did keep her 6-inch gun, and she actually has the only 6-inch gun left in the world.
However, Cleveland's above-water hull became heavier, and this affected her stability, an important parameter for ocean vessels. The ship's angle of list was limited to 23 degrees, which was a minor drawback for the project. It was compensated by the other seagoing qualities of the ship.
Despite a lack of stability, the cruisers demonstrated superb survivability during the war. The key factor here was not the ship's design, but the excellent work of their damage control parties. The cruiser receives damage, even when it's critical, and in just a few seconds, everyone is running, taking measures, doing their job. And after some time, a ship that was going to sink in 15 minutes is back on an even keel. Her engines are running, and she is sailing again, sometimes even continuing to fight. A good example is cruiser Houston, which was severely damaged by an airdrop torpedo in October 1944. All her engine rooms were out of order. The ship took on 6,000 tons of water, almost half of her displacement, but remained sailing. Her team had saved her.
The most interesting thing is that the first torpedo damaged the hull, and the whole engine room was filled with water. When the ship was being transported to the Hawaiian Islands, she got hit by another torpedo. As a result, having a displacement of 13,500 tons, Houston took in so much water that her displacement became almost 21,000 tons. In other words, she was completely filled with water, but she made it to the port.
The Cleveland class was the most numerous series of light cruisers in U.S. history. A total of 27 ships were built. Every 3 or 4 months, new cruisers were commissioned and sent straight to the war.
By 1943, the Americans seized the initiative in the Pacific Theater. The Japanese assumed the strategic defense. By that time, they had captured almost all islands in the Western Pacific, up to the coast of Australia.
The United States launched an offensive on multiple islands with Japanese garrisons on them, ready to defend to the last breath.
But the Americans were not going to capture them all. They applied the so-called island hopping strategy, capturing only the islands that were of strategic value for further offensives. The US did not seek to destroy all Japanese garrisons on the islands. It was more important to secure the right bridgehead, no matter whether an enemy force was there or not.
The Battle of Bougainville went down in history as the first U.S. offensive operation against Japan.
The Bougainville campaign was part of this offensive, part of the island hopping strategy. It was actually a bit grotesque because US forces were deployed on Bougainville in a place where there were no enemies. The Japanese were stationed on this island, but in a different part of it. So the Americans were deployed there, but didn't try to capture the whole island, only the part they needed. For the Japanese, from their standpoint, this was an unthinkable impudence. Deploying next to our base, where we have plenty of troops, plenty of ships, plenty of aircraft, right here within a stone's throw. And what are they going to do? Okay, they've deployed their forces here. They will probably attempt to capture the whole island. But they are not trying to capture the whole island. How can that be?
Bougainville was immensely important for the United States, as Japan's major air force and naval base, Rabaul, was just 400 kilometers northwest of it. Powerful forces on Rabaul were preparing to advance to the south and southeast. By that time, Tokyo was controlling almost the whole of Southeast Asia, half of China, and hundreds of islands in the Pacific Ocean, from Sakhalin and the Kurils in the north to the Solomon Islands in the south.
The Japanese suddenly saw that the Americans were at their door, next to their most powerful naval base. Something had to be done. Everything they had at hand, all cruisers and destroyers stationed at Rabaul at that moment, were sent to Bougainville.
In the evening of November the 1st, 1943, an imposing Japanese squadron left for Bougainville. It consisted of heavy cruisers Miyoko and Peguro, light cruisers Agano and Sendai, 6 destroyers and 5 transport ships carrying 1,000 troops. The Japanese force was to land on the island and defeat the US Marines, who had just been deployed to the coast of the Empress Augusta Bay.
As soon as the Japanese ships left Rabaul to counter the U.S. landing, the Americans were aware of this. They took all their landing assets away from the coast, where the Japanese ships were expected to attack them. Instead, the Americans put forward their escort ships, 4 Cleveland-class light cruisers and 6 destroyers. The whole thing happened at night, and it was night when the naval battle took place, a classic naval battle of World War II.
Late into the small hours, a column of Clevelands was moving along the coast of Bougainville. The US cruisers were in front of the Empress Augusta Bay when at 2:30, their radars detected a Japanese squadron comprising 6 destroyers and 4 cruisers. The US force, led by Admiral Merrill, deployed into combat formation, and its destroyers attacked the enemy. At 2:46, the US destroyers made their first torpedo salvo, but the Japanese ships changed their course, and the torpedoes launched by the Fletchers missed the targets. However, the maneuver broke the Japanese formation and sent it into disarray. This is when the Clevelands opened fire at cruiser Sendai. Primary armament shells severely damaged the Japanese ship. In this turmoil, heavy cruiser Miyoko ran into a friendly destroyer, cutting off part of her bow. Having fired from their primary guns, the Japanese cruisers revealed themselves to the Clevelands, who immediately returned fire. The Japanese heavy cruisers suffered a defeat and retreated under the cover of darkness. The Clevelands came out of this night battle as decidedly victorious.
But the Japanese did not give up. In the morning, they sent their ground-based aircraft to attack the Clevelands. And here, Cleveland-class cruisers demonstrated that they not only had excellent artillery to defeat similar surface ships, but also boasted superb anti-aircraft armament. They virtually engulfed the sky with fire, and the Japanese aircraft were unable to do anything, not even break through to the ships. Having repelled the Japanese aircraft, the U.S. forces approached Rabaul and delivered an airstrike. Basically, the Americans fulfilled their mission. At the same time, the Japanese garrison on Bougainville proved to be as firm as samurai. They stood till the end, till August 1945. They started breeding cows and growing vegetables there, because no more supplies were coming from their home country. They were surrounded. The Philippines had been liberated from Japan, and so forth, but the Japanese garrison stood. It stood till the end.
The Bougainville campaign wouldn't have been considered daring, but reckless and silly if the Clevelands hadn't won that battle. In fact, these ships led America to victory in this war. Capturing part of Bougainville was a key step on the way to neutralizing Japan's major base, Rabaul. And neutralizing Rabaul was an important step towards other islands, towards Japan itself, towards victory in the war.
The Cleveland-class light cruisers went through the Pacific War with flying colors. Some of them were seriously damaged in battle, but none were sunk. Battered and burnt, Cleveland successfully repelled air raids, sank Japanese ships, and shelled enemy positions on countless islands. Apart from the 27 cruisers, the hulls of the Cleveland-class ships were used to build 9 light aircraft carriers of the Independence class, which had a significant impact on the outcome of World War II. In the post-war period, some Clevelands were equipped with cruise missiles and stayed in service in the US Navy in a new capacity.
When you read about the history of the Cleveland-class cruises, it may seem like they didn't do anything special during World War II. Some battles, some operations, some damage. There's no glory. But the real war is about hard labor, hard everyday labor. And the Clevelands were the ones who took it upon themselves. It's the best light cruiser project of the United States. They were everywhere. Look at any more or less significant battle of the war. Clevelands were there. They were the real workhorses of the US Navy.
USS Little Rock is the last remaining ship of her class. She served as a missile cruiser until the summer of 1977, when she was decommissioned. Today, the former squadron flagship is a museum in Buffalo, and her menacing appearance embodies the pride and glory of all Clevelands.
Very interesting. Very interesting indeed.
Special mission that only it could accomplish. The mission was to fly 15,000 miles non-stop round trip to Iraq and Syria by refueling midair. They would then drop over 125 precision-guided munitions during a 30-minute period of anger before turning back and landing again in the continental United States. Total mission time was likely about 24 to 30 hours. The pilots were home in time to get back to work on Monday. The B-1s reportedly struck 85 Iranian-backed proxy militia targets as payback for an attack on a US base in Jordan that left 3 American soldiers KIA. Prior to the bombing runs, US troops were under almost daily fire from drone and rocket attacks, reaching 170 strikes against them during a period of 4 months. The bombers were able to show that the United States had no need to increase their actual footprint in the Middle East in order to strike back. After a series of targeted airstrikes, the attacks against US bases have since stopped. And now, this unique bomber, invented in the late 1980s, is getting some extensive updates. The US Air Force just flew its newest upgrade to the formidable B-1 Lancer strategic bomber. This modified B-1B, under the DoD's Beast program, is the latest iteration of the aircraft that extends its operational lifetime to 2040 and beyond. According to the official reports, upgraded B-1s contain a technology overhaul that significantly increases the lethality of the bomber and give them the capabilities they need in the next war. Beast, or B-1 Embracing Agile Scheduling Team Program, outside of being a 5 out of 10 acronym at best, is an upgraded program for the fleet of 45 B-1B Lancer supersonic bombers in the Air Force's inventory. But with all eyes on the new B-21 stealth bomber and hypersonic missiles as the next big thing, where does the B-1 fit into all this? What type of unique missions, tactics, and weapons capabilities does the B-1 Beast have? And do our adversaries have anything like it? I'm your average infantryman, Chris Cappy. Slap the like and subscribe button with an unironic hooah, and let's find out. But before we get into that, did you know that Armasight is one of the very few night vision and thermal brands out there that can say they're built right here in the US of A? Whether it's government agencies or outdoor enthusiasts, domestic or international, Armasight has become the go-to brand for high-performing equipment for little to no light operations. Armasight combined night vision and thermal imaging capabilities into one package with their Generation 3 PVS-14 plus Sidekick thermal imaging kit. It has a laundry list of benefits that include the PVS-14s that now have a significantly improved picture quality and ghost white phosphor, which is the preferred choice of special operators. Then, the Armasight Sidekick Thermal Imaging Monocular is the smallest, fully multifunctional 12-micron thermal imaging monocular on the market. It boasts a really fast 60 Hz frame rate for smooth operation. It weighs under 250 grams, so it can be used in a handheld configuration. The high-definition 1024 by 768 OLED display provides a crisp image, and there's a menu that can offer you key information thanks to its 3-button control and in-unit video recording capability. This makes terrain navigation and object identification easier at great distances, even through environmental obstructions like fog or haze. Armasight continues to offer easy-to-use, reliable, and durable equipment that doesn't distract from the task at hand. With the reputation for being reliable even in the most intense military operations, Armasight strives to provide that level of support across the board. They're always on the cutting edge of low-light optics technology. So head over to armasight.com today to gear up for your next nighttime operation. The goal was to provide an upgrade package with an emphasis on not disrupting operational capacity of the small fleet during the actual upgrade process. Typical overhauls on military vehicles can take months or years and require that the platform be totally out of operation for the entire duration. This isn't necessarily that big of an issue if the vehicle in question is a tank or helicopter, but things like submarines and long-range bombers need careful consideration when modernization efforts are being made. The Lancer is one of 3 strategic bombers currently in use by the United States, the other 2 being the B-2 and B-52. These aircraft and their payload capacity play a key role in national security through their ability to maintain America's long-range, quick-reaction air power, capable of delivering bombs anywhere on Earth on a minute's notice. The small fleet of only 45 aircraft and complexity of the design pose a problem, and taking even a handful of the Lancers off the flight line for repairs leaves a large gap in theater-level airstrike capabilities. In order to work around this, the aircraft are receiving the upgrades as part of their normal depot-level maintenance cycles, which would have temporarily removed them from the flight line anyway. This allows air commanders to upgrade their bombers around the already set aircraft availability requirements. While not as infamous as the B-52 or 80s sci-fi-ish as the B-2 stealth bomber, the B-1 has a long history with the US Air Force going back to the 1950s. In 1955, the Air Force expressed the need for an aircraft that combined the B-52's nuclear payload capacity with the ability to fly at a speed of at least Mach 2 to avoid Soviet interceptor aircraft and penetrate the heavily defended airspace along the border of the USSR. Eventually, however, it was decided that the ICBMs were able to better play the role of delivering nuclear payloads than any aircraft could, and the program was largely shelved. It wouldn't be until Nixon re-established the program in 1969 under the name B-1A. By this time, the focus would be on delivering payloads other than strictly nuclear, so they could be used in a non-nuclear conventional fight. A handful of prototype B-1As were produced, but none were able to fully meet the set requirements. The required redesign skyrocketed the per unit price to $70 million by 1975, the equivalent to over $413 million in today's dollars. A year later, a defecting Soviet pilot disclosed details about the USSR's new interceptor, the MiG-31, which contained an advanced radar system designed to track targets like cruise missiles and low-level penetration aircraft like the B-1A. Because it looked like the B-1 would have just as much of a chance at surviving Soviet air defenses, it became hard to justify the massive program costs, which had now risen to $100 million per aircraft. Congress at the time was calling it a quote-unquote outlandishly expensive dinosaur, and President Carter specifically placed canceling the program as one of the party's priorities. By 1977, the B-1 was once again canceled, and the Air Force focused on missile platforms and retrofitting the existing B-52 fleet. The growing Soviet presence in remote areas of the map made it difficult for the US to conduct airstrikes, with supersonic aircraft lacking the range and aircraft with the range lacked the speed to counter air defense systems. The DoD under Reagan decided that because the systems were already in place and prototypes built, to restart the B-1 program once again. The program called for 100 B-1s to be constructed. A series of adjustments to the original B-1A design were made, and after finally making it to production, it was given the designation of B-1B in 1986, 3 decades after it was originally drawn up. Oddly enough, despite being in service, it didn't see any action in Desert Storm's famous air campaign, first being utilized in combat in Operation Desert Fox in 1998. This was an often forgotten bombing campaign against Iraq targeting suspected WMD manufacturing facilities. It only lasted 4 days. The major reason for this was that the original mission for the Lancer was strictly for nuclear weapons only, under the Air Force's Strategic Air Command. As the priority for the Air Force shifted from the nukes to conventional munitions, the B-1 had to be retrofitted in order to carry the Mark 82 500-pound bomb. In 1995, its nuclear capability was completely removed under the new START treaty with Russia, who inspected the aircraft every year to ensure compliance until 2023. The purpose of the B-1 in the role of strategic bomber is delivering heavy bomb payloads quickly on high-priority targets anywhere on Earth. But when and where they are used actually gives us insight into the bigger picture of an operation. American airstrikes, depending on location, typically exist in a tiered system of priority. Drones sit at the lowest level, performing reconnaissance and pinpoint strikes. Above that is ground attack aircraft and fighters like the FA-18 and F-16, able to carry a mixture of types and sizes of bombs while reaching a target area faster and from farther away than a drone. Short-range ballistic missiles also fit into this tier of priority. Finally, above both are what's called the strategic level bombers, carrying significantly heavier payloads than a drone. Strategic faster and ground strike actually gives us insight into the bigger picture of an operation. American airstrikes, depending on location, typically exist in a tiered system of priority. Drone strikes, depending on location, typically exist in a tiered system of priority. Drones sit at the lowest level, performing reconnaissance and pinpoint strikes. Above that is ground attack aircraft and fighters like the FA-18 and F-16, able to carry a mixture of types and sizes of bombs while reaching a target area faster and from farther away than a drone. Short-range ballistic missiles also fit into this tier of priority. Finally, above both are what's called the strategic level bombers, carrying significantly heavier payloads than a drone or fighter would be able to. The transition of using fighters for strikes to strategic bombers is a significant escalation in offensive posture for the US, as the United States and UK began airstrikes against the Houthis in Yemen. The usage of the B-1s beginning in February 2024 was a sign of increased American focus in the region. Peer air forces in China and Russia have somewhat similar platforms, with the Russians supporting the Tu-160 supersonic bomber and the Chinese fielding the H-6. The H-6 is a licensed copy of the Russian Tu-16 bomber, and it's by far the oldest of the 3 countries, and will be completely replaced by their H-20 bomber. Russia's Tu-160 is the newest, fastest, and largest of the design, but has a smaller payload capacity than the B-1B. They also were only produced sporadically in small numbers and have been noticeably absent from the war in Ukraine. There are 2 reasons why the Air Force upgrades from fighters to bombers when looking to drop freedom seeds on anyone lucky enough to receive them. The first is payload capacity. From its inception, the Lancer needed the ability to carry a heavy payload, which resulted in the capability of carrying 75,000 pounds of munitions. This translates to the ability to hold 24 cruise missiles in just a single sortie. The B-52 can only carry about 70,000 pounds, and the B-2 only 40,000. Typical missile payloads will be a mixture of subsonic AGM-86s for conventional ground targets, AGM-158 stealth missiles for high-priority targets in contested airspaces, and AGM-158Bs, which have a range of over 620 miles for those pesky, hard to reach targets. Just for reference and context about that, to reach the equivalent cruise missile capacity, it would take 15 of the latest F-15E fighters, as each can hold a maximum of 2 at once. If cruise missiles aren't on the menu though, it still has the capacity of carrying a similar number of Mark 82 and 84 general purpose bombs, JDAMs, or GBU-39 small diameter bombs. We can see that the deployment of Lancers to an airspace mirrors the escalation in targets being engaged at a given time. An F-16 or FA-18 can engage a grid square, right? But a B-1 can engage the entire map. The second reason to bring in the bombers is their speed and range over other air assets. The Lancer is the last of the variable sweep wing designs in the US arsenal, also known as a swing wing. It allows for the wings to extend laterally for efficient low-speed flight and has a wingspan of 137 feet, and collapse towards the fuselage for better fuel economy at higher speeds and altitude, extending operational range. The aircraft is a blended wing body, which is when the wings and fuselage form a continuous geometry, helping reduce drag and greatly increase the "wow, this plane looks cool" factor. The streamlined design also aids in reducing RCS, or radar cross-section, of the bomber. Though not a dedicated stealth aircraft like the B-2, the B-1 uses a series of serpentine air intake ducts, which helps regulate the airflow into the engines to throttle speed, and helps deflect radar returns from compressor blades over the engines. It also has a cover with a classified radar-absorbing material to decrease overall return size. The slightly smaller radar cross-section gives the other onboard countermeasures some breathing room in deflecting returns, such as the AN/ALQ-161 radar warning receiver. All of these combined gives the B-1 an impressively small radar cross-section of just about 0.75 meters. Compared to the B-2's 100 cubic meter return, this is still tiny when compared to the FE's 25 meter and F-16's 5 meter return. The combination of small RCS and speed allows the Lancer to scoot in and out of contested airspace rapidly, or better yet, just launch its cruise missile payload before coming into range of the enemy emitters. If passive countermeasures don't work, each B-1 is equipped with 8 flare dispensers, each holding 12 MGU-23ABs. These are some of the largest flares in the world, each weighing almost 3.5 pounds. Try lighting one of those up on the side of the road when your car goes down. If all else fails, Lancers have the option of carrying the ALE-50 towed decoy system, which, as the name implies, launches a towed radar decoy to redirect incoming radar-guided missiles to it rather than the aircraft itself. It's basically the countermeasure version of those big airplane signs you see on the beach. Did you know the Pentagon's favorite euphemism for killing people at an increasingly better rate is lethality? That's right, we don't get better at killing people here, we get better at using lethality. And right now, you can get your own lethality t-shirt just by clicking the link in the description down below, or checking out the YouTube store. The mechanical complexity of the sweep wing and its length of 146 feet made the original design unstable and overly flexible in low altitude flight. So a structural mode control system, which automatically controls a series of vanes and lower rudders, was installed to smooth out the flight. Powering the aircraft is 4 GE F101-102 afterburning turbofan engines, 2 on each side of the aircraft in a parallel configuration. Each is capable of producing 30,000 pounds of force in full afterburner. With a full payload, it has a combat radius of about 1,500 nautical miles, but with the range of the carried cruise missiles can hit targets 2,000 miles away or more. That said, placing range parameters on strategic bombers is a bit of a mischaracterization of how they're actually used. Because strategic bombers are such high priority assets, they always have some level of mid-air refueling support. This effectively extends the range of bombers to anywhere on Earth using a network of KC-135 Stratotankers to ensure the Lancer doesn't have to land until it's back at home base. These are known as conus-to-conus operations because they start and end at the continental United States and can involve up to 4 mid-air refueling over the sometimes 30-plus hour missions. Fighters carrying air-to-ground ordnance are obviously also heavily reliant on tanker support, but the shorter combat ranges often require combat sorties originate closer to the target location, and for fighter units to be forward deployed to an international airbase. This has the major benefit of allowing the bombers to remain stationed at their home bases, even in the continental United States, rather than forward deployed to areas with less logistical support and potentially for ground strikes while the bomber isn't flying. This is only made practical due to the high speed that the B-1 is capable of reaching. When the Lancer's wings are in the stowed swept configuration, it can reach upwards of Mach 1.2, making it the only strategic bomber in the entire US Air Force capable of supersonic flight. The worldwide range, speed, and carrying capacity not only make it dangerous in an air campaign, but even makes it a tool for diplomacy. In the same way that the Navy deploys carrier groups to potential conflict areas to assert influence, the US Air Force deploys its strategic bomber fleet to places around the globe. Of course, this strategy of deterrence and influence only works if there's some bite behind that bark, and to date, over 12,000 sorties have been flown by the B-1 platform. Those combat missions have had incredible high success rates due to the advanced avionics and fire controls found in the aircraft. Lancers utilize the AN/AA-33 Sniper Advanced Targeting Pod, which uses a combination of IR scanning, laser designation, and data recorders to identify and track targets for the onboard weapon system to lock onto. It can do this even through smoke and clouds at an altitude of 50,000 feet above the ground. Recently, there's been a shift in how the Air Force wanted to use its increasingly smaller Lancer fleet. 20 years of the global war on terror put considerable strains on the B-1 airframe due to the fact that these were primarily low-level gravity bomb-centered missions. The physical strain on the aircraft was beyond what was intended originally compared to less intense high-altitude passes. As aircraft age, it becomes increasingly difficult to source repairs, as highlighted with the B-2's latest cockpit glass debacle. This ultimately led to the Air Force to drop shorter-range, low-speed operations and focus exclusively on longer-range operations. As the B-21 begins to enter service by 2030, the ultimate role of the Lancer will have to change. Two areas being trained by the Air Force are as a high-altitude ISR asset and anti-ship missile carrier. Given decent stealthiness and advanced sensor package, the Lancer is primed to take a back seat to dropping bombs and serve as a data platform for other aircraft and ground forces. The Air Force is looking to use B-1s as non-traditional intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. This is generally a data-driven method of intel gathering rather than hardware-centric, which would use the B-1's Link 16 jam-resistant data link and beyond line-of-sight network connections. These offer the ability for the Lancer to be a network hub of sorts, gathering information from it and other platforms, processing it, and transmitting it as usable targeting data. This was one of the major goals of the Beast program, which streamlined the networking process and increased its data storage capacity to take a significant portion of the information side of the B-1 and automate it. The DoD plans to have the B-1 fill these more niche roles, while the B-21 takes on the role of primary strategic bomber for the Air Force. Originally, plans in 2018 were set for the B-1B to be retired by the early 2030s, but that was canceled in favor of the Bomber Capability Roadmap Plan, which set in place new logistic support to keep B-1s in the air until 2040 and beyond.
Did you know in Djibouti, there's a US and Chinese base located only 10 kilometers from each other, and the Chinese have been firing lasers into the US pilots' eyes, and supposedly both sides have been spying on each other? If you want to learn more about Djibouti bases, just click this card in the top corner here, or type in Task and Purpose Djibouti. And I want to give a quick shout out to Michael Michaelides, this episode's video editor. He did an outstanding job, so if there's something you liked about the editing, let us know down in the comments section. Okay guys, thank you for watching.
A broken kingdom in need of a king.
Imagine a machine that combines the speed of a supersonic hustler with the devastating punch of the heavyweight buff. A marvel of military engineering that skirts the edge of legend and reality. An airplane that's like the F-14 Tomcat's big brother they never warned you about. Welcome to the world of the B-1 Lancer, affectionately known as the Bone. This isn't just the story of any bomber. It's a tale of resilience, a blend of power and speed that has defied the odds, outperforming the legendary B-52 in bomb load. The Bone struck fear into the hearts of its adversaries, so much so that it was deliberately restrained by international treaties. But there's a twist. It was canceled not once, but twice. And yet, it soared back, stronger than ever, while obtaining over 60 world records. Today, we're diving into the secrets of this iconic aircraft, the last of the American swing wings. From its unexpected origins to its crucial role in modern conflicts, the B-1 Lancer's story is more than just metal and machinery. So fasten your seatbelts, hit that subscribe button, and join me on a high-octane journey to uncover why the Bone is an indispensable titan of the skies, is stealthier than you think, and is needed now more than ever. Each with a different primary mission. The stealthy B-2 Spirit, the venerable B-52 Stratofortress, and of course, the fast B-1 Lancer. When you need to strike a target with total surprise, you send in the B-2. When you want an overhead presence that can strike at any time, you send in the B-52. So when does the B-1 come into play? Well, when you need a rapid, low-level delivery, flying under the radar, you send in the Bone. To really understand where the B-1 fits in today, you have to go back to its origins. By the late 1950s, new anti-aircraft missiles made flying at high altitudes a risk for bombers. This was proven beyond a doubt when Gary Powers' U-2 plane was infamously shot down in 1960. As a result, the U.S. Air Force started flying its bombers lower to hide from radar using hills and valleys in a tactic known as terrain masking. Low-flying bombers are harder to detect because the radar would get confused with ground objects and couldn't see below a certain angle. This made anti-aircraft missiles less effective against low-flying aircraft. Case in point, the B-58 Hustler was designed for high-speed flying, yet it wasn't good at low levels. After just under 10 years in service, the B-58 program was canceled. Meanwhile, the B-52 bomber, though originally not made for low flying, could perform the task, but it was not really suited for it. Because of this, new designs called penetrators were developed for long, low-level flights. The F-111 fighter bomber was the first true penetrator aircraft, and as a result, the Air Force wanted a bomber that could combine the Mach 2 speeds of the B-58 Hustler with the range and payload of the B-52. This new bomber would eventually replace both the B-58 and B-52, or so the Air Force thought. These requirements led to the Advanced Manned Strategic Aircraft, or AMSA project, which was about making a new bomber that could perform similarly to the F-111. As the AMSA project timeline wore on and on, the joke was that AMSA actually stood for America's Most Studied Aircraft. However, some people questioned if a new bomber was even needed, since long-range ICBMs and submarine-launched missiles were seen as better for defense. Defense Secretary at the time, Robert McNamara, preferred ICBMs and limited the bomber program to just studies and developing parts. These bomber studies went on, focusing on advanced technology. But McNamara didn't want a new bomber, preferring to improve the B-52s and use FP-111s for shorter missions. The AMSA project looked like it was in jeopardy. As you know, in the world of military aviation, projects like the iconic B-1 bomber often navigate through a maze of political debates and decisions. It's a realm where understanding different perspectives is crucial, just like in the B-1's journey from blueprint to sky. And when it comes to staying well-informed, especially in our complex and multifaceted world, having a reliable source like today's sponsor, Ground News, is as vital as having the right intel and ensuring the Philippines. And it was last day, almost daily. We can see 17 articles have been IB. In this case, some Advantage Working Project was essentially canceled in the late 1960s. Richard Nixon bought it back after he became president. By April of 1969, the program officially became known as the B-1A. Proposals by General Dynamics, Boeing, and Rockwell were submitted in January of 1970, with Rockwell winning the contract in June of that year. The initial design of the B-1A was incredible. The airplane featured an escape capsule in case the pilots had to eject at high speeds, with swing wings that could sweep out for takeoffs and landings, then sweep back for high-speed flight. Interestingly, with its wings fully swept out, the B-1 could land in airfields that the B-52 couldn't.
This is my favorite multi-tool kit so far. Whenever I need to unscrew anything, I can always find the right adapter here.
When it came to speed, the B-1A was fast, reaching Mach 2+ at high altitudes and even Mach 1.2 at low altitude. However, the problem for the Bone was cost. In 1970, a single B-1 was $40 million. But with the runaway inflation of that era, that cost jumped up to $70 million in 1975. As a result, Rockwell began finding ways to lower the cost of the bomber, so ejection seats were used instead of the escape capsule, and the low-level speed requirement was decreased to Mach 0.85, which allowed for less use of titanium in the wings and fuselage, keeping costs down. More on that in a minute. Despite these efforts by Rockwell to scale back costs, by the time Jimmy Carter took office in 1977, the estimated cost of each bomber had risen to $100 million, and there were several competing projects. First, President Carter was made aware of a top-secret stealth bomber which was under development, known as the Advanced Technology Bomber, or ATB. This would eventually become the B-2 Spirit. Secondly, Pentagon officials stated that the new AGM-68 Air-Launched Cruise Missile, or ALCM, could be launched at safe distances from a B-52 and penetrate Soviet air defenses. Based on this, President Carter announced in June of 1977 that the B-1 was canceled, in favor of submarine land-based nuclear missiles and a modernization program for the B-52. In an interesting twist of fate, the ATB program that produced the B-2, which was a deciding factor in the cancellation of the B-1, actually helped bring the B-1 back to life, as we'll soon see. Publicly, Carter's cancellation of the project was split among partisan lines. Republicans were for keeping the B-1 program, while Democrats were against it. During his 1980 presidential campaign, Ronald Reagan strongly argued that Carter was not doing enough for defense, often pointing to the cancellation of the B-1 program as a prime example. Upon being elected to office, Reagan had to decide if the ATB stealth bomber would be ready in time or if the B-1 program should be resurrected as a stopgap. With the ATB bomber taking longer than expected, the decision was made. In January of 1982, the Air Force gave Rockwell 2 contracts totaling $2.2 billion to develop and build 100 B-1 bombers. The design was updated for the missions they now expected, creating the B-1B. These updates included slowing down the maximum speed to improve stealth. This allowed for the use of simpler, fixed geometry intake ramps instead of the variable ones. Along with changes to the air intakes, the Lancer also makes use of serpentine or S-shaped ducts to hide the engine fan blades from enemy radar emissions. And, although not technically a stealth aircraft, the B-1 has a radar cross-section that is about 1/50th of a B-52. These and other changes made the B-1B slightly less visible on radar, a worthwhile trade-off for the slower speed, as air defenses were becoming more sophisticated. The new focus was all about higher subsonic speeds at low altitudes, which produced an increase from about Mach 0.85 to 0.92 on the deck. The B-1B's top speed is around Mach 1.2 at higher altitudes. Although at the time there were still critics of the B-1B, the main arguments in its favor were the ability to carry nuclear and conventional bombs, and the takeoff performance that allowed it to operate from a much wider variety of airfields as compared to the B-52. The first production B-1B rolled off the assembly line in 1984, and the 100th Lancer was delivered in 1988. In looking at the B-1, you may have noticed some small canard-like wings or vanes near the nose of the bomber. These are part of an anti-dampening system known as Structural Mode Control System, or SMCS. This combined system helps smooth out what would otherwise be a very bumpy low-altitude ride while protecting the structure of the aircraft. When it comes to the engines, the Lancer packs a punch. The Bone is powered by 4 afterburning GEF 101 engines, each putting out more than 30,000 pounds of thrust with afterburner. That's 120,000 pounds of freedom. Imagine the sound of this thing on takeoff. The powerful F101 engine would go on to be developed into the GE F110 engine, which was used on the Super Tomcat and the F-16 Fighting Falcon, aka the Viper. It's hard to understate how fast the B-1 is for a bomber. As we mentioned earlier, the Lancer holds over 60 world records in the form of speed, payload, distance, and time to climb. One of the more memorable records was set in 1993 when 3 B-1Bs set a long-distance record, showcasing its ability to perform strikes anywhere in the world without any stop. However, what's a bomber without bombs? We've hinted earlier at the Bone's massive bomb load, which is greater than the B-52. It turns out that the B-1 can carry 75,000 pounds of bombs inside not 1, not 2, but 3 internal bomb bays. On top of this, the Lancer has 6 external hardpoints, which can carry a total of 50,000 pounds of ordnance. It's a lot of firepower hanging on the outside. These external hardpoints give the B-1 flexibility in carrying oversized weapons that may not fit inside the internal bomb bays. And the amount of weapon options the Lancer can take are staggering. Everything from long-range anti-ship missiles to conventional free-fall bombs, cluster bombs, and of course, precision-guided bombs. The B-1 also uses rotary-mounted launchers to dispense JDAMs, giving new meaning to the phrase, reach out and touch someone. Speaking of precision-guided weapons, the Lancer can make use of Lockheed's Sniper XR pod, which allows the B-1 to use multiple sensor formats to positively self-identify targets before prosecuting them. Conventional weapons, initially an add-on for the B-1 program, may have been what actually has kept the bomber in service. The idea of a supersonic-capable, low-flying strategic bomber gave the Russians nightmares during the Cold War. In fact, the B-1 was so feared that it was specifically called out in a nuclear arms treaty and had to be reconfigured as to not allow it to carry nuclear weapons. These modifications included adjustments to the hardpoints to prevent nuclear weapon pylons from being attached, the removal of weapons bay wiring bundles that could arm nuclear weapons, and the destruction of nuclear weapons pylons. These conversions were completed in 2011, and Russian officials inspect the bombers every year to verify compliance. Officially, the B-1 first saw combat not in 1991's Desert Storm, but in the 1998 Desert Fox campaign, where it dropped mostly unguided general-purpose weapons. Since then, B-1s have seen action in the Kosovo Allied Force campaign, the Operation Enduring Freedom campaign in Afghanistan, and in the 2003 Second Gulf War. During these conflicts, the B-1 dropped both conventional and precision-guided bombs, more than sharing the load of all ordnance dropped. For example, in the first 6 months of Operation Enduring Freedom, 8 B-1s were responsible for dropping almost 40% of the bombs used by coalition air forces. This included about 3,900 JDAMs, making up 60% of the total dropped. During Operation Iraqi Freedom, the B-1 played a significant role despite flying less than 1% of the combat missions, as it delivered 43% of the JDAMs used. That works out to about 480 JDAMs dropped per Lancer. In 2012, the 9th Expeditionary Bomb Squadron returned from its 6-month tour in Afghanistan. The squadron's 9 B-1s flew 770 sorties, making it the most of any B-1 squadron on a single deployment. During this time, the squadron spent 9,500 hours airborne and always kept at least one of its bombers in the air at all times. In doing this, the 9th accounted for a quarter of all combat aircraft sorties over Afghanistan, while fulfilling an average of 2 to 3 air support requests per day. And while we all love the A-10 swooping in and supporting troops on the ground, sometimes we forget that the B-1 has saved the lives of many an Allied soldier, possibly even some viewers of this video.
Life is of little value in Rome, living in the shadow of the rich and powerful.
B-1s also participated in operations against ISIS in Syria as part of Operation Inherent Resolve, during which, on 31 separate occasions, the bombers went Winchester, meaning they dropped all their payload. Today, the B-1 remains active, continuing to fly missions daily in ongoing operations. With its high speed and long range, the B-1 has evolved into a quasi-stealth bomber that is effective in conventional warfare against ground targets. Interestingly, the B-1 is seen as a useful asset for maritime duties such as patrolling shipping lanes, a feature that could come in very handy in the Pacific Theater of Operations. Currently, there are plans to upgrade the Bone to keep the aircraft viable, with some estimates showing it being in service until 2038. And as you have now heard, the B-21 Raider is in development and already flying. However, if there are delays in the Raider program, then history could repeat itself. After all, the Bone was greenlit because the B-2 Spirit was taking longer than anticipated. In a similar way, what if the B-21 takes longer and the Lancer gets an extension on its operational life? In many ways, it would be a fitting addition to the story of the twice canceled, misunderstood, and feared bomber that is the Bone. One last thing, the Air Force had proposed an updated version of the Bone, one that would have slightly less range but more speed. It was referred to as the B-1R, with R standing for regional. You never know when I may release my next video unless, of course, you subscribe to the channel and click the bell for notifications. You can support me by supporting today's sponsor, Ground News, getting an awesome mug on my shop, or joining my awesome Patreon crew. The B-1 Lancer. Fear the Bone. Now you know.
We made USAA for homeowners who like being ready. That's why we have safety tips for things like fires.
Imagine a bomber so advanced, it can sneak past even the most sophisticated defenses, adapt to future missions, and do it all at a cost that won't break the budget. Meet the B-21 Raider, America's latest stealth bomber, and a likely game changer in modern air power. Now, this isn't just a concept airplane. The Raider has been flying for over a year, and we've even seen photographs of it flying at high altitudes. Here's the thing, the Raider is not just a weapon, it's a glimpse into the future of warfare. This aircraft could take on roles originally designed for cutting-edge fighter jets. So, what makes the B-21 so revolutionary? And could it redefine how the US Air Force fights its battles? Let's dive in. PilotPhotog.com. Despite similar appearances, the Raider is no ordinary bomber. It's designed to break through the very toughest air defenses and strike targets anywhere in the world. But what makes it truly stand out are 3 groundbreaking features that set it apart from anything we've ever seen before. Number 1, stealth like no other. The Raider builds on the legacy of the B-2 Spirit, a bomber that features state-of-the-art technology designed to evade even the most advanced radar systems. Despite being in service for over 35 years, we still don't know just how stealthy the B-2 really is. Some experts say the B-2 is nearly invisible to detection. The combination of a tailless wing, top-mounted jet engines, along with special radar-absorbing materials, virtually make the B-2 a flying black hole in the sky. The team at Northrop basically took all these lessons they've learned, along with massive advances in computer technology, and made the B-21 Raider. So when it comes to stealth tech, the Raider will make the B-2 look more like a biplane as compared to an F-15 Eagle. Essentially, whether facing high-tech defenses or contested airspace, The B-21 is built to stay invisible. Number 2, future-proof design. What's really exciting about the Raider is its modular design. The B-21 is set up to integrate next-generation technologies as they develop, such as advanced sensors, artificial intelligence, and even directed energy weapons or lasers. Think of the Raider as a flying gaming PC. You can upgrade the RAM, add a video card, or even an extra hard drive, yet you still have the same box the computer came in. This makes the B-21 much more than just a bomber. More on that in a minute. Number 3, surprising affordability. Alright, it's time to talk money. When it comes to bombers, their toughest opponent isn't usually surface-to-air missiles or even enemy fighters. It's perhaps the oldest adversary there is: money. Bombers have always been more expensive than fighters, and as a result are much harder to develop and produce. This is one of the reasons the B-52 will probably outlive all of us. It's still the most cost-effective way of putting lots of warheads on foreheads. Well, here's the kicker. The B-21 is coming in under its initial budget expectations. Compare that to the NGAD fighter program, whose costs are estimated over $300 million per aircraft and rising. I've done a whole video on how the Air Force's NGAD is being put on hold, and why the Navy may take the lead in the next-gen fighter program. Watch that video after this one, link in the description below. Getting back to the Raider program has turned out surprisingly affordable. The cost for the first batches of B-21s was originally expected to be around $19 billion, but the Air Force has managed to bring that down by 28%, saving over $5 billion. That's a huge deal. So what does this mean for each plane? Right now, the B-21 costs about $667 million per aircraft when averaged over the early production run. While that's a big number, it's very reasonable considering how advanced the Raider is. And remember, as more Raiders are built, that number should come down. Because of its affordability, some experts believe the Air Force might buy more B-21s to take on roles that were originally meant for the more expensive NGAD fighter. And remember, that NGAD program is on hold due to those rising costs. So basically, for the same budget, the Air Force could get more B-21s, giving them flexibility without overspending. This makes the Raider not just a bomber, but a smart financial move for future air power. When the concept for 6th generation first came about, the Air Force initially planned for a clear division of labor. The NGAD would dominate the skies, while the B-21 would handle long-range bombing missions. But the Raider's advanced design is proving it can do much more. By adapting to contested airspace with its stealth and long-range capabilities, the B-21 is perfect for missions in heavily defended areas, places where even the NGAD fighter would require significant support. Along with bombing or strike missions, its modular design allows the B-21 to be fitted with advanced sensors and long-range air-to-air missiles. This means it could take on intelligence-gathering missions and even defend itself against enemy aircraft. Essentially, the B-21 isn't just filling gaps, it's reshaping how we think about modern multi-role aircraft. Another argument for the Raider taking off some of the NGAD's roles is the rise of drones. A single long-range Raider could control waves of drones from a safe distance. Think of a Raider orbiting outside enemy airspace, controlling a strike package of drones. These expendable drones could attack enemy air defenses and even fighters. When the drones finish their mission, the Raider could come in and deliver precision munitions and take out key targets. The Raider's stealth and long range would give it an advantage over almost any fighter. And speaking of range, we have to take a look at areas like the Indo-Pacific, where vast distances are the norm. Here's where the B-21's versatility and range shine. It can stealthily strike high-value targets, gather critical intelligence, and even provide air support in contested areas, all without requiring a large, costly support fleet. This adaptability is key for the Air Force's evolving strategy. By taking on some of the NGAD's originally planned roles, the Raider maximizes resources and ensures readiness for potential conflicts with near-peer adversaries like China or Russia. Think of it this way, one raider could accomplish the mission that 4 NGADs would be required to do. So even though an individual raider may cost more than a single NGAD, it can perform the job of several NGADs, making it more cost effective. So where does the B-21 Raider stand today? Northrop Grumman has already delivered the first aircraft for flight testing, with 2 more undergoing ground testing. Early reports suggest the program is on track and may influence how many Raiders are ultimately ordered. This raises an exciting possibility. Could the B-21's success shift its role from primarily a bomber to a multi-mission powerhouse? And if so, what would that mean for the future of the NGAD fighter program? Ultimately, the B-21 Raider isn't just a bomber. It's a blueprint for how the Air Force is adapting to the challenges of modern warfare. By combining affordability, advanced capabilities, and adaptability, the Raider has the potential to redefine air power in the 21st century. And with the NGAD program facing ballooning costs and extended timelines, the B-21 might not just complement America's next-generation air fleet, it could lead it. What do you think? Could the B-21 Raider become the Air Force's top choice for multi-mission dominance? And what does that mean for the future of fighter jets like the NGAD? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. And if you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell for more insights into military aviation. Thanks for watching, and now you